Right.
For those of you who are not from Oregon, which I think is just the two of us and two others, we, for the first time, have convened a panel of experts from around the country who have come as far as North Carolina and Ohio, and California, and Washington, to share their expertise with us over the next couple of days. So what the impetus is, April 2nd, Governor Kate Brown announced the launch of Cleaner Air Oregon. And what this is a new initiative to develop a program and rules that will regulate air toxics from industrial sources. Today, just want to describe what the role of the Workgroup is and how it fits into the overall rulemaking process, and then also what the public engagement opportunities will be over the next year. We do want to hear from you. This is a technical work group, which is why we have technical experts and not members of the public. There is opportunity for the public to provide input over the next couple of days, but the discussion will be with toxicologists, engineers, and regulators. And our really the opportunity is us to listen and learn from your experience and expertise, and that will help us inform the process as we go forward. So we're really convening this to discuss and for you guys to share your technical issues and how it's related to human health, risk-based rules, and permitting. Again, as I mentioned, public will have opportunity to comment at the end of the day today, 4 p.m., and at the end of the day tomorrow at 4 p.m. If you do want to comment, there will be a form to fill out that I believe is on the table. If you could fill that out at some point before 4 today and give it to my colleague John Donovan here. We'll just be collecting that and figuring out how to facilitate. Again, the technical work group is meeting today and tomorrow, and we have 2 more days of meetings scheduled in July. That will be July 27th and 28th, and there will be opportunity for public comment again at the end of those 2 days. So your expertise on the topic will be integrated into our rulemaking process. And a lot of the states, such as California and Washington, have been regulating air toxics for 20 years. So we're going to learn what works well about their programs, and if they were starting from scratch, what they would do differently, what they advise us to do. And again, this is just for industrial air toxics. It's not for mobile sources, and it's not for wood stoves. We do have other programs that regulate toxics from those sources. So again, we're just focusing on industrial emissions. 2 days in July. So we're going to work together to capture your input. Feel free to offer opinions, ask questions, speak your mind, because that's really what we want you to do the most. We really need to hear from you and learn. So the more you say, the more we get out of it. Within reason, we'll have to keep you on schedule. And we're pleased to have everybody here. Diversity of professional and technical expertise provides important information. And what we're going to be doing is providing content and setting the stage for some of the presentations, and then looking for feedback from you. So please don't be shy, and let us know what you think along the way. And these are just opinions. We're not looking for consensus on anything. We won't be asking for any votes. We won't be asking for everybody to agree. It's really just discussion opportunity. So all of the discussion and questions and information and considerations that we gather the next 2 days will be compiled into a report that will be available to the public, and I'll be sharing that with my colleagues on the Environmental Quality Commission August 10th and 11th, and it will also be used to inform the rulemaking policy group that's currently being formed and will be meeting over the next few months. So kind of the process is setting the stage. So we're meeting the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, and then in July. There will be public policy forums to gather community opinions and be able to ask questions in September and October. DEQ and the Oregon Health Authority are going to be appointing a Cleaner Air Oregon Advisory Committee that will make recommendations on the proposed rules. If the public or anybody here is interested in being on that policy committee, we are accepting applications for a couple of the positions. So you can go to cleanerair.oregon.gov to get that information and fill out the application for consideration. Those meetings will occur in early October, November, and December of 2016, and again in early 2017. And those will be the rulemaking meetings, and DEQ staff will take all of the input and prepare rules that will be released in early spring 2017. There will be opportunity for public comment on those rules from May through July and then once we take the public comment, we'll integrate it into the rules, and then it'll be brought back to the EQC, Environmental Quality Commission, for adoption. We're looking at December 2017 at this point. Again, if you have any questions, any information today, tomorrow, the next year and a half, please always go to cleanerair.oregon.gov. You can sign up for emails and be kept up to date on a regular basis. So I'm going to now introduce Technical Workgroup Facilitator, John Donovan, who's with the Metropolitan Group. John's going to be facilitating the work group over the next couple of days, and we'll set the stage for what to expect, and also we'll go through introductions to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Ryder. Again, John Donovan from Metropolitan Group. Really pleased and honored, honestly, to be part of this process as your facilitator for the next 2 days. We'll get into actually the roles that both Chair Ryder and I will be playing during our process for all of you. Just do a charter that was established for your consideration to start to be our guiding principles during our meeting. But I wanted to quickly cover a couple of things just on the logistical end first, and then go through the agenda for today's discussions with you before we go to introductions. As you can hear, I'm microphone, and there's microphones near all of us, and I would encourage you all to use those microphones when you are making comments. Important for a couple of reasons. We have folks who are on the phone with us who are called in, and we're recording this set of discussions for not only the purposes of allowing others to benefit from the conversation, but also as a reference point as for the process that Chair Ryder described to you. So it's going to be important that we try to be audible through the sound system if you can. Obviously, the microphones are fairly directional right at your mouth, so try to point it at your mouth as you make comments. The other thing is we have a fairly action-packed agenda that you'll see if you haven't already, that we're going to cover a lot of ground. But I encourage you all to make sure that you understand we do want you to raise questions. We built into the process a lot of points where we have questions that we're hoping you'll be thinking about with us, but we also want you to feel comfortable helping us make sure that the information is clear and understood for the purpose of the entire group. So please feel that is part of what we need to do. The final thing before I go into the agenda is just on the purposes of if there are needs for breaks, the facilities are outside. Please make sure you're comfortable. There's refreshments behind our panelists who are on my right. Please feel free to take advantage of those as you need to. For all of our guests in the room, again, we're really pleased to have you here, and we look forward to having you experience this with us and to hopefully benefit from the conversation as well. And we know that this is all part of a major process that all of us need to be clear as we can about what the implications are and how to formulate regulatory structures that really meet the needs of the state of Oregon. So quickly, if everyone has today's agenda, I want to just quickly give you the rundown of how we'll proceed. We obviously we've commenced the meeting, and we'll do introductions. We'll invite all of our panelists, our technical work group members to introduce themselves. We will then go over an overview of the technical issue papers that were developed and posted on the DEQ rulemaking website, and the review of other states. There's a summary that we'll be covering. We'll take a quick break at about 10:45. We'll come back and do 2 overviews, one on just air quality to kind of make sure we're all grounded in the Oregon structure, and then another round, 101 on risk. Again, looking at some of the baseline information. For many of you, I know this will be ground you know quite well, but we wanted to make sure we gave a common understanding of some of those basics, and we'll be able to clarify anything that you see or need to see in terms of our process going forward. And then we'll take our lunch. We'll make sure you have access to all the other working issue papers if you need them for refreshment while you're refreshing yourself. And at 1 o'clock we'll come back and we'll start the first of the white paper presentations on applicability. That will be a dynamic presentation with lots of points where we're hoping you'll engage with us and questions we come up with, but we also encourage you to come up with your own questions. We'll take a break at 2:30. We'll come back and do gluten scope and setting the concentration levels from 2:45 until about 4, well actually until exactly 4, because we want to honor our opportunity for the members of the public who are with us to come up and make comments. So at 4 we'll pause and make sure we give the public that opportunity. At 4:30 we'll come back and we'll do a little bit of analysis and make sure that we're covering any issues or needs that need to be addressed for the following day's work, and then we'll wrap up by 5. So that's the agenda. Any questions from anyone on the work? Okay. So I see that we're more or less on schedule. I'm going to get a couple minutes ahead, which may be the only time this happens. So I'm going to revel in this moment of being ahead of schedule, and ask everyone to reflect for a moment. Introductions are always a fun kind of an opportunity to not only let each other know a little bit about each other, and we certainly want you to take a minute or two and talk about your role in your current organization or institution, a little bit about your background, if you don't mind. So, again, let us know a little bit about what has brought you to this point in your career that has made you a member of our work group. But also, if you don't mind, for the work group and for all of our benefit, if you would share a thought or reflection about why this process that you've agreed to join is important to you. So that if you don't mind, this is my moment of being touchy-feely. I realize, and for many of you, this may be not the usual introduction. So I would like for all of us to be able to sort of share a thought, at least, about why this process is important, and important for either you or your organization to be contributing at this point. So with that, I think I'm going to ask Chair Ryder, do you mind setting the tone?
Great. We're happy to be here. As I mentioned, Morgan Ryder. I actually have a civil and environmental engineering degree from Cornell and started out my career 25 years ago working for an environmental consulting company in Portland, Maine in their air quality group. I was doing best available control technology analysis and modeling for pulp and paper mills in the Northeast, and also work on risk assessments for some of the Superfund sites that consulting company actually works for. When I moved to Oregon in the early 90s, I ended up as the environmental manager for LSI Logic, which is a semiconductor company that was constructed in Gresham. And in that role as environmental manager, I was responsible for permitting, monitoring, and reporting for all of the media, which included air quality. We had an air contaminant discharge permit, wastewater, stormwater, hazardous waste, and hazardous materials, as well as the environmental management system, and really helping LSI to minimize their impact from their operations. When I was at LSI, I was actually on the policy advisory committee for the Green Permit Program and the Toxic Use Reporting Program. After LSI, I spent a year working for Nike and with their factories worldwide on the same issues, minimizing their impacts from manufacturing of equipment and shoes and apparel. After that, I spent 9 years working for a consulting company. Clients included BMW, Ball Aerospace, grenade manufacturer in Florida, and my role was environmental compliance and management systems. Did a career shift 5 years ago, another long story. I now work for an advertising agency, and I think it's really important that we communicate and message well, not just from an industry, but to really affect behavior change and policy. I was appointed to the EQC 5 years ago. For those of you that don't know, the EQC is appointed by the governor or confirmed by the Senate, and we're actually the policy board that sits over DEQ. We have more authority than some of the other boards and commissions in the state. We approve all of the rules, and DEQ's director reports to us. So I was nominated for this at a stage, and I'll wrap it up. Jackie Dingfelder, who was one of the greenest senators in Oregon history, we worked together in Portland, Maine in the early 90s. So Jackie nominated me to the governor's office, and I received letters of recommendation from AOI and from also Portland General Electric. So nominated on the green side and recommended by the business side. So I can consider myself the voice of reason. I'm super happy to be here. I think this is a really important process, and can't wait to learn from all of you what we can do better going forward.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go last. So, Gary, would you mind going next? Yeah. Okay.
My name is Gary Pelsisko. I'm a toxicologist, air quality program, and Washington State. I guess to back up a few years, I kind of got interested in working in the environmental field at a young age. I grew up in Cleveland in an industrial area. I used to go recreate at the Cuyahoga River when I was a kid, and I didn't realize at the time that it was, one of the, I guess, points that started the environmental movement, like in the late '60s. Over time, the things that have improved, not only in Cleveland but across the country in terms of environmental cleanup and other things. I've always been interested in the chemicals that, when I used to swim in the river, I can kind of smell a diesel smell, and I kind of wondered what that did to me. Maybe I could have been somebody, I don't know. But anyway, after some time, I decided to pursue education at the University of Washington in environmental health. And I worked on issues related to lead and arsenic in orchard soils. They used to use a lead arsenic pesticide. And then I eventually ended up at the Washington State Department of Health, where I worked on a variety of issues, including fish consumption advisory and other forms of environmental exposures to chemicals. I was motivated to move to the Department of Ecology and the Air Quality Program because I felt that air is one of the environmental media that is impactful to public health, and I felt that this would be an opportunity for me to have an impact on public health, so that's why I was motivated to move into the air quality world.
Thank you very much. Ted?
Good morning. I'm Ted Palmer. I currently work at the United States Environmental Protection Agency, Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards in Research Triangle Park, North Carolina. I started out my environmental career as a stack tester. I graduated from SUNY Oswego, it's a school up in Lake Ontario in Snowbelt. Now you know why you're in North Carolina. My degree's in meteorology, and I started out and I got my first job. I wanted to be a TV weatherman and all. Quickly, after working some graveyard shifts and that, it may not be the way to go. So I wound up taking a job as a stack tester, and I knew I wasn't going to live long doing that. After climbing stacks in Rochester, New York in the middle of January, 28 degrees below zero. So I went back, got my master's degree in meteorology from Penn State, and reinvented myself as an air quality meteorologist at that time. I worked for consultant firms for about 15 years, pretty much doing a lot of air quality analysis. And then I slowly worked my way towards working as a consultant for the EPA. And I landed a job with the EPA about 19 years ago. And since I've been there, the very first job they threw at me was, hey, Ted, let's do a national air toxic assessment. Yeah, we can do it. Yeah. Thus the word NADA got invented. Not NADA. A lot of people say NADA, which means nothing. So we, in 1996, we started with the first NADA, and here I am 5 NADAs later. I was Mr. NADA around EPA. We actually model every source, 140-something thousand facilities in the country, in a risk assessment, as well as mobile sources and small sources and background and other things like that. Keeps cutting down. I also am responsible for many of our residual risk assessments that we do as well, where we look at a source category, and those source categories could be just a few sources, such as, most recently last year, I did the residual risk assessment on petroleum refineries. There's about 150 or so petroleum refineries in the country. My dubious task is to figure out whether or not these risks are quote-unquote acceptable by certain standards. And if not, well, what controls are we going to take to control these? Those of you familiar with that rule that just came out last summer, we also had a provision in there, it's a landmark decision, to actually include fence line monitoring around these facilities, which we're very excited about. And that gives a lot of feedback to the community what's going on at the facility itself. So that's my background, and I'm excited to be here. I've worked with the state agency here at DEQ, Sarah and Phil and Greg before he retired for many, many years, and I knew the passion and how much the folks here cared about their environment and the program here. So I'm very excited to step in and help where I can and show you some of my expertise as we move forward.
Thank you, Ted. If you would pass the microphone to Marjorie. And Marjorie, yeah, do your best to...
If I can direct it then. So I'm Marjorie Emerson, and I currently work for the Pollution Prevention Resource Center, but I'll kind of go back. I've kind of looked at these air toxic issues from a lot of different sides over the course of my career. I started quite interested in environment because me and my high school friends used to always run around Yosemite on all of our high school breaks. And so that was something that we did very, very regularly. And so it got me very, very interested in the environment. And I have a master's degree in environmental health and a doctorate from UCLA in environmental science and engineering. I started my career at the Corvallis Environmental Research Lab for EPA when TSCA was very new. In fact, this was the 70s, and we were looking even at methodologies for screening. And we were largely looking at the kinds of pollutants that had caused problems like DDT and PCBs and the widespread pollution associated with those. And from there, though, I actually worked at the University of California at Santa Cruz for some time. And we were the first university in the country back in the 1980s to have to look in detail at chemicals in fume hoods coming out of our university teaching and research laboratories. Monterey Bay jumped into very detailed, very tight, I should say, air toxics regulations a long time ago. The reason being they weren't pristine there and they wanted to stay pristine there. And so that was an interesting experience. But I've also done a lot of other air toxics work. I did a lot of work with Hewlett Packard over the years, testing printers and printer systems, looking at how helping our customers who particularly processes where you're doing very high volume, very large amounts of things, what kinds of emissions we were having and what air toxics might be associated with that. I did serve for some time as the stationary source manager for the air program in Idaho, DEQ. So I have a long background, but PPRC now I do, I'm sort of their technical toxics expert for the work that we do across the 4 states of Oregon, Washington, Alaska, and Idaho. I live in Oregon. I enjoy my little wilderness area home out in Joseph, Oregon.
Fantastic. Thank you, Marjorie. I'm going to totally butcher your first name, so I'm going to let you introduce yourself and then promise to do it correctly thereafter.
No problem. I do it all the time. Thank you. Good morning. I'm honored to be here, as like anyone. I'm really happy to have this opportunity. I'm Senthil Kumar Gopuswamy. I'm a toxicologist at the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, which is NIOSH CDC, based in Cincinnati. I do the risk assessment for occupational hazards. I have been doing risk assessment for several occupational hazards in NIOSH. And before I joined NIOSH, I was with the US EPA doing the risk assessment for several environmental contaminants, establishing the risk levels, reference doses, concentrations, flow factors, like that. Moving backwards, I got my PhD in toxicology. I would call myself as a toxicologist, and I don't have much knowledge on engineering controls or not, but I can certainly help you with the toxicology part. Basically, I'm a trained veterinarian, having a DVM. degree. When I did my clinical course, that's when I realized that I was so motivated to pursue my career in toxicology because of several reasons. One of the reasons is we got so many cases in our clinic with the toxic symptoms, and we found there was no reasons for that. We could not have a diagnosis for many cases, and we ended up seeing so many cases having a high level of toxic compounds in the blood system. So that was when I decided to move to the toxicology field. I'm involved in several technical groups, both inside NIOSH as well as outside NIOSH. I'm a manager for the risk assessment group in the NIOSH agency. And I have been involved with several professional organizations like SOT, doing a lot of work for the society in the risk assessment specialty section as well as the regulatory specialty section as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sajal Kumar. Is that?
You got it.
Okay. Now I'm going to move to Chuck.
Hi, I'm Chuck Lambert. I'm a board-certified toxicologist. I have a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. I've been a human health and environmental consultant for the last 20 years. I've also been an assistant clinical professor at the University of California, Irvine for the last 17 years in the Department of Community and Environmental Health. One of my first research projects upon graduating was actually looking at the mechanism whereby benzene causes cancer. And since that time, I've been unable to escape the grasp of benzene. It seems like every project I work on involves looking at that particular air toxic. Most recently, I've been working with the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office on coming up with a program to look at small oil and gas facilities in the city of Los Angeles and how to regulate them using real-time monitoring for chemicals such as benzene.
Thank you very much. John?
So I'm John St. Clair. I work for the Southwest Clean Air Agency. We're a local air pollution control agency in Washington State. I also started my environmental career rather young. Started 6th, 7th grade putting acid rain on radishes and looking at the effects. And moved on to experiments with coal, and college I looked at the tail end emissions of cows. So I've been working in the environmental field for a long time. I have almost 24 years worth of experience in air quality in a couple agencies in Washington. My primary responsibilities are writing industrial air permits. So I write permits from everything from auto body shops and gas stations all the way up to Title V size facilities, chemical manufacturing plants, those kinds of things. So there's a fairly wide range of permitting activities that we look at. Being that we are a local air authority, we sometimes deviate from how the state does things, so we have our own regulations. So one of the things that's going to be interesting about this forum is to just see how others have implemented programs and thoughts about how to assess toxics and risks and those kinds of things in all the different areas that we're going to be talking about.
Thank you very much, John. I'm going to turn to Ian.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ian McMillan. I'm going to start off current and work my way backwards. I'm currently a planning and rules manager at the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Very briefly, the SCAQMD, we are also a local air pollution agency, but we're unique in the country. We're certainly the largest air pollution control agency. We have about 16 to 17 million people in our jurisdiction. That would put us, if we were a state, the 5th largest state in the nation. We are the main air pollution control agency for the metropolitan area in the Los Angeles region of Southern California. My role there, I am the manager for our existing source toxics program, what's called AB 2588. I also oversee a couple of other programs related to toxics. I've been with the agency for not quite 7 years now. Prior to that time, I was an environmental consultant, but I was a program manager for the Los Angeles Unified School District. They were, at the time, undergoing the largest infrastructure program in the nation. They were building approximately 100 schools in a 10-year time frame in urban Los Angeles. As you can imagine, there's a few land use challenges when building a very sensitive land use in a very dense urban environment. Often the cheapest land would be industrial land, and that yields some interesting challenges, we'll say. But prior to that, actually, my background is not necessarily environmental science. I actually started in geology, and I did that for about a decade. And I spent a lot of time outdoors in the mountains in very pristine environments, places where humans have maybe never trekked before. And so I have a kind of a different perspective. I think the reason that on a personal level that I got into geology, it's a unique science in that it requires a lot of synthesis of different fields and trying to take a little bit of physics, a little chemistry, a little atmospheric science, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and tie it all together. And that's one thing that I think for my own career, everybody's career path goes different ways. One thing I really enjoy doing is looking at the policy side of things, the technical side of things, the public communication side of things, and trying to synthesize it all together to affect change.
Thank you, Ian. Don?
Good morning. I'm Don Canaparoli. I am a principal technologist for CH2M Hill, which is a part of a multinational company. I have been with CH2M Hill for 36 years. I am also the air quality technical lead for the firm, which means I try to keep track of what is happening, what new things are coming across the country primarily, and try to keep abreast of changes in the air quality field. I'm a lifelong Portland resident, except for a few years when I lived in Seattle and went to school there. I have also a degree in meteorology from the University of Washington. Also decided I wasn't going to be a TV meteorologist. That was a great thought for about a day. Turns out that when I got my degree in meteorology, it was 1977, and unbeknownst to me, the Clean Air Act amendments of 77 defined the rest of my career. I went back to school, got a master's degree from the University of Washington as a multidisciplinary master's degree in air quality. I've worked in the air quality field for all these years. I've done primarily permitting, but as a consultant, I've done a lot of air quality evaluations, air toxic risk assessments, studies, EISs, and so on. So I think I've seen a lot of things. I've worked in a lot of states, a few countries, and I think I can bring a perspective to this group from that experience that I think would be useful. And again, I'm a lifelong resident, avid gardener, concerned about the environment. Also, having worked in the field all these years, I understand the need for balance between how we manage the environment and manage the business. So I want to bring that as well.
Thank you very much, Don. That concludes the membership of our technical work group as a whole. I'm going to ask Sue Langston to also introduce herself. She's the lead of our rules-making team for the project, and I'll let her quickly introduce herself because she is a resource for our process, and we may hear from her from time to time during the process. Sue.
My name is Sue Langston, and I'm the project manager for just the rulemaking. So, and actually, Jill Nahar is our lead rule writer.
Thank you for the clarification.
The technical expert. And I am really excited for this opportunity, and I'm really excited to hear about the issues.
Thanks, Sue. So I'm going to finish up by introducing myself and my team. We're in the room, and my name again is John Donovan. I'm with a firm called Metropolitan Group. We're a communications firm here in Portland, headquartered here, with offices also in Washington, D.C., San Francisco, and Chicago. We started back in 1989 with a really a dream, frankly, that was to work with agencies and organizations that were charged with making the world a better place. And it sounds kind of crazy to say that that's how we set out on a consulting adventure, but honestly, that's what has played out, and we are tremendously grateful for an opportunity to be a part of a process like this, given all the important work and all the important issues that are going to be engaged in today. I'll be the facilitator, and I'll cover my role a little more in detail in a moment. But I also want to introduce Lucy Taylor, who's an associate with my firm over in the corner. She'll be helping me capture the kind of key questions and issues that the work group generates as part of our efforts to develop a report from this process. So she'll be over in the corner, and she's being assisted by an intern who's just joined our firm, Jesse McGinty, who is we're very excited to have. And so the three of us are charged with helping you do this process and to make sure that you have every opportunity to share the information that you bring to the table, and to also hear the public during our public comment period, so we make sure we hear that as well. So with that, I think we're done with introductions. We'd love to introduce everyone in the room. Unfortunately, given the time, I think we're going to ask everyone to sign in if you haven't had a chance to at the front door. And again, reminding everyone that for public comment at 4, if you would fill out the form that's separate from the sign-in, again at the front door, and bring it to me at some point during the day. I'll make sure I take these and we give people a chance to comment at the time in our agenda that calls for that. Before I stop, are there any questions about our process? Again, another chance on the agenda if there were questions about that from anyone on the work group.
I actually just want to make a comment for those in the audience. We have some amazing technical experts here with decades of experience and knowledge in air quality and toxics. So there's a glossary at the front table. We may use acronyms that we know that you might not. So feel free to pick up the glossary and take a look at it. And if we do say something that you don't know later on, you have opportunity to ask questions about that. So.
Okay. Well, we're certainly not going to just fill time to stay on agenda, and since we are ahead of time, I'm going to go ahead and move to our next agenda item, which is to review a work group charter that you received in your packet, and I think it's going to be coming up on screen in some form, I think. But my job as a facilitator was to just take you through kind of the operating elements of that charter. I won't go back over the kind of the background material that was at the front end of it, but the document was titled Cleaner Air Oregon Regulatory Reform Technical Work Group Charter. And again, the purpose is obviously to provide an evaluation of other states' approaches to human health risk-based air toxics programs for industrial facilities, and to answer technical questions in support of rulemaking as requested by DEQ and OHA. And we're going to be looking at specific input to help DEQ prepare policy issues for discussion at public policy forums and advisory committee meetings in the fall of 2016. As we said, the work group is not a decision-making body. So our scope of work for the technical discussions is essentially 5 major areas, but again, we're really clear that the work group itself is invited to help us understand if there are other issues or implications that need to be addressed. And those 5 issue areas are facility scope and applicability, setting and administrating acceptable risk levels, pollutant scope and setting concentration levels, screening and risk assessment, and pollution prevention and toxics reduction. So again, what is not in the scope is the policy and rules concepts that will be discussed in the public policy forums and a separate DEQ advisory committee, which we are currently taking nominations for. So if you are interested in participating in that advisory committee, that's certainly encouraged. But those will be scheduled in the fall of 2016. Okay, so one of the things about the charter that I thought was really helpful was to actually clearly define the roles of the various
players that are a part of our group. And I'll start with my role, the facilitator, which in my role is designed to encourage open and candid and robust dialogue, starting in meetings and agenda items on time or ahead of schedule if possible, to encourage innovation by listening to all ideas, to try not to lose good ideas, and to the consensus process, meaning just, again, we don't want anyone to feel like if you have a separate thought than maybe a large group of the rest of the technical work group has shared and maybe already put on the table, we want you to make sure you feel comfortable putting that forth. And recognizing that when the discussion is outside our scope, steering it back to the focus of the committee of the meetings. And one thing I will note, just as a process point, if we do, as we're moving through our process, need to either wrap one conversation to allow time for the next, we have a process within my firm which we call a bike rack. And that bike rack is essentially what other folks in other meeting facilitating worlds call a parking lot. But in Oregon, we like the idea that it's a bike rack. And so we'll capture those ideas, and if we can't address them today in today's approach, we not only have time built into tomorrow's wrap-up process to allow for further conversation if necessary, but we're really fortunate to have you all coming back in July. So know that we really are very much looking at this as an iterative process with your help in making sure that we do address the issues that need to be put in front of this process, and so that is very much our hope, is that you'll help us get there. Okay. So the work group members obviously have a slightly different set of responsibilities, and I'll start with the chair. And this is what Morgan has agreed to do, and we're really grateful to her for playing this role. Her job is to facilitate the conversation so the work group stays focused on the agenda and on the intended outcomes of the meeting, ensures that all perspectives are heard, and ensures that all members adhere to the process and ground rules, and facilitate comments and input from the public. And again, given her role on the Environmental Quality Commission, I can't think of a better person for that project. I'm so grateful to be having her as our chair, and thank you for doing that. Now, for all of you as members of the work group, and again, I'm just going to go through these. These are very standard for if you've done processes like this, but I think we thought it would be important to put this on the table and get everyone to sort of hear and agree that this makes sense. So attending all the meetings and ensuring continuity to the process, we appreciate that you've made that commitment to this process. But it's not a small amount, and we really are grateful. To prepare for and set aside time for these meetings is obviously a part of that. Provide DEQ and OHA staff with a copy of the relevant research and documentation that you cite is another piece that we really appreciate you being willing to do. Obviously, staying focused in the meetings is something we appreciate. We know that everyone's got other work and other lives that go on. We hope your breaks will be useful to sort of make sure you have time to check in on those other parts of it. The commenting can certainly in good faith. I have a sense from your introductions that all of you have been through these processes and recognize the professional sort of regard and appreciation that each of you bring and will share with each other, I have no doubt. And treating each other with respect and assuring good intentions when opinions differ is obviously a part of what we're really intent on making sure. We have a lot of energy about a topic. We hope you'll let me and Morgan work out how to allow everyone to have their chance to speak. And that you're courteous as we not engage in sidebar conversations if we can avoid it. Avoiding representing the public or media's views of other workgroup members or the workgroup as a whole is a part of what we just put out for everyone to recognize that you're all here with your perspective, professional insights and input, and we recognize that we're trying to keep this process as full and as respectful of all those points of view as possible. And obviously, the way to do that is to ask you to all put your own ideas forth as you need to. So for those who attend the work group meetings but are not members of the work group, we ask that you do observe, to listen and to hopefully benefit as all of us are, but and to not actively participate until we create the space where you at the comment period time. The staff from DEQ and from OHA, we want to make sure that you're establishing and using your time to create clear work group goals and meeting objectives for this group, for giving the work group members those access and to resources needed, and encourage all the members to participate in the process. So that is essentially the working group's roles. Our meetings are open to the public and advertised on our Cleaner Air Oregon website as well as the DEQ rulemaking website. We are noticing these meetings through GovDelivery to receive updates on this and other parts of the rulemaking. They're scheduled. At times we hope people can at least, if they can't attend in person, can call in, and if they can't call in during their busy days, that they can come back and listen to the recordings or benefit from the notes in the report that will be coming. And again, we will continue to try to make sure that the information provided during the work group process is available to the Environmental Quality Commission and other interested parties who will want and hopefully will benefit from the work that we are all doing and going to. We covered the schedule fairly thoroughly, I think, so I won't go over that part of the charter. And again, just for the decision-making process, we're asking you all to share your comments, and we will not ask you to make any sort of recommendations or vote on anything. That is in part because while we sure you could do that, we're really clear on that the role that we're inviting you to do is to provide input to the advisory committee process that is to come. And so we appreciate that you're going to be providing your input and your perspectives on these issues and preparing for that process. I am going quickly through the rest of this. This is obviously a public meeting, so the public records will be kept and available for anyone who would like to review them. We will keep the materials for 10 years as part of the state's requirements on how we maintain these records for the benefit of anyone who would like to review them. And then again, we obviously are happy to provide this information to anyone who isn't part of our process today. And if you get those requests, please remember again just to provide your own perspective from your experience and in that kind of focus if you are asked to provide information to any group or any other entity that would like to know what your perspective is. So I've just done the charter in about 8 minutes. And again, we wanted to create space here for if there are questions or concerns from any of you about the process of the charter. We are asking for your affirmation of that charter so that we can use that as the basis for our work together. And again, while this is one of these places where a facilitator gets excited but almost no one else does, I do ask you all to sort of reflect on what I've gone over. I hope you had a chance to review it in advance. If there are any questions or clarifications that we can provide, now is the time so we can make sure we operate together in a space that has a set of ground rules and principles that we're all very comfortable with. So does anyone have any questions? Around? Okay. And Ian, I'm sorry, I don't want to. If you.
I have a question.
No. Ian and I are sharing a microphone for those of you not in the room, and so my peripheral vision is pretty good. But if you need to get me, ping me on the shoulder. So I guess I am going to, at this point, and again, we're rapidly advancing through our agenda. So unless there's something, Sue, you feel like we need to add here, I feel like we've covered the important points of the charter. Can I ask everyone to simply just nod their heads so I can sort of get an affirmation? I know, thank you, John, because it is important that we all have a common shared set of agreements to work from. Okay.
That's the only agreement we'll be asking for.
That's the only agreement you'll be asked to provide during the process. I think since we are, again, just racing through and ahead of schedule, and again, I appreciate that everyone's been willing to sort of work through this, and I feel like we're not at all missing the key pieces. I'm going to give Jill a chance to sit down and ask Morgan if you want to do a quick introduction.
Yes, I absolutely do. So Jill Inahara, who will be leading the rule process. Jill's awesome. She's been with DEQ for 16 years, has a Bachelor of Science in both chemistry and chemical engineering, and previously worked in consulting in the pulp and paper industry. So as I mentioned, Jill will be the lead on the project and the rulemaking, and will be taking us through the other state program reviews that the agency's been conducting over the past couple of months, really setting the stage for what we might want to do going forward with the rulemaking process.
Thank you, Chair Ryder. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to go over 2 presentations with you right now, the overview of the issue papers and also the other state program review summary. Sorry. So this presentation, again, it covers 2 more of the introductory issue papers that we sent out. Again, the first part is the overview of how these issue papers came to be. And we'll also ask you what we would like you to keep in mind as we're going through these issue papers. The second part of this presentation explains how we chose the 6 programs that we did to review in depth and how we screened out the other state programs. I'd like to start by telling you how these issue papers came about. So the rulemaking team, both DEQ and OSA staff, we met one day in a room and we just brainstormed about what we thought were the most important aspects of an air toxics permitting program. Sarah Armitage then organizes all of these ideas into categories, and that's how these issue papers, these 5 technical issue papers, came about. I'd like to also remind you that not only is OHA our partner in developing the program, but they will be partnering with us in implementation of the program. So we're really excited to be working with OHA. This is the first time I've ever worked with them. I think some of our regional staff have had the pleasure to work with them. It's going to be a great partnership for us. So these are what we think are the key program aspects of a risk-based air toxics permitting program. Applicability. What businesses should be in this air toxics permitting program? Who's going to be in this program with us? Pollutant scope and setting concentration levels. What pollutants are going to be included in our program? And what kind of levels should we set for these pollutants? Should we set maximum emission rate thresholds, or should we use acceptable ambient impact levels? Next, we want to talk about screening and risk assessment. How do we screen out businesses that don't pose a health risk? And then, how do we evaluate the risk for those who are not screened out? The next paper is going to talk about setting and administering acceptable risk levels. What is an acceptable risk level? Is it 1 in a million or 10 in a million? And last, we'll be talking about implementation. How do we prioritize businesses so we target the highest risk but spread out the workload so we aren't overwhelmed? Well, these are questions we want you to keep in mind as we're working through these next 2 days. As you know, we chose all of you to be members of our work group because of your areas of expertise. We want advice from you on the advantages and disadvantages of the different approaches we can take in developing our air toxics permitting program. We'll take questions, like Morgan and John said, we'll take our policy questions to the policy group and advisory committee later on this year. But these are the questions we would like you to keep in mind as we go over these issue papers. So the first one is, there it is, the DEQ and OHA miss any technical aspects of a risk-based air toxics permitting program that should be included in this discussion. If you think of something that you haven't seen, be sure to speak up. Are there any additional advantages and disadvantages or strengths and weaknesses of other state programs that should be considered? Again, a lot of you have expertise across the country. So, if you find something, a key aspect of a program that we have not thought about or not looked at, please speak up. More questions to keep in mind. Are there any aspects of other air toxics permitting programs DEQ and OHA should consider that are not included in the description of the 6 regulatory programs? Again, I'll go over next how we came up with how we chose those 6 programs. Are there any additional policy issues that should be highlighted for the Policy Forum and Advisory Committee? And then throughout the issue papers, we identified technical questions that we would like your input on. So those were flagged as the issue papers, and we'll bring them up as we go along too. Any questions on the overview of these issue papers? Okay, moving on. Oh, sorry, Don.
It's been too quiet, so someone can ask a question.
Thank you, Don.
And I think you kind of addressed it, but what I was thinking is this is sort of a technical work group. And some of the issues go beyond technical. And then there's the policy group that's coming later. So are we sort of expected to kind of think about the technical issues with respect to how they play out in policy as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Correct.
And I think a lot of that will come up when we get into the implementation discussion.
Yes.
And as we go through and kind of wrap up, like what would be the implications of the technical issues that are raised, and what other considerations do we need to take into account as we go forward?
I think that's going to be go down the technical path alone, we'll end up in a different place.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next I want to go over our other states program reviews. These are the 6 programs that we chose to review in depth. Louisville's STAR program was chosen because the public had expressed interest in it and because it's a local program. Both New Jersey, this mic is really weird, sorry. Both New Jersey and New York were recommended by NACA, the National Association of Clean Air Agencies, as being progressive programs with knowledgeable and active members on their air toxics committee. Rhode Island's program was recommended by Tom Gentile, the chief of New York's air toxics section, because of recent progressive updates to its program. South Coast Air Toxics program was chosen because it has a reputation for being a leader in its field. And we also chose Washington because they're our neighbor, and their program is awesome compared to our program. Like if we say we're going to do something, the public or industry says, well, what's Washington doing? So we also took a look at their program. We wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything when we looked at air toxics programs. So we looked at all the state programs. There was a spreadsheet that was posted on our website that gave a summary of the other programs that we looked at. The first thing we looked at was to see if the state had an air toxics program that went beyond implementation of the National Emission Standards for Hazardous Air Pollutants, the NESHAP. We already implement that in Oregon, so we were looking at programs that went beyond that. Then we looked to see if the state had some kind of a unique aspect in their program that wasn't included in the 6 programs that we were looking at in depth. We found possibilities in the Michigan, Connecticut, and Wisconsin programs, and after we did a more thorough review of their programs, we did not find anything that was different from the 6 programs that we had already targeted. Any questions?
Sorry, that spreadsheet looking at the across the country is in the notes packet on the front table. So.
I have another question.
Yay.
I think the 6 programs cover a good range of things. I would note, though, just that in review of the summary of the states, it seemed like there were a couple of things that may have been missing. Missouri and Texas, in particular, are states I've done some work in that showed as not having programs, which I don't think is entirely true. And you may have done some digging and maybe used them differently.
Are there aspects of those programs that we should look at in particular? Or?
I think it's covered. I just noted that.
Oh, okay. It was
summary,
on that.
which, again, we have a good representation, I think. I just noted.
Okay, thank you. I'll make that correction.
So this would be an opportunity for us, I think, also maybe to introduce the helpful spreadsheet that kind of looks at the 6. Is that something you'll still get to?
I was going to go over that
okay.
on the next presentation.
Okay, very good. So we're obviously interested, as Don has suggested, if there are aspects as we get into this and we look at the various issues where you know of something that maybe isn't inside the 6 systems or programs that are currently being used for the review process, to do as Don has suggested, just make sure that we are aware so we can factor that in. That, again, it's the point of having you come back in July is to make sure we are thorough and covering important ground that needs to be brought to this group. And again, thank you, Don, for raising a couple of those places where we can make either corrections or maybe, again, do a little further footwork and bring it forward to you for the July discussions. So if there aren't other questions about kind of the process that was taken by staff to take us through to the 6 work groups that were used, as you saw in the white papers, as the basis for a lot of the analysis, and you'll be hearing a lot more about as we work through our presentations going forward. I want to just make sure, Ted, do you have a question coming?
Just a quick one. I just want to clarify that, and I think many of us, we all reviewed the 5 states that we're looking at and all that, and there are, elements that overlap each other, but the devil's in the details with any program you're going to develop. And there are some details states that I think could help you guys in the long run. And so we're open to discussion.
Please.
Putting those in.
Yes.
Yes, please.
No, that is exactly right. And again,
This is a great start.
right. And we recognize that there is important aspects that are at a much more kind of detailed level. And that's the whole point, is to really give you the latitude, frankly, and the encouragement to bring those up as they occur to you, or if they come up in the various topic groups, or if we need to raise other topic groups in order to surface them. Marjorie?
I have one other comment. I think there are some other states who are looking at their monitoring data and doing some risk assessments on toxic air pollutants that may not have been brought into the permitting programs themselves yet. So as we go through the process of really looking at the risk-based methods and things like that, I think it would be important in a few of those other states.
So you'll do that for us, Marjorie?
I will bring in the ones I know of.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
John, did you have a thought too? You're looking like you.
Well, I'm not quite sure when to bring up. For example, kind of mirroring Ted's comment, is if we have some information about particular programs that maybe are very specific elements, are there certain times that we should be considering bringing that up when it's topical, or is this the time, or?
Actually, what we were thinking was in these 5 technical issue papers, we're going to submit information, and then we're going to have time for questions after each kind of topic area inside that issue paper. So we want to get your feedback as we go, but we also we will leave some time at the end of each presentation, like we're hoping 20 or 30 minutes for a more general discussion. But I think we kind of built in time as we go along to take those kinds of comments. And again, if you don't, I mean, you probably raise them anytime, but I'm hoping that they'll fit in with the presentation too.
Thank you.
And what I would add to what Jill has just said is, again, as your facilitating team, we can easily capture, if it's important for you to articulate something because it's really tip of your tongue, we'll capture it and make sure it's brought back at the appropriate time if it's not the topic that the group is focusing on. And again, we're really excited about the fact that this space we're creating for this conversation has another section of it that's later. So if there's research that you know of that we should be looking at that we can follow up with that follows these 2 meetings, that's the other thing to keep in mind, and maybe think about how to make that information available for our staff to prepare or to do what is necessary so that the entire work group can benefit from it. So really appreciate all of your thinking and expertise in that space.
I would just add to that, as Marjorie and Ted, and if there are things that are not in the 6 states in some of these details, that we can take those into consideration, look into them, and then bring them back in July for more discussion. So that's really the point of what July is.
Okay, so we are still well ahead of schedule. Oh, go ahead, Don.
I have a sort of preliminary question. I don't know where it fits, and maybe it doesn't necessarily to the risk-based rule development work group, but what seems like it would be helpful at some point to understand the existing air toxics program and where it fits. I mean, it was developed a while ago. It was developed through a long process. Do we as a group need to understand that because it's related but not exactly a risk-based permitting program? So.
What a great segue into our next speaker.
Wow, it's like Don. You're doing good work, Don. Thank you.
So I want to introduce Sarah Armitage. She's a senior air quality planner with the agency and has been a lead with air toxic policy development and was also the primary author and lead on the Portland Air Toxics work group that met over a number of years, starting in 2007. 2011. So Sarah's got quite a bit of background. She's also managed CEQ's asbestos, fuels, and small business assistance programs. And Sarah has a BA in biology and a JD with a certificate in environmental law. So she brings a lot of expertise. Going to set the stage for us on where we currently are.
Okay. Thanks, Morgan. So, Don, the answer to your question is yes. we do need to look at the existing air toxics program. And actually, what I'm going to do is give an overview that it really includes DEQ's whole air toxics program, so our criteria pollutant work as well as our air toxics work. There's a bit of a focus on the air toxics work. But I'd like to know how many folks on the committee have looked at our webinar, our first webinar, and seen a presentation like this already. Nobody? Okay. I didn't want to repeat.
The webinar last night?
No, the first webinar. The first webinar. So I just want to know, has anybody already heard this presentation?
That was the May 28th webinar, I
Right.
believe.
It was the May 20th webinar. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doing something you've already heard. So next slide, please. Oh, I have it. Sorry. Okay. No, I can hear it. So this is our air quality program vision for you to look at. So for over 40 years, our air quality program has been reducing air pollution and making Oregon safer. We've had great successes reducing pollution statewide and restoring Oregon's air to meet federal health standards. And across the state, our program has drastically reduced smog, also known as ozone pollution, carbon monoxide, fine particulate, lead, and other types of pollution to better protect public health. We know we have much more to do at this point. As all states have experienced, federal air quality standards for ozone and fine particulates keep dropping. They've become more stringent, more protective in recent years as we learn more about the effects the pollutants have on health. And it will probably continue to happen as well. Climate change is a major challenge for us, as is to everyone else. It's also a great opportunity for us to work with a wide variety of partners to reduce greenhouse gas pollution. And the emissions of air toxics can be a significant risk to public health. They are one of the most challenging and scientifically complex issues that we work on these days. Our air quality science of monitoring and estimating emissions tells us even more each day about air pollution in Oregon. And all of our partnerships help us learn where we need to focus our resources to be effective. So we feel pretty good about everything we've accomplished to date. There's been very high quality staff work that's gone into it. We're also very excited and challenged by the new work ahead of us, continuing challenges to meet federal health standards, do climate change work, and also work on air toxics. Our current air toxics regulatory overhaul under Cleaner Air Oregon is a really huge step forward for us, and it's going to give us more tools to protect air quality and public health for everyone in the state, all locations. So here's just an overview of the pollutants that we all work on, the criteria pollutants and air toxics. These are our main challenges and focus for public health protection. Fine particulate, of course, it causes lung and heart health problems. Ozone, causing airway inflammation. And air toxics, which can cause multiple serious health effects like elevated cancer risk, neurological damage, airway inflammation, and other effects. So there are some examples of what we work on. DEQ's other environmental priorities are climate change and helping protect visibility in Oregon's main wilderness areas and our one national park, Crater Lake. So fortunately, many of the sources that we deal with to reduce criteria pollutants, also when we work on those, we end up reducing air toxics. So DEQ, especially to make our resource use more efficient, we've taken on more of a multi-pollutant look at the work we've done in recent years. So when we talk about air toxics, this is the universe that we're dealing with. This Venn diagram kind of illustrates the many chemicals that we're working with, and also shows where criteria pollutants fit into that. You can see in the green oval, they're the traditional pollutants that we've worked on for many years, criteria pollutants. In the dark purple circle, the federal hazardous air pollutants that are listed in the Federal Clean Air Act. In Oregon, we also have ambient benchmark concentrations. So these are part of our existing air toxics program. It's a health risk-based program. It's not permitting, but it looks at geographic areas. So we've developed 52 risk-based concentrations for the pollutants that are significant in Oregon, the ones through either our emission inventory or our modeling or monitoring or the National Air Toxics Assessment. We discovered these are important for Oregon. We have a technical committee called the Air Toxics Science Advisory Committee who helps us set levels for these to protect people to a 1 in a million risk level for the carcinogens and hazard index of 1 for the other ones. So we also have done a local geographic approach that's called PATS, or Portland Air Toxic Solutions, and we've singled out 19 of those 52 air toxics to assess in the Portland metro area. So that is analogous a little bit to California's community-based work. It's also an effort to look at holistic effects of air toxics in the airshed, similarly to the way we do criteria pollutants. It's a very challenging thing to do, but that's the Portland Air Toxic Solutions effort. So we obviously have taken many actions to reduce air pollution over the years. For ozone, our main challenges have been in Portland and Medford to meet and maintain ozone standards. And we're starting to work this year in the Hermiston area, which is in the eastern part of the state. We've had elevated ozone levels in Hermiston. These are probably pollutants that move and precursors to ozone that are moving across the state boundaries to affect eastern Oregon and eastern Washington. We've also had really good success working in communities like Medford and Klamath Falls, Grants Pass, Lakeview, and LeGrand to come into compliance with fine particulate health standards. And a lot of these areas are very geographically challenged. They're in basins, and they have meteorology, which causes inversions. So pretty much any wood burning in those communities, which is the main cause of the problem, is going to cause continuous issues in those communities. For our visibility, regional haze, our plan and our work shows generally improving visibility trends across Oregon, although wildfires still impact visibility and health regularly. In air toxics, we've operated a clean diesel program since 2001. We've helped people get grants and assistance to change to cleaner engines. That has been our focus. We've also had recent successes in the Portland area working with local government to control wood smoke. And we're in the process of updating those 52 air toxics benchmarks. Our Air Toxics Science Advisory Committee is
loudly.
Okay. So we're in the middle of updating our benchmarks, and we hope to have those done soon. And we're also doing multiple assessments in the Portland area to follow up on moth screening. So here's a very basic diagram that shows how we're organized, the work we do. This is a diagram that also applies to water and our land quality and materials management work as well. In general, standards are set either by EPA. The state also sets some standards. We monitor and assess against those standards. We establish strategies. We do permitting and authorizing activities. If businesses need assistance, we help them comply with the regulations and programs. We do compliance and enforcement when needed. And this is basically the structure of our whole program. We're responsible for air quality in all parts of Oregon except for Lane County, where the Lane Regional Air Protection Agency has jurisdiction. And DQ does provide oversight of the Lane Regional Air Authority program. So our program is constantly evolving through better understanding of science, health effects, and impacts of pollution sources. We're also discovering more effective ways to reduce pollution. And as we've seen recently, we've identified some gaps in coverage of our program that provide opportunities to improve what we do. Does that sound okay? Okay, right. So here's a chart that shows the federal part of what we do in different categories, different types of pollutants and different programs, and the Oregon part of it. So both EPA and DEQ set pollution control standards in Oregon, and the state carries out federal requirements, and in many cases, then we go beyond federal law to further protect health and tailor programs the state needs. So under federal requirements, we implement health-based standards for pollutants like ozone and particulate. We develop emission reduction plans for airsheds that violate the standards. We take delegation of numerous federal technology standards, as Jill mentioned, the NESHAP. We're very thorough about the ones that we take. We take delegation of standards that apply to anything we have in the state that's under that standard. We implement them by including them in Title V permits for our largest facilities, that is the NESHAP, or in air contaminant discharge permits for medium and smaller facilities. Nationally, EPA has enacted requirements for cleaner cars and other engines, and regulations that decrease harmful emissions from gasoline and diesel fuels. In the STANDARD program, we have efforts that parallel and complement federal requirements. We help communities prevent violations of ozone and particulate standards, as I mentioned. We have a unique state air toxics program with air concentrations for the 52 benchmarks. Again, these are extremely protective levels. They're not standards, they're not enforceable standards, but they're levels that people could breathe for a lifetime without additional cancer that's beyond 1 in a million or experiencing the non-cancer health effects. We do monitoring for air toxics in communities statewide, and we compare the results to our benchmarks. We work with communities to understand and reduce air toxics. Our Clean Diesel program continues to strategize with government, business, and nonprofit partners on ways to speed the change to clean engines. The health-based permitting regulations, which are under development, will make our state-based approach to air toxics more complete. Oregon also goes beyond federal regulations by adopting and implementing the California Clean Car Standards, and we supported the electrical charging infrastructure statewide. We've also operated vehicle inspection and maintenance programs in Portland and Medford, and these ensure that existing vehicles operate as cleanly as possible. DEQ also has the several state programs to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in both the electricity sector and from transportation fuels. So here's just a chart really showing some examples of our permitting program, and Jill will get into this in a little more detail later, but just so you know, we do operate the state-only state-only permitting program and the federal program. And this gives you an idea of how many sources we have in each of those categories. The smallest sources are on the basic permits, the simplest sources, and it moves up in complexity as you move down the chart. We have the most facilities on general permits, and there's some examples of what those are: gasoline stations, dry cleaners, coffee roasters. And we have simple air contaminant discharge permits under the state program, a little bit larger facilities. Standard air contaminant discharge permits, these are fairly complex facilities. These are facilities that may take a limit on their potential to emit to avoid having the Title V or the federal permit. And there are Title V permits, our largest facilities, 110 of those at the time that we made this slide. We're somewhere still in that neighborhood. All right, so just a little bit about our state monitoring program. Monitoring lets us know about compliance with federal standards and also where we are with respect to our air toxics clean air goals or our benchmarks. Right now, we have about 45 air monitoring sites across the state. So some monitors are for single pollutants, and others monitor for multiple pollutants. In this map, the blue dots show annual sites where we monitor year-round, primarily for particulates like smoke and smog and some other air toxic sites. The red triangles on this map represent summer sites where we monitor for pollutants that peak in the summer, such as ozone and particulate from forest fires and agricultural burning. We operate 4 monitors to sample for the full spectrum of air toxics. And as part of the response to the Portland metals concerns that have come up recently, DEQ is currently running 11 short-term metals monitors in this area. We also use monitoring to inform communities about pollutant levels that could cause problems for people's health during forest fire episodes, and also during wintertime inversions or air stagnation, so people are asked to not burn their wood stoves. So now a little bit more detail about our air toxicity monitoring. This is really key to understanding emissions and potential health impacts. And in many ways, as I'm sure you all know, this is a very much an evolving science. Just in terms of DQ's work, we're moving more from the full spectrum air toxics monitor that looks at 100 plus chemicals, has many analytes, to a more targeted look where we might be just monitoring for metals or VOCs or certain compounds. We will still have the full spectrum monitors, they're very important, but now we're getting a little bit more efficient and strategic with our monitoring. So the photo on the upper left shows air toxics monitoring equipment at the long-term site in North Portland. This is all of the machines and all the methods needed for the full spectrum. That's why there's several boxes and things going on there. As you know, there's separate pieces of equipment for gases or metals. They're collected and analyzed very differently. So when we monitor for air toxics, there are many reasons for that. We do it to develop new methods and techniques to learn what monitoring can tell us. We were wishing that there were a really good way to monitor for diesel particulate. That's an example of something that we would like a new technique for. We do it to assess trends over time, and we do this with two longer-term EPA-funded monitors. We have one in Portland, in North Portland near Jefferson High School at North Rosemont, Portland being our largest city. And we also have a federally funded trend monitor in LeGrand, which is a smaller, more rural community in eastern Oregon. We do air toxics monitoring to survey and assess communities statewide. So we have conducted year-long assessment in Medford, Klamath Falls, and Hillsborough. We recently finished an assessment in North Portland of Swan Island, which is an industrial area, and we're currently doing an assessment in the Johnson Creek neighborhood of southeast Portland. We're also getting ready to start a monitor in the Rockwood neighborhood of Gresham, which is in Portland, in fall 2016. Like a lot of other states, we conduct special studies, and more of those as our capacity is increasing. We do this to support investigations. For example, the air toxics monitoring that we did in southeast Portland was part of a special study to identify sources of cadmium and a partnership with the U.S. Forest Service to use moss as an urban air pollution screening tool. We also have a special study going on now in the Dalles to monitor for naphthalene. Our technologies to monitor are improving, and tools like moss screening will help us place monitors in the future. We're really looking forward to being strategic on placement by being able to screen the whole state, either using lichens in the drier areas and mosses in the side of the Cascades. All right, so here's a map showing our progress meeting federal air standards, and as you know, we work across the state with communities to help them meet and maintain compliance. On this map, the green stars show success stories. These are communities where we've reduced emissions, the communities have reduced emissions. Usually local government does a lot of the work, the community has to pitch in. DEQ usually supports the process. We work with businesses and transportation planning agencies. And then they go into a phase where compliance has to be maintained. So we continue to work with these communities. The black triangles show areas currently in violation of the particulate standard. So you can see we have two locations right now. They're in that status. We have gray triangles on the map showing areas that exceed the particulate standard, but these are not yet officially in violation. EPA has not designated them as such. And in these places, we have an opportunity to do prevention planning, and we're working with them and the EPA to lower particulate and avoid the official designation. The white triangles are areas of current concern. These are places where recent levels have bumped above the standard, but not often enough to make a violation. So we're getting close, those concerns. DEQ is working with these communities to prevent future violations. So Burns and the Portland area have concerns with particulate, and as I mentioned, Intermus and concerns with ozone. Our communities status on meeting federal air standards is related to air toxics, because sources of particulate and ozone also produce many toxic air pollutants. So we know when we get a community like Klamath Falls into compliance with the particulate standard, we're also getting a reduction in benzene and naphthalene and the other chemicals that are emitted when you burn wood. So that's just an example. This chart just shows graphically how the particulate standard has become more stringent over the years, and it's gone from 150 micrograms per cubic meter down to the current 35 micrograms per cubic meter for a 24-hour measurement period. So this is why we keep getting new areas of concern in our state. It's a good thing, though, that we're getting more and more protective of public health. All right, so moving on a little bit more about our toxics program, just getting into a little more detail on that. Air toxics come from many sources around the state, the majority of which are also criterion pollutant emitters, or they make precursors to ozone. And in our state, what we see generally is that people are exposed to the most risk from sources such as wood burning or mobile sources such as gasoline and diesel engines. This is where the bulk of the risk comes. However, we also know that for people living close to industrial facilities, these emissions can also cause unwanted and unacceptable increases in health risk. So we've recently seen this from our new information about art glass facilities, and that has triggered our action in the regulatory overhaul. Here is our program structure for air toxics. This chart shows the elements of our program. In purple, we implement the federal standards, which I mentioned. We take on delegation for the NESHAP. We administer that through permitting. In green, we use our current state risk-based permitting program, our current risk-based state program where we have benchmarks and we look at geographic areas. We adopted this in 2003. And in blue, they're the federal engineered fuel standards, and it shows where we've gone beyond that program, and we've opted into emission standards for cleaner vehicles, and we continue to work on diesel emission reductions. So one thing we know is that implementing the federal standards over the years has resulted in very significant reductions for air toxics statewide. I think this has happened nationally. We've seen the federal rules really take a big bite out of those emissions. And that is true in our state as well. And it covers a spectrum of medium and smaller facilities, as well as the NESHAP have gone down to lower levels and smaller sizes. In the past 5 years, EPA air toxic standards have also applied to these smaller facilities in our state, requiring controls at dry cleaners, auto body shops, metal plating facilities, and others. And so we partner with industry associations to provide technical assistance to hundreds of smaller facilities each year. To supplement our engine programs and the permitting program, DT uses our geographic approach, and we do this to assess and solve problems in communities. So I mentioned Portland Air Toxic Solutions. This is our first project working with a community to identify and make plans to reduce air toxics from the sources causing the most risk. And under this program, we did modeling, we looked at facilities and pollutants that were driving risk, and we came up with plans to reduce those emissions. And that includes recommendations for wood burning, diesel engines, gasoline cars, and trucks and metal facilities. We also consider actions under our Oregon program to reduce emissions statewide. This is also known as a source category approach. And we've taken a few source category approaches. Clean diesel engines is one of them. It's kind of an ongoing effort. We also have a program called Heat Smart, which requires removal of an old, dirty wood stove, a home seal. So that's us making, well, there's actually state law that required it. So we went on and made state regulations to administer this program. And in terms of gasoline fueling, we've actually taken a more stringent approach than the federal NESHAP. The federal NESHAP required vapor control when the underground storage tanks were being loaded for facilities of a certain size, and Oregon, to better control benzene and other components of the gasoline vapors, we brought it down to a lower level, so we're more inclusive than the federal standard. We go down to smaller facilities. We also have something called no topping off, which means that the attendant is asked to stop fueling your car once the nozzle clicks off and not keep putting the fuel in. This eliminates drips and spills, which when we looked at modeling, we saw that was a main route of emissions and exposure to people nearby. All right, so I'm going to move on. I just want to say a few things about the metals and moss study. I know folks locally in the region probably heard a lot about this study just through the news media. I'm not sure how closely everybody else has been following it, and I know we have people from out of the region and other states. So this was a very interesting and really revealing opportunity that we had. When we did the Portland Air Toxic Solutions study, we did modeling, and we included cadmium and arsenic, a few other metals, lots of other pollutants. But when we did our modeling, we noticed that the modeled levels of cadmium and arsenic were lower than what we were getting in our monitors. So, for instance, the Portland North Roselawn air toxics monitor was showing levels that were above, and that told us that we were missing something in our emission inventory for the Portland model. And one of the recommendations that came out of the Portland Air Toxic Solutions project was to follow up on those metals, especially cadmium, which is kind of an odd pollutant to have in an urban area. Arsenic does come from fuels and from stationary sources, but cadmium was really a mystery to us. And after the Portland Air Toxic Solutions project recommendations came out in 2012, DEQ took several steps looking at monitoring and facilities. We looked at business records, databases to try to understand where could this additional unaccounted cadmium have been coming from. So we did that for about a year. In 2013, we could not figure it out based on the data we had. We had a recommendation internally that we needed to do more monitoring, but where were we going to place the monitor? At that point, we knew that cadmium could be coming from any number of facilities. It could be coming from platers, metals facilities. We knew about glass. It could be potentially coming from glass, although we haven't tracked that down yet. So we weren't sure. And fortunately, that was when the U.S. Forest Service came to us. Actually, I got a phone call from one of the principal researchers saying, hey, we were interested in doing some urban moss work, and we hear you have a data set. We hear you did modeling work in Portland. We also know you have some monitors. Can you give us your data, and we'd like to collaborate and do a project. And so we said, excellent. We would love to share this with you. We share our Portland Air Toxics assessment data with as many people as we can, actually. And we asked the moss researchers, can you also please help us track down the sources of cadmium and arsenic if you can? So we asked them to make sure they hadn't decided what to analyze yet for. They were originally starting out on CAH, which is a transportation pollutant. So we said, please include metals, and they did, and it was a great collaboration. The study on the upper left shows one of the researchers getting moss from a tree. The moss behaves like a sponge to the pollutants that is not in contact with the ground, but absorbs things from the air, from moisture, and from particulate. And as you can see, they take it, they clean it, they analyze it, and then they were able to make a map, initial map of concentration levels for cadmium. And they also did arsenic as well. And the link there is a link to their paper if you're interested in looking at it. Then, if you move down to, is this a pointer as well? Yeah. So this is the first stage. The second stage here, they were able to do a statistically quite sophisticated map. This is a map of the cadmium concentrations in moss in the Portland area. and it was showing proximity of the higher levels, the red and the yellow, near the art glass facilities. These were facilities that we, one of them was permitted under federal NESHAP actually, but just for arsenic and its dry mixing, and really the kilns weren't regulated. So what it told us is the metals were near the glass facilities, and these other circles are other facilities that we thought they were permitted and they could be emitting cadmium, but they weren't, according to the model. We went ahead and we placed a monitor near the largest of the art glass facilities, and several months later we got results back, and they were much higher than any results we'd seen at our regular full spectrum air monitors. For cadmium, about 50 times above our benchmark, which was really enough for us to have concern. We immediately consulted with the Oregon Health Authority and went into a process of analysis and communication, talking with people, having lots of meetings, and realizing that we needed to do more to fill this gap in our permitting program, because we had a facility that was complying with federal rules, yet we had emissions nearby to the source that were of great concern for for public health. So that's just a very short background on what prompted the work that we're doing right now. And so that situation where we identified metals emissions at levels of concern is illustrated in this diagram. This roughly shows the gap that we're experiencing in the state. If you think of this shape as containing all the toxic air pollutants in the state, and the areas that are covered by the colors show coverage by our regulatory programs, state and federal regulatory programs. So in the middle, federal air toxics regulations, which are technology-based, have a residual risk phase to deal with additional risk. They have substantial emission reductions, but they are generic. They are meant for whole categories of industry. They don't require us to look at a facility with specifics. They don't say you have to look at fence line risk or risk to people nearby. They do a good job. They don't do an extremely good job on a small scale. So the green ring here is our Oregon Air Toxics program. This is where we do additional work on source categories like heat smart and gasoline fueling and other categories that come up. It also includes our geographically based program. So in the Portland area, we've been able to reduce wood smoke and concomitantly reduce air toxics. And also, we're working with planning agencies to reduce local source emissions and diesel emissions. Again, it doesn't cover everything. So the outer ring is the gap. These are the emissions that we would like to better address through regulation and other programs. Right, so I know you've probably seen where we are in our rulemaking process, but I just want to include one or two process slides. We're at this phase right now of our Cleaner Air Oregon program, in our regulatory overhaul. We've had a couple of webinars, and now we're in the technical work group. And we will be having a policy forum, an advisory committee, and there will be a notice period, and eventually we'll get to our goal of the rulemaking. So just a final slide. I mentioned we're taking a multi-pollutant look at our work right now, and this is actually a good news story that the work we do on various sources hit in multiple categories of pollutants that we're interested in, and I know this will continue. When we look at building a new permitting program for air toxics, we also want to think about pollution prevention and really innovative ways that we can deal with multiple pollutants. All right, that's it for the air quality overview. Are there any questions?
Ed, do you have a question for us?
I do. I have a point of clarification from the federal perspective, and then a question for you, Sarah. Those who are familiar with the Clean Air Act, Congress actually did not do us any big favors when they wrote the act. From an air toxic perspective, for those who are familiar with it, the emission inventories for criteria pollutants were mandatory in the act. toxics they were not. This is the equivalent of saying, okay, IRS, I want you to collect taxes from everybody, but you can't figure out how much they make. I mean, it's a huge gap. And so we're at the mercy, pretty much, of state programs, such as yours and other states to use your data and fill that gap. And hopefully at some point in the future that will change and Congress will correct this issue. My question to you is, from that, I know your little Venn diagram kind of showed some of the gaps in there and all that. From that slide you showed earlier that had the different types of permits and the number of permits in each level, which one of those do you actually collect an inventory on and which is mandatory to collect emissions from those permits themselves?
We do the inventory for all of these categories, and there are different levels of reporting from the facility required in the permits. I know there's more, the larger the permit you have, the more you're required to report, but DEQ does estimate emissions from all of those sources. Do you have something to add, Joe?
Criteria pollutants.
For criteria pollutants. Oh, right.
The question is toxics, right?
Yeah, the question is toxics. Okay. And sometimes, we can derive toxics from the criteria pollutants using emission factors. So it's all connected. But yes, we have limited reporting on air toxics. Yeah, requires way more work from us to understand what's going on at the facility to apply the emission factors. But that's the process we go through.
Who other members have? Go ahead, Ian.
So I have a lot of thoughts, comments, questions, and so if people want to stop me and interrupt, please do. This is very helpful for me to hear some of this background and what you all are doing. I'll just start walking through as I made some notes here. You mentioned the benchmark concentration, Oregon ambient benchmark concentration, and you said that those are set at a level of 1 per million cancer risk or a hazard index of 1 or non-cancer. Can you walk through a little bit what are the requirements if there is an exceedance?
Okay, so I did mention that our benchmarks are goals and not directly enforceable standards, and they're extremely valuable to us. Before we had them, we adopted them in 2006 initially. Our whole program came into place in 2003. This program structure required us to convene an Air Toxic Science Advisory Committee, who then worked on developing these benchmark concentrations. So we use them as evaluation tools, so we can, prior to that, we had to look federally and state, nationally, really, to find different levels for comparison. And in 2006, there wasn't really a uniform group of chemicals that we can compare to. The committee relies a lot on IRIS levels and California levels, actually. And where those aren't available, we'll look at the best, most scientifically defensible other levels from other states or internationally in some cases. So those benchmarks, in addition to being like measurement tools for us and assessment tools, they're also process triggers. So in looking at geographic areas around the state, we use the benchmarks to try to understand how far above the benchmarks are we for different communities, and then our rules have us focus in on the community with the highest risk. So we chose Portland to do community assessment. Our first most complicated assessment was on our largest community because we had the most risk here based on comparison to our benchmarks. So they're used that way, and then in a local plan like we have in Portland, we use the benchmarks again and say, it's high priority to be more than 10 times above the benchmark, and we're trying to make progress towards the benchmarks over time. That's basically how they're used. And they're annual averages. They're not short-term. They're not 24-hour or anything less than annual. They're meant to be compared to annual monitoring or annual modeling.
Okay, that actually helps. I'm curious if it was, are these goals, are they required far is probably the wrong word. Are the goals set for where the monitors are located, or does it also include a modeling component as well?
No, it's not specific to any measurement. It's a concentration. So you could compare monitoring values to it, or you could compare monitoring values.
Part of the reason I'm asking this is one thing that California does may or may not be helpful for what you all are doing. We actually have a state-level criteria pollutant requirements books that we have, for example, on the typical criteria pollutants of ozone and particulate matter. We actually have our own state levels, but we've also expanded the list of criteria pollutants to some toxics like vinyl chloride, hydrogen sulfide, that sort of thing. It's not a very long list, but it's longer than the federal criteria pollutant list, and we have some statutory requirements to try to reduce those as quickly as feasible. Crafting that language, it takes a lot of work, but it's a different tool that can be used if there's specific pollutants of concern.
When you're looking at community and ambient levels, not site-specific levels.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Next, I have a question for you, Ian. How does South Coast compare with number of monitors to the Portland area in the state?
I don't have the number off the top of my head as far as the toxics monitoring. We do, for our permanent monitors, we have 5-ish that are permanent in our region. Our region encompasses about 10,000 square miles, which is smaller than Oregon, but I believe it's smaller than Oregon, but still big. But we do a lot, probably more special studies monitoring, focusing on individual facilities and really targeting individual facilities for shorter periods of time, in addition with our multiple air toxics exposure study that we do every few years. We also deploy 10 or so monitors for a year-long period in specific communities and focused on toxics monitoring, and that happens periodically.
For perspective, this is Gary from Washington State. Washington State has one permanent toxics monitor located in the Seattle area, and then there's been community-based studies that have gone on for year-long periods that have been undertaken by local air authorities, usually for a one-year period, usually by obtaining a grant from EPA to fund the monitoring for that duration.
I had two questions for you, Sarah. This is Chuck Lambert. One of them was, you mentioned full spectrum air toxics for the monitoring stations. Can you give me some idea as to what that covers? Is that the 52 that you have standards for, or is that a smaller subset, or how is that?
No, it's a larger subset of everything that could be analyzed from an air toxics monitor. So the VOCs, metals, pH, aldehydes, that, everything that you could collect. Yeah. So I know it's over 150 potential analytes, and maybe even more than that for some laboratories. Yeah.
And the other question I had is that you mentioned that your Oregon ambient standards are based on both IRIS and OEHA, and I wondered how you dealt with situations where the numbers were different and had been developed in different time periods, things like that.
Right. Well, we actually have somebody who's up next who can talk to that a little bit more, but I'll tell you in general, I've helped with the committee. I'm not the expert on this. The group uses hierarchy, basically, of available information, and if there's disagreement, they look at the data to find it. Am I right, David?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Through APSEC.
It's through APSEC. It's for our Air Toxic Science Advisory Committee. So we have a group of experts, volunteers that have put in a lot of time looking at these benchmark concentrations and looking for the best data for which to support them.
Sarah, I have a question on your summer fire monitors. Do you run metals from those, for example?
I don't think we do run metals. I think it's just particulate. Yeah.
But you could take those and speciate them if you wanted.
If we collected filters interesting. Most of them are the more real-time particulate samplers or the nephelometers where information comes in and you can quickly give a community feedback about, it's dangerous to go out, you need to move out of the area, whatever it is you recommend for people to do. If we were to collect filters, then we could do some metals work on them.
That's something you might be interested in adding in the future, or the reason I asked the question is because particularly cadmium, we have a lot of cadmium sources we worry about, but fires are one of the big ones. And when we have the kind of fires we've had over the last couple of years in parts of Oregon, if we could run that data, it might be very, very helpful.
Thanks. That's a very good idea. I'll take that back to our lab folks.
Marcia, can you just expound upon that, like why you're suggesting that fires are a large contributor to cadmium?
Sure. As people know, cadmium is a natural inhabitant of the Earth's crust, but it is also particularly high in volcanic areas. So we have higher levels of cadmium in our rock areas, in our soil areas that are derived from volcanics. And the result of that is that trees are maybe not as adept as leafy green vegetables are at taking up cadmium, but they do take up cadmium, and so we can reduce that significant amount when we burn timber. And while wood burning is something everybody's worried about from wood burning stoves, we haven't always really thought about what we're releasing and how big that burden might be from forests.
Thank you. Other questions for Sarah? Go ahead.
Sure. Thinking about, I think you mentioned on the diesel particulate matter monitoring. How do you monitor for that? That's a particular technical challenge. I can say what we've done for, again, this multiple aerotoxics exposure study or MATE study. We've looked at this several times through the years of trying to figure out what's the right approach. I'll refer you to those studies for the details. We have a lot of information in those appendices on how we ended up doing it. For our most recent MATE study, we looked at the ratio of elemental carbon to diesel particulate matter in the inventory. We also have done a chemical mass balance analysis. We looked at black carbon. We looked at a number of different ways to try to get it. Our most recent assessment was using the EC, DPN inventory, and then flowing up through the analysis. A quick follow-up question to that, I guess I'm not sure, is diesel particulate matter on its own considered a toxic compound in Oregon?
Yes, it is. We have a benchmark for diesel particulate matter, and our Aerotoxic Science Advisory Committee is currently working on finalizing a new recommendation for diesel particulate matter.
Special question. So of those 52 benchmarks that we're monitoring for, how many have we seen current exceedance of, and when they are exceeded, what is our protocol for reduction at this point?
Well, that's kind of a large question, and I may want to come back with more information about that. I think it might be good to show some monitoring and modeling data for the whole state so that the committee can see where we are with relation to all of those benchmarks. So in general, when we do monitoring, we see levels of above 52 for which we have benchmarks. We see maybe 6 to 10. It depends on the community. It will always depend on where you are. And for modeling and monitoring, we see the same ones again and again. We see benzene and diesel particulate, formaldehyde. There's a handful that's always high and way up there, pH always. And then if you move into a community that has metals emissions, like the Portland area, you'll see those. You won't see them in other places. And the levels that we see monitored and modeled, they range from maybe 2 to 3 times above our benchmark if they're above, like hovering around the level, and they can go up as high as 10 to 20. That's generally the range. Diesel particulate is much higher than that. Does that answer your question? You asked me also what do we do about it. Well, we have our geographic approach. It's challenging. It's really challenging to address their topics. Yeah.
The answer to that is what we're doing here today.
Correct.
I will note that maybe one of our bike rack opportunities is to capture the benchmark data in some sort of visual form for the committee or work group, and I'll ask Lucy to capture that so we can make sure we can do on that front if that's acceptable to the group. Are there other questions? I see we've gone past our break time. Oh, well, go ahead, Ted. No. Is there? Oh, Cynthia, come on.
Hi, sir. So I saw you mentioned that the average concentration time that you used is at time. I'm sure some of you is going to talk about this one, but can you just tell us about the hourly or the day average to rate was not used or not considered?
So the question is why, when we set our regulations for benchmarks, why do we focus on an annual concentration rather than something of a different time frame? Yeah, well, really at the time we were working on our program regulations, the science was not very evolved in this, and we had our monitoring data was on annual average, and modeling data was usually on annual basis too, especially the National Air Toxics Assessment. So at the time we thought, all right, we're going to focus on annual concentrations because we know there are lower levels of these causing longer term risk. So the majority of the chemicals are in that category. So that was really our starting point and as an assessment tool. And I think other states do look at it the same way. And we did not have a program to address levels closer to a facility where you might see shorter term, higher levels or spikes. So it was really, it came out of what we knew, what we thought we could do at the time, and the way our program was structured. But now we are very aware that when we looked at the programs, we've seen shorter term levels, and also we've been analyzing 24-hour levels for metals in the Portland area, and working with Oregon Health Authority, they've had to develop kind of interim levels to compare those two. So we're very aware at this point that other time frames are important. So that's how it came about. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I believe Ian has one last question, and we'll take a break after this question is addressed and come back afterwards. But go ahead.
I just want to bring up two quick notes. Just I think for folks here, you mentioned that the model was under-predicting the monitor when looking at cadmium and arsenic. I'm just going to, that's not really a question, just one thing to say, that's not an uncommon issue. We deal with that frequently. That's one of the reasons to do monitoring, to make sure that you're actually capturing it. But it's a common diagnostic tool. So I just want to leave folks with the impression that it's unique here and it's a unique problem and something that happens elsewhere. The only last thing is on your last slide, you showed this idea, and you've talked about this many times, about a multi-pollutant strategy and looking at some sort of joint efforts and all that. One thing I noted that your greenhouse gas checkbox is not checked on the smoke controls. While particulate matter and black carbon is not a greenhouse gas, it is a climate-forcing compound, and so if you're trying to address climate change, that's actually, you get a lot of bang for your buck on that. So
thanks for pointing that out. I need to update this chart to include climate forcing along with greenhouse gases because we are very aware of the effects that black carbon have from diesel and wood smoke. So this definitely needs to be changed.
I think at this point we're going to break. It's 11 o'clock. We'll take a 15-minute break if we could ask everybody to be back 11:15. We're a little behind schedule, but I think we can make up some time on our 101.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, boy. Yeah, okay, that's good.
No, mine is a good question. Yeah, we did. We've been trying to analyze it. Probably not do that because I just don't have a very So I'll talk with David to see how, I don't think he has that many slides. Okay, I know people well in the title. Okay. I will invite them. I will do that. And, you know, they're not retired. You know, when you live that far out, I'm sort of like the other streets, you know, people who don't take them around. They're very negative. Things I did truly
it'll all be in the background, and watch it later.
Right, yeah, so I'm not quite sure when, but our webpage now has all the elected Well, yeah, that's what we were doing.
I do. Oh, you know her? Tell her.
Sounds like we have a similar background.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
My grad oh, okay. Where are you located? Okay. I'm Venice. Okay. I'm from First Court. In Southwest Cat. Well, it's a sort of fly. If I had to take 2 planes?
I apologize, I'm a bad facilitator being late for my calling of our 15-minute break, 1 minute over. So we're going to be back on track, and I'll let John, yes. For next part of the agenda, we're going to hear from Dave Farrar with Oregon Health Authority. And Dave served on the OPSEC committee from December 2009 through 2013. Public health toxicologist for the Oregon Health Authority. So really familiar with the program and the issues that we're currently discussing and facing here currently. So he has 8 years of experience working on human health assessment, risk communication, and production of public health assessment documents for the general public. He has an MS and PhD in toxicology from the University of Rochester. So we're great company, and I appreciate the presentation.
Great. So before I start with my presentation, I thought it would be, there were a lot of questions about the ambient benchmark concentrations, and I thought I might just describe a little bit like how that process works, actually being on the committee that sets those. So it's a volunteer committee. I'm on it as the representative from the Oregon Health Authority, and then there's also some academic toxicologists and some people with expertise in monitoring and like atmospheric chemistry. And the process generally is that when we're getting ready to meet, we decide which chemicals we're going to evaluate, and we'll sort of divvy them up among pairs. So, 2 people will, a pair of 2 will take a couple of chemicals, and we generally come prepared to the meeting with kind of a word table that has the different risk-based concentrations that different jurisdictions have developed. And then along with the underpinnings of those numbers. So it'll have like whatever the point of departure was, what the critical study was, what the species tested was, what the critical effect was in that thing, and the date. The date that number became valid. We'll also put in like what the uncertainty factors were, whether it was a low well or a no well or a benchmark dose, and what the uncertainty factors. And then when we get to the meeting, 2 people who are assigned to those chemicals will sort of present their table to the rest of the group and with a proposal for which of these numbers derived by other jurisdictions actually use. And sometimes the decider is like the recency of the science. If one of them is based on a newer toxicological study, sometimes it's based on the quality of the critical study that was used. So I don't know, do people want to talk more or ask more about that before I go into the...
That's a great question for the work group. Is there any questions about that particular process before we get into the rest of kind of the Oregon overview?
Well, I'm just curious, is that the process that you envision moving forward from now?
That process is very thorough. I think it's a rigorous scientific process. The drawback to it is that it takes a long time. So it's a volunteer committee. We think we're doing pretty awesome when we cover like 5 chemicals in one meeting, and we meet once a month. So I just have I'm concerned, I guess, that the AdSec couldn't move fast enough to get a bunch of risk-based concentrations that we don't already have. And that gets to the same question about the short-term benchmarks. The committee has considered developing short-term benchmarks. We started looking at a way to mathematically derive a short-term benchmark from a long-term benchmark so that we could just do them all at once. And we really just decided that there's not a good enough scientific basis for that, especially when you're trying to crunch like a lifetime cancer risk into like a 24-hour number. Like it just wasn't. So what it would take is like a case-by-case sort of review of all the other jurisdictions' short-term numbers the same way that we do with the long-term benchmarks, which would be like a doubling of the, we have 52 benchmarks and now we have 104 benchmarks to develop. So that's really been the issue. I think the AdSec the committee overall wasn't opposed to having short-term benchmarks. It became clear that the process of the AdSec would take a long time to develop enough short-term benchmarks for all the chemicals. Yeah.
So while you evaluate all the potential key studies, what are the criteria which you use? Especially, do you use, you might cover it, but probably just ask you up front, is this you usually take into consideration only the peer-reviewed studies and the studies from NTP like that, or you also include the studies that is not peer-reviewed or that's been published in different languages other than English? Because those are things which we usually debate a lot within the agency, because that actually changes quite a lot if you take the studies from different countries as well as the things. That dramatically changes the values as well. Maybe you might talk, but I'm just throwing it out.
Yeah, that is not part of my presentation, so I will answer it up front. So far we've never used a critical study that was written in a language other than English. That's one question, but they've always been peer-reviewed. So, and part of that is because our hierarchy is first is IRIS, OEHA, and also the APSDR. Those are the kind of the 3 major sources that we look to. And so far we haven't come across an example where one of those 3 agencies have used a study that wasn't peer-reviewed. I guess what I'm saying is we've never derived our own value from our own primary review of literature. So we've always been looking at the reviews done by those agencies and sort of just and reviewing the critical studies that they selected and comparing them across the agencies. And then sometimes it comes down to, a lot of times they'll all use the same critical study and apply different uncertainty factors. So then there's just a bit, which that kind of comes down to a policy decision, really, which uncertainty factors should be applied, given that it's they're all based on the same critical primary tox study. So.
Can I just add a little bit to that? I'm the PQ lead for the AdSec.
Okay, can we have you come to the microphone?
Oh. I'm Sue McMillan, the PQ lead for the AdSec, and I just wanted to say we charge the committee to use, based on limited resources and time, to use established organizations or other sources of numbers only. And sometimes they'll go back and look at the original studies from those numbers, but we don't have the time or the resources to let them do the primary study that David just suggested.
Right. Thank you. I mean, this brought us to the next question. Let's say if an organization has established a value, probably many times it's 10, 20 years ago, for a specific pollutant, and you found by yourself there is a study published in the PubMed or somewhere like 2 or 3 years ago, that is not peer reviewed. Maybe that is peer reviewed, but that's my question goes.
Right, but it hasn't been. So it's a peer reviewed study that's been put out since the last review by the agency whose numbers were selected from. Is that what you mean, right? Yeah. So so far our process has been to not include those kinds of studies. So sometimes it'll push the balances between two numbers. Two agencies have the same critical study, but one has an extra uncertainty factor, and the other one doesn't. And we have maybe this new study sort of indicates that it might be more toxic than we thought. We might go with the agency that used an additional uncertainty factor, but and essentially, I mean, the reason for this kind of limited review is because of the nature of the volunteer committee. To do the kind of primary review, it does take a lot of resources, which you know as someone who makes those kinds of numbers. We have all, yeah.
Thank you. I'll stop there. Thank you.
And again, can you hear me through here? Yeah. I would ask if we have other DQ staff, and again, thank you for coming up and helping us to come and use this microphone so we don't have to displace the technical work. Thank you, Marjorie, for talking space. But if this microphone is working well enough, let's ask DQ staff to come over here. I'll leave it on and just use that for further input. Thank you.
And so you know, like the presentation this afternoon is going to be really focused on the risk-based concentration, like how they're set. And some of that discussion we're going to have to move to the July meeting just because we realized that there were a lot of questions posed to the work group. So we'll do as many as we can. But I think a lot more of that discussion about how we will do it in the future is going to be part of the questions we ask probably in the July meetings.
I think it'd be great to make sure we capture that on the bike rack. So Lucy, in terms of noting that that's one of the things we'll want to make sure we track. Thank you.
And if we're ahead of schedule, maybe we can do it today also. But that'll be in the afternoon when we're more tired.
Ted or Gary, did you guys have comments? Or are you going to hold on?
Okay.
No, I could wait till this afternoon to bring up what I was going to bring up. I think it'll probably fit better then.
Okay, so I think this may be very fast, and maybe more for the benefit of the audience than maybe for the work group, because a lot of you either are toxicologists or are good friends with toxicologists. So this is kind of like a Tox 101. And so the first question. I had the same trouble with the last time I used this. I'm pushing the right button, aren't I?
Matt, can you just do this? There we go.
That's a good surprise slide. I like this. I like the font. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is basically what I'll be talking about. Just an overarching, like, why does public health care about air quality? And really, because the reason is because of toxicology, the effects of these chemicals on human health. The next three are kind of about toxicology. So the dose makes poison, duration and frequency of exposure, and timing of exposure, and then vulnerable populations. Okay, so next slide. So this study, this is a short answer about why we care about air quality and public health is because air pollution kills people. The World Health Organization estimates that globally over 800,000 people die per year from the effects of air pollution. And this study was published in the Journal of American Medical Association in 2013, and it found that, if you click this slide once, found that ambient particulate matter pollution was ranked number 8 out of 17 leading factors, risk factors for death, and ambient ozone pollution was ranked number 15. And so these are criteria pollutants and not air toxics. But we also know that a leading cause of death in developed countries in the United States and in Oregon is cancer, and a lot of air toxics contribute to overall cancer risk. So, so air pollution can kill people. And then next slide. This one talks about how it can also make people sick. So this is from the same study showing that particulate matter and ozone ranked 10th and 17th as risk factors for percent disability adjusted life years in 2010. So again, these are worldwide numbers. Can you click the, there you go. So these disability adjusted life factors, life year factors sort of measures the sum of 2 components, the years of life lost and years of life with a disability. So it's not just that it can kill you, but it's also a risk factor for disability and less quality of life.
Hey, David, just before you go on, I think that it's just interesting to point out that you look at all of these other factors, and most of these are personal decisions and life choices or things that you can't affect. What we're dealing with are just the 2 that we can regulate in industrial. So it's of interest.
Yeah. Okay. So next slide. So this is the classic dose response curve. All toxicologists and friends of toxicologists know what it is. The dose makes the poison is the theme, right? So if you take one aspirin, or one Tylenol, it can cure your headache, and if you take a bottle of Tylenol, it can destroy your liver. So I think it makes sense to most people. So the idea being that each dot is some observed effect in a study. Along the x-axis is the increasing dose, and the y-axis is the percent response. And so what we're looking for in a quantitative dose-response relationship is some threshold or some threshold where no effect is observed. And so that's where the lowest observable adverse effect level, that's the lowest dose where something was observed, and then the no observable adverse effect level is the highest dose where nothing was observed. So that's kind of the basis of setting risk-based concentrations. So next slide. I really like this one. It's complicated, but toxicologists especially like this slide, and I like it. So you start on the left with the air concentration, and whether or not that contaminant in the air gets into your bloodstream is determined by the bioavailability, and then also by uptake rate versus elimination rate. So there's always stuff coming in and always stuff going out, and the balance between the uptake and the elimination results in your internal dose. Okay, so and this first section is in the category we call toxicokinetics. So that's how much of the chemical is where, when, where does it go? Now, once you have, so if your elimination rate is significantly less than your uptake rate, then you have bioaccumulation, meaning that over time you're building up more and more of an internal dose of that particular contaminant. So once you have an internal dose, then you start to have injury if it's there for long enough and at a high enough concentration. And so again, there's a balance between the injury rate and the rate of recovery. So we all have lots of redundant systems in our bodies to repair damage, and that differs from person to person. Some people have a lot of capacity to recover and repair damage, and some people have less. The balance between those two ends up in your sort of net injury, and that injury is what is can ultimately lead to the clinical disease, or the effect that you see, the way that you feel, or the way that your disease state, whether it be some cancer effect or a non-cancer effect. Okay, next slide. So because of that, there's that balance between rates, uptake and elimination, and damage and recovery. Timing is important. So it can be Timing can mean the duration of an excursion above some health threshold. It can be the frequency of those excursions. It can be and it can be the height if it's high enough, if the excursion is high enough. I just explained the graph first. So time is along the x-axis, and the air concentration is along the y. So this red line is kind of, this is meant to, in this case especially, to sort of indicate a chronic or an annual average benchmark concentration. So for that line, you want to be comparing the average, the average concentration against this red line. And so the question is, if you have a long-term benchmark like this, do these kinds of spikes mean something? And whether or not they mean something can depend on how high the excursion is above the benchmark, how long you're above that threshold, and how much time you have in between. So how much recovery time there is between the spikes. And then another thing to consider is that a lot of times a short-term effect is going to have a different endpoint than the long-term effect. So many air toxics increase risk of overall lung cancer, let's say cancer over a lifetime, but they can also cause lung irritation. But the threshold is different, right? So it takes a lot more of a chemical to cause lung irritation than it does to have a subtle and overall lifetime cancer risk. So this is important for the discussion this afternoon, and sort of to set the stage with a conversation about whether or not we should have short-term, how important it is to have short-term risk-based concentrations for a regulatory program. Okay, next. This is about the other thing that makes a difference about how whether or not an effect occurs from a toxic exposure is who you are, right? Because people are different. And looking at this graph, along the x-axis, this is the same dose. So all of these people have the same body weight normalized dose. But there's this spectrum of how extreme the response is. Some people have a really severe reaction, and some people are very resistant. So, so the people on this end can take a lot more of the dose without having any adverse effect. While some people are very sensitive, and with any population, there's usually some kind of normal distribution, and so most of the people are kind of in the middle. And the goal with, I think, with regulation or air quality is we want to be protective we want to be as protective as we can of the. We want to include as many people as possible, which means, trying to set the goal over here. So we're protecting the most vulnerable, the sensitive individuals. So one type of vulnerability is sensitivity. So same people getting the same dose, having different reactions. And then next slide talks a little bit about exposure also. So some people are also more likely to get a higher dose because of who they are. So things that make you more vulnerable are your age. So the very young, the very elderly, immunocompromised, people with organ transplants. And the pregnant and breastfeeding is important because that again comes back to the timing of the exposure, right? So people in these categories are going through pretty critical developmental stages, and if you have a toxic insult at the wrong moment, then kind of the timing of that exposure can be almost as important as the magnitude or the amount of the exposure. And a small change during that developmental stage can cause a trajectory change for that person long after the exposure is over. Other things that can affect vulnerability are enzymatic deficiencies. A good example that I've been learning about and talking a lot about lately is the glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase enzyme, that if you don't have enough of that enzyme, you're more sensitive to naphthalene and the hemolytic anemia that's caused by naphthalene. Genetic makeup can make a difference in how sensitive you are. And then these last two really there's both exposure and sensitivity that's involved, right? Because subsistence means that maybe someone's dependent on a specific population of fish for food, and maybe that population of
So if you're really dependent eating a lot more of that food than everybody else, then you're getting a much higher dose of mechanism than everybody else, making you more vulnerable. And then socioeconomic status makes a big difference as well. I mean, one example, and that's where things like environmental justice come into play. You can click to the next slide. So oftentimes the cheapest property is nearest highways, nearer sources of air pollution. So, and people who are in a lower socioeconomic status oftentimes are more likely to be malnourished, which reduces their resilience to toxics. So it's this kind of worst-case scenario where the people who are most exposed are also have the least resilience biologically to repair damage. So that's the bulk of my presentation, and I wrote my whole presentation. So not just the bulk of it.
Okay, thank you, Dave. So obviously, again, thank you for the work group's forbearance and letting us cover ground you know really well. But I think it is help again, as I said, and I think we all it sparks some thoughts for you right now before we will get even further into it this afternoon, just in terms of thematic or opportunities for us to capture that will build towards other maybe richer conversations in the future. Anyone want to dive in again?
Not one to keep my mouth shut. So I'm not a toxicologist. Certainly, I have friends who are. I say that lovingly. So I think one of the things, just thinking on I know this is a technical working group, so I guess thinking on the implementation side a little bit, one of the things that I think has been helpful for our risk-based permitting program and looking at our existing sources. The work the toxicology and all the work that's done here is absolutely critical to everything we do. We rely on it wholeheartedly, but I think it's very helpful for us to leave all the decision making and all the science and all of this aspect out of individual facility permit decisions as much as possible. I think it's been very helpful that there's enough areas to have maybe disagreements or areas to try to explore, what is an appropriate permitting decision. But this scientific aspect to it is in detail very technical, and it requires a lot of consideration. A lot of work needs to be done, but making those decisions on an individual facility basis, or even allowing those sorts of decisions on an individual facility basis, it can present some additional challenges.
Yeah, would you like to?
Yeah, just real quick. You may get into this this afternoon, David. You mentioned you're going through about 5 pollutants a month or so, and from a national perspective, we have about 140 or so chemicals that we actually have benchmarks for from out of the 187, 188 apps that are out there. So that would take you about 2 or 3 years to get through that list.
Right.
How far are you, first of all, how far along are you guys? Have you been meeting for like umpteen years? So you pretty much have a good. And number 2, you mentioned different time periods of exposure. And once again, I'm not a toxicologist. I didn't even stay in a Holiday Inn Express. But there's immunogenicity factors. EPA applies to a lot of pollutants where you have early life exposures and stuff like that. We apply a factor of 1.6, I think it is. Are you considering that as well? And if this is too much detail for now, then correct me, and we can park it or get it later.
Yeah, so the sort of schedule for ATSAC is originally, so we didn't attempt to get like all air toxics to have benchmarks. We prioritized them based on like their use in Oregon, what we knew about, how common or how abundant they are in Oregon. So those 52, that list of 52 was sort of set as the whole goal. The goal was to get benchmarks for those 52. And so what we've been doing since then, so they were originally established in 2006, and so what we've been doing since then is like reviews. Like every 5 years we do like a review of those 52 and try to update them based on the latest science or changes that other jurisdictions have done.
It's a moving target, I think.
Yeah, and so now, the conversation for this afternoon and for this process is that's
potentially greatly going to be expanded. Right? I mean, if we're going to have a risk-based concentration that's part of a permit or part of the risk screening step for a facility, and they have some chemical that's not on our list of 52, that's going to be a problem. So there needs to be a number for all of them that we're going to regulate.
So just to chime in from our experience, about 10 years ago, roughly, our agency, Department of Ecology, was revising the air toxics rule and revisiting the list of what we consider to be toxic air pollutants. Previously we used multiple sources to derive our list, some of which were based on occupational exposure levels, which we applied safety factors to. And a lot of those were not necessarily the best to apply to the general public. So my colleague at Ecology, Matt Cadillac, he was undertaking this process to go and look to try to reestablish a list of toxic air pollutants. And he was, in his mind, he was going to go through each of these pollutants and derive something, looking at studies and papers, and that's a monumental task for a team of people, let alone an individual. So quickly, it was realized by the management in our program that it would be better to look at the states or the federal government or other entities that have gone through this process with a team of people, develop a framework for coming up with toxicity values or criteria, and relying on the work that they had done instead of trying to do it ourselves. And that greatly reduced the workload, but it also required that there be choices that are made. Sorry. So somebody mentioned earlier, if you had if EPA through their integrated risk information system had developed a toxicity value, and California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment developed one for the same chemical, which was better. So our management did not want to get involved in any kind of debate about who's better, who's cooler. So they simply went with a policy decision and said, hey, whichever one derived later is probably better, right? And that's not necessarily true, but that's what they did as a time-saving measure. I'm not suggesting that that's what you do, but it is a monumental task to go through the process. California goes through a similar process as the EPA does when they derive a toxicity value for a chemical, and it takes a lot of time, a lot of input from the public, a lot of input from other scientists on the outside, providing public input on the process.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of exactly the topic of the sort of the presentation this afternoon, and the specifics that you're going to are part of what we thought may not fit in this 2 days, but might fit in the July 2 days. But we've seen, there's different ways that the states do it. Rhode Island has basically kind of an algorithm, and they just, if EPA has one, then we'll go with that. If this other agency has one, we'll go with that. And so exactly to save time. But you do lose some flexibility. It's a kind of a rigid hierarchy algorithm kind of the process. It makes it fast, but you lose a little bit of flexibility in case you know something about more recent science. Yeah.
Okay. Are there other questions at this point about kind of the items we want to make sure we're tracking, or questions that come to mind that we want to make sure we either address right now or make sure we address this afternoon?
So this afternoon you're going to go through your existing process and also what you envision for the future, or are you kind of leaving it up for discussion?
Well, I think the plan is to show what other states do, what the 6 states do, and then ask your pros and cons about the different approaches that the different states take.
Not just the other states, but if we're missing anything as well, some of the gaps.
All right, if there's a different process that another state we didn't think of that you know about uses. You can bring that up too.
So look, I know this is a rich area for conversation that we'll really be excited to get into detail with you on. Are there other questions or comments? Anything that, again, we wanted to make sure we gave you that kind of overview, though, to kind of set the table. And again, I appreciate everyone's forbearance for letting us sort of set that out, and in part because it does, I think, again, allow us a shared sort of a structure to build upon. With the time we have left, are there other just broader questions that have occurred that you want to make sure we capture now? I mean, we're going to go for a lunch break in a few minutes, and you'll have the availability of the white papers again to refresh yourself if there's anything you want to check on. But I certainly don't want to miss the opportunity if you were thinking as you cover these initial topics, these kind of overviews, if there was a thought that we want to make sure we've got on at least our bike rack, if not to sort of see if it fits into one of our other agenda items. I'd love to make sure we capture them. Ted?
Yeah. Another quick one here. You mentioned exposure in the sense that gluten is at someone's breathing level and available for uptake via inhalation or whatever. Have you considered, or I at least want to get on the bike rack, the other types of exposures? I mean, you're assuming people, everyone in this room is not outside breathing ambient air. So there are exposure considerations that somewhere, I did not see it on the agenda that need to be considered. The average person spends about 90% of their time, maybe not all doing it, time indoors. It's probably close to 75.
Oh yeah, here in Oregon, we're definitely outside. But your point is one that I think we do want to, certainly, David, do you have an initial kind of a...
Yeah, so typically, what agencies do, that I've seen, like EPA and California both, they kind of assume 24-hour exposure outdoors. So it's kind of like a worst case, conservative assumption that even though you may be inside a lot and assume you're outside, what we do know about indoor air is more limited, but usually it's worse than outdoor air.
Just considering sources of outdoor origin that are coming inside. Right. I agree with you. If you have a wood stove inside, it's leaking, or gas furnace, or whatever that. If you look at the criteria program, they've done a really good job of, those who are familiar with like ozone action days and things like that, on code orange days, if you're susceptible, you shouldn't be outside riding next to a highway or something like that, and getting your messaging out. And at least, I think, later on, risk communication and how you can implement the program. So there are things in there that you can consider telling the public, hey, if it is, we recommend you spend guidance inside. And obviously our data for tops isn't real time, like the criteria will, so it's very difficult to do. But at least get the messaging straight, the communication straight, when you talk about risk, you bring exposure in from that regard, if you don't in the portion of
Follow up really quick. So thinking about the exposure, I'm not sure if that's something we should talk about in more detail or not. There's obviously a lot that can be discussed on exposure and what are the correct parameters. I'll just touch briefly. So California has recently revised their guidance on how to conduct a health risk assessment, including exposure parameters. One of the things that was included now is a fraction of time at home. So that actually is considered. It varies by age.
So time indoors would be like assuming less exposure than outdoors? Is that?
It's more how often people are at a receptor location. Not always be at a certain location, but there's other ways to consider it too.
So again, if this may be the kind of information we may, again, assuming the work group agrees, we might want to at least put on the bike rack because. And we've been talking during the break, Chair Ryder and I, that there may be information that the work group can be asked to bring forward, not tomorrow necessarily, but certainly while we're meeting, to share some of these programs if we feel like that would really
add to our understanding. And again, I won't put anyone on the spot in terms of commitment on that front, but we recognize you all carry a tremendous amount of expertise, and we just know that if we have the opportunity and you're willing to consider presenting some of those aspects of what we're determining are really important, that may be in the office. Other questions or thoughts that we want to capture? Thank you, by the way. That was, I think, exactly the kind of thing we want to make sure we're capturing before we go to lunch. But are there other items or other thoughts that we want to capture?
One question about his comment.
Okay, go ahead. Well, I mean, I think we've got a minute, so John, if you don't mind.
I mean, I believe those changes are carried out in the risk assessment portion. So again, it will be important to understand there's many steps. There are really many steps in this process. We need to make sure that we understand each of those steps
and how they fit in. I think that's exactly right. And again, it is a structure that's got a lot of moving pieces to it. So I think that's a great point. That obviously we're going to want to make sure we're clear about exactly how these different processes fit into an overall process. Other comments or questions from anyone at the table? Okay, so let me quickly reset for what we'll be doing this afternoon. Our agenda is to take a lunch break. Again, we're almost at noon, so we'll pause here as soon as we give Chair Ryder a chance to also give any final question or thought. And then we'll come back at 1, and we're going to be covering applicability. And that presentation has been designed, honestly, not to just sort of go through an entire sort of presentation and then ask the questions, but actually try throughout the process to raise questions. And again, I encourage the working group to use that opportunity to also add other questions or context that we need. And we'll go through to about 2:30 on that applicability processes, and then we'll take a quick break, come back at 2:45 and do pollutant scope and setting concentration levels. Again, really rich conversation that I'm hopeful you'll all feel like you can weigh in on. Wrap that at 4, and if we feel like there's on each of those topics or topics that are set for tomorrow as well, we may take a pause and recognize we have more work to do in some of these cases, and we've got time tomorrow afternoon to do that. At 4 sharp, we will cut our conversation to make sure we allow for the time-certain public comment period, and we're excited to hear from some of the folks who are with us. And then we'll come at 4:30 to do our an assessment of kind of where we've come, suggestions you might have for how we can make our process even more effective, and certainly we want to make sure we give you a chance again to reflect on things we want to make sure we tackle for tomorrow. So that's our agenda. Chair Ryder, anything else you want to say?
Other than we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll be back in an hour. For committee members, I believe we will have lunch brought in.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I understand that there is some food available for the working group members. I believe as we break, we'll make sure that's clear to all of you. And for everyone, we'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
For the working group, do we have a separate place we're going?
I believe we do have a separate spot. Okay.
We're staying here.
So we are staying here, and again, everyone, we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
That didn't get another
How are you? Good. Thanks for coming. Rally with you.
John Donovan again, your facilitator, and I'm going to turn it over, well, if she's ready, and I'm going to take a bite of her salad. I'll turn this over to Chair Ryder.
Well, I'm going to quickly turn it over back to Jill, who I think is up for our next presentation, which is on the accessibility discussion. And I think that, again, just to reiterate here, this is really where we want you guys to provide input and thoughts and comments and questions. This is why we brought you all here, so we can listen more from you than we want to be talking to you. So I would even say, as you think things and as we're going through this, feel free to interject. We will have places where we're going to ask for specific questions and feedback, opinions, and what we're missing, but this is really where we get into the meat of the conversation and discussion. So please jump in. If you don't feel as though you're saying too much, I think too little is way worse.
I'm sorry, before Jill, you jump in, one just process point for all of our our working group members. The sound system is obviously a little twitchy, but we do ask you to try to lean into the microphone so that our folks who are on the phone with us can hear as clearly as possible. And it's also going to help our recording process. So to the extent you can, just feel free to pull that darn microphone right up to your, close to your mouth, and we'll capture it as well as we can.
That means I'm not going to be able to turn my head any direction either.
Right.
Okay, applicability. Before we get started on the 5 key program aspects of these next issue papers, I want to explain the process we've laid out for these next 2 days of our discussion. Like I said earlier, we'll present you like little bits of information, but then we want your feedback along the way. And we've inserted this Pavlov's dog slide that will trigger you to when we want you to speak. But then I just realized I have not used that consistently in my my presentation, so much for that concept. But anyway,
I can help.
Thank you. And we've also left a good chunk of time at the end of the presentation to provide more time for feedback. And we've also created a summary table, this 11 by 17. That shows the key elements with the 6 different programs we looked at. We'll try to remind you when to look at that. So it'll just give you an idea of what the 6 different programs, how they did that in their state or local program. There were things that were just way too detailed to put in this table, so you'll have to look back at the issue papers for that. But we tried to put as much as we could in these summary tables. So that'll be like your quick reference guide. So, again, this issue paper, the topic is applicability. What sources should be subject to the new risk-based air toxics permitting program? And the source is agency speak. We use source. I know businesses don't like to be called sources, but that's what we call them. When we say source, we mean it as a source of emissions. Usually when we say source, it's the whole facility, but in some cases that can be an individual piece of equipment. But again, usually when we use it, it's in the context of a whole facility.
In Oregon.
In Oregon, yes, thank you. And these are stationary sources. We are not talking about any mobile sources, no trucks, no cars, just stationary sources.
Industrial sources.
Thank you. Industrial sources. So the basic question is, that we want your input on. The basic question we want your input on is which sources should be subject to this risk-based air toxics permitting program? And again, in this context, I'm talking about whole facilities. We'll talk about individual pieces of equipment a little bit later on in the presentation. This is more of a policy question, but we want your input on what are the advantages and disadvantages of including certain sources and excluding others. What are the criteria that we should be using? Again, should some categories be just automatically excluded? We don't want to even look at them because the rest of them is so low. I'll go over a little bit of more detail about these different options and criteria we have, and then again, there'll be time to talk about this. So, first question for you, what are the pros and cons of regulating air toxics from new sources? These are sources that have not been built. They'll be coming into our permitting program, as time goes on. Next, what are the pros and cons of regulating modified sources? And these are sources that are undergoing some type of modification. They can be adding new equipment, they can be increasing their emissions, like maybe adding another shift without even making any physical modifications. But again, we consider an increase of emissions without a physical modification. We can still consider that a modification. And then last, what are the pros and cons of regulating existing sources? These are sources that exist. They may have permits. They may not have permits. No modifications. They're just sitting out there merrily doing their own business, working along. So do we want to regulate existing sources? I'd like to give you some information on these sources before we have this discussion. This slide shows how many new source and modification applications we get that we've gotten over time. So the new sources are the blue line. The red sources are the sources that have come in with modification applications, and the green line is the total of those two applications that we get. So as you can see, we don't really get that many new applications for facilities each year. And then the number of modifications we get every year varies pretty radically. So it's not really a steady stream of applications we get for new or mod. The total of the new and modification applications range from 2 to 10% of the total types of these facilities that are permitted. And again, these are for simple and standard air contaminant discharge permits, so more of the complex, not the generals, not the basics, but simple and standards, and also Title V sources.
How many Title V sources do we have in the state currently?
We have about 110. But out of all these, there's almost like 400 of this type, more of the complex sources.
Your simple and standard, are all those major sources? Title V is a major source, but a simple and a standard might be a minor source?
They are definitely minor sources. So the standards could be sources that have taken limits to stay out of Title V, and the simples are they're lower than that. They're kind of like the middle of complexity of our types of permits.
And do you have a threshold whereby somebody gets a permit?
There aren't emission thresholds per se, but it's more based on complexity. Like we have a list of general permittees. I think there's 26 different types of general permits that we have. We've got dry cleaners, we've got some small boilers, we've got platers, we've got surface coaters. So there's these categories of general permits, and if you fit into that category, you can get a general permit. And we have the same types of there's like 7 categories of basic permits, and if you fit into one of those, you get a basic. But if you don't fit into either one of those, general or basics, then you would get a simple. And then if you're more complex, we would put you on a standard. So it depends on the complexity of your facility.
Okay. Jill, just for a point of clarification, the Bullseye facility, what type of permit did they have?
Standard ACDP? You know about that? I think they're on a standard. Yeah, I'm sure they're standard. We are thinking of putting the other glass manufacturers, the 3 smaller ones, what we call the tier 1, are thinking of putting them on the simple ACDP.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if it's worth going into too much detail on this, but you have these different classifications of permits. I understand what Title V is, but how do the requirements differ for each of these standard, simple, basic, generic? Are there different requirements? Can you just briefly touch on that?
So, like the basics and the generals, so we have plant site emission limits, which are caps, emission caps for criteria pollutants. It's kind of like the PAL, EPA's version of the PAL. So depending on what your plant site emission limit is, it would put you into different thresholds. Like, of course, the Title V's are the big guys. But then one step below that is the standards. And then the simple, we did a streamlining measure back in 2000-ish where, oh my gosh, so let me back up again. So facilities that were in existence in the state in 77 or 78 are given a baseline. They're given baseline emission rates, okay? It was whatever your actual emissions were at that time, that was your baseline. And then from then, on if you needed to increase your emissions because you went through a modification or you added a new line or for some reason you went through a new source review, then you would get a higher limit, which is your plant site emission limit. So your baseline could be lower than what your actual emissions are permitted for. Ask for increases along the way. And if your increase was big enough, then you would trigger a new source review. So everyone that existed at that time was given their baseline. That was like their right to pollute. That was what they could start with. Okay, so then it's pretty detailed. We have to do emission calculations for all pollutants, for all criteria pollutants, for everything at your facility. So it's a lot of work to track baseline and PSCL. For these smaller sources, we came up with generic PSCLs, which are 1 ton less than the significant emission rates. For like CO, it's 99 tons because the significant emission rate is 100 tons. For VOCs, SO2 NOx, it's 39 tons. So instead of trying to calculate PSCLs for these smaller types of facilities, we do the initial calculation to see if they're below the generic PSCL, but then we just give them the generic PSCL. And for those cases, we take away their baseline. So they have to be willing to commit to not having a baseline. Because if you're given a baseline, you use that baseline to see if you trigger a new source review. Does that make any sense? This is like the basis of our whole permitting program.
It's complicated.
It is. So in trying to simplify that PSCL calculations, we created the simple ACDP, and then again the generals and the basics. The smaller facilities where we know their emissions are lower, they just get this generic PSCL. John.
Yeah.
So I have a clarifying question. The PSCL, does that represent the maximum that the facility could emit?
Potential, yes.
Okay, so that's the maximum potential, even if on paper they could never get there? Or is it related back to how they actually operate?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
So it would be the potential to emit, and then you would take the permit modifications that brings it down, and that would be your PES, or not?
It depends on the facilities. Like some facilities want their potential to emit like really at their potential. Others realize that they're never going to get there, so their PSCL might be set at this level, which is not really potential to emit, but kind of like you said, John, kind of a medium level there.
Okay.
Yeah. It just depends on the facility.
It just helps to understand your terminology and how it fits, because permitting is one of those things that every state seems to call their permits something different.
Yeah. Any other questions on how we set up those permits?
Well, clarifying again on the PSCL. So you've got a generic PSCL, 39 tons of NOx. You have equipment that is 20 tons worth.
You can move that microphone forward. There you go.
Can you go from 20 to 39 if you haven't got the equipment? Which kind of gets back to what John was asking. Maybe you want to explain that just for clarification.
Okay, Mark, you need to jump in here if I get this wrong. So you are given 39 tons, even though your potential is not 39 tons, right? Like if you're a small source on a simple permit and your potential is 25 tons, we did a streamlining measure and gave those types of facilities the generic PSCL, because we didn't want them coming in every year, every 2 years to ask for little increases of emissions. I mean, we just didn't have the time to regulate that closely. So if they wanted to come in, because you don't trigger a review unless you trigger a significant emission rate, which is established by EPA. So these are sources that would come in for like 1 to 5 ton emissions increases that we would automatically grant because the trigger for a more detailed increase is a significant emission rate. So if you're given a generic PSCL, you can go up to that amount, but like if you want to add new equipment, you have to come in and tell us about that. you have to fill out a notice of construction to tell us that you're adding new equipment to your facility. But your PSDL probably wouldn't change.
From an industrial perspective, this would be that you still have to do monitoring every year and you still have to do reporting. It's just not triggering the review process or the additional level of regulation. It's allowing you to make those modifications and giving you flexibility in the operation.
Exactly.
Again, a point of clarification. So the simple, standard, generic, basic, are those are there specific industries or sources or categories of sources that fall into these classifications, or are those classifications strictly based on these emission limits?
So for the generals and the basics, those are specific industries. Like the general permit 11 is for boilers. The general permit 14 is for coffee roasters. And then like the basic permit number 7 is for surface coaters. So those are industry specific. But then for the symbols and the standards, that is based, it could be any type of industry. It's based on complexity, it's based on emissions.
And there's more requirements for those permit holders than there are for the lower levels.
Right, and their inspection frequency also changes with the type. Like the Title V permittees get inspected more, the generals get less. Generals and basics have 10-year permits, everybody else has 5-year permits.
Can I just ask that really quick? So all permits need to get renewed at least every 5 years?
Yes. Oh, except for the generals and the basics, they're 10 years.
So if they don't actively renew their permit, then they would lose it?
They have to submit an application, to renew. Yes.
Do you run up against the airshed being full by giving people up to that 39 tons where you really can't accommodate people with, it's too many 39 tons anymore. It's going to be over in air quality cards.
I mean, we use our monitoring data to determine whether we're getting close to the ambient quality standards, not our permit threshold.
Other questions? Clarification? Okay, Jill, you want to proceed?
Okay, so this slide tells you the different numbers of permittees we have in each of these permit categories, along with they give you some examples of the industries that are on those types of permits. So basically, this is our world of existing permittees right here. Okay, this is my Pavlov's dog slide. So at this time, we want your advice, your ideas on what would be the pros and cons of regulating new and modified sources, which is what Washington does, or do we want, what do you think about existing sources, which is what everybody else does? So what do you think would be the advantages and disadvantages of each approach?
Okay, so this is one of those opportunities for our working group who have been really great about also, contributing when things have needed to be clarified, and thank you for the conversation we just had about the system. But again, we're asking for individual sort of perspectives or thoughts that you might have from your experience in other states or maybe at the federal level where there may be some both benefits or positives that we want to make sure we're considering, and if there are limitations or issues with making one choice or the other in this context, because we know there are states that have taken both sides of this sort of approach, and again, back to both types of approaches, but we're interested in kind of the dynamics of how they either create the kind of system and outcomes we're trying to generate, or whether there are limitations or drawbacks. And so does anyone want to dive in and Ted?
Yeah. And I look at the new and existing stuff as kind of the low-hanging fruit. And when you're doing it, and it's easy, getting your permits every 5 or 10 minutes. That source fits. It's the existing stuff really where you're going to have to, the rubber's going to have to meet the road. And this is where your resources are going to have to go. And I know this other states phased it in over time and all that, but ambient air doesn't differentiate if this facility was built in 1972 versus 2014. The pollutant that's coming out, the toxins coming out are going to be the same, and the person living in that community breathing is going to be the same. So, if you're going to design, in my opinion, your program correctly, you're going to have to capture all types of these sources. With that said, and I'm sure we'll get into it at some point, you can bring in some of those existing sources pretty easily sometimes. There might be, like you said, different thresholds or something like that that you can use in a spreadsheet pretty quickly. But at a minimum, register where these sources are physically located, what you believe their emissions are going to be, and then this program evolves. You can tighten the clamp if need be, incrementally, for different scenarios that come down the road. But if you miss the existing sources, you're pretty much doing your new program a disservice. You need to move forward with a holistic approach and put that up early and figure out how you're going to implement that.
Others want to kind of weigh in?
I would second what Ted said. I think that the existing sources are an extremely important part of your program. Sometimes people, when they come in with a new facility, are much more conscious than they might have been 20 or 30 years ago when they built some of these facilities. And it really is important to capture those folks.
Okay, Gary, I was wondering if you might wanted to weigh in from your perspective, or from your state perspective.
Sure, and John, please chime in if I say something incorrect from Southwest Clean Air Agency's perspective. So I think one of the reasons that Washington focused on new and modified sources is A, we had the authority to do so. We were granted that authority to establish a program of a new source review program. The thought also was that over time, existing facilities are going to have to overhaul. They're going to have to modify or replace equipment. And in doing so, that would trigger the review process, which would then, in turn, require the latest best available control technology evaluation. So in that process, existing sources would, over time, emit less. In theory, I think that's a reasonable assumption, but it may not always play out that way. I think it does in many circumstances, but perhaps not in all. Now, one of the concerns that I would have of the existing source, going after existing sources, is A, do you have the authority, and B, do you have the manpower, or the staffing levels, the funding levels to start and implement the program. I think those are obviously the things that you're thinking about. But I guess I would, from Washington's perspective, I know that there's staff there who would appreciate the opportunity to regulate toxics from existing sources. But there's also other people who have different viewpoints. So the policy direction at this point is we're still going to look at new and modified sources and hope that over time the modifications or the new sources that are proposed will be less polluting.
John, do you have anything you add?
Well, I can maybe add just some peripheral information. So while we do permit new and modified, we're limited to the increase only. So we can't look at a facility-wide, let's say there is a toxic being emitted from a facility and they have a modification. We can only look at that difference that the modification causes. So it's somewhat of a grandfathering to some extent, but that is one disadvantage of the program. I would agree that focusing on new and modified is your best opportunity to get best information about what the facility is doing and how they're doing it, what's going on, what the emissions are, what the technology is. That would be a good place to definitely start. Existing facilities, unfortunately, probably emit more, probably have old technology, and likely don't have the capital to make improvements because they're old, they've been around, that kind of a thing. So I would agree that it's a good place to look, but it could take a lot of resources to go after existing just because of all of these issues. I would like to make one comment about permitting, because I've seen this show up in some of the other states about Title V. So Title V does not generate new requirements. So if there aren't any existing requirements, Title V doesn't create requirement to control anger. Really got to focus on the new source review or existing would be the places to focus the effort.
Thank you very much. Any other? Yeah.
So I guess I would speak from the toxicology point of view. I would rather not think about the existing or the new modification per se, but I would think from different angle based on the substance of concern, whether that's from the existing or the modification. So that's probably that would help to actually, efficiently use your resources, whether it's existing or modifying a new one.
Senator Kumar, is there an example of a system that has taken that approach?
No, I do not know. Sorry.
No. This might be one of those, is it worth exploring, or do you think that this is an approach that if we looked very extensively, we wouldn't yet identify some example?
Well, I mean, as we progress, we find more and more about so many compounds that is more adverse than the previous one. So I'm coming from that point. So that would help.
Okay, thank you.
I'll follow up on that point really quick. I think actually similar-ish concept is used by some folks, and this is the idea of setting screening emission levels on toxics. And in this way, you can focus on the pollutants of concern. So it might be that, you can say, well, hexavalent chromium is a concern. Well, if it's only coming out at 1 nanogram a year, probably not. But for another facility, the same compound would be a concern if it's at 20 pounds a year. And so I think one way to get at this of targeting on specific compounds is maybe set some screening tables. And then, for example, our area district does that, and other area districts have these sort of screening levels that look at a very conservative level of risk to set those levels. And then that way the focus is really on only those ones of concern.
Yeah, I just wanted to, John hit a point there when he mentioned some of the older facilities, have the worst technology, and and I guess you got the LeCon thing up there, so be careful what we ask for, because one of the things that you threaten to do is driving a facility out of business or out of the state by saying, hey, you're dirty, you're old, but we're going to make you put on a bag house or whatever it is, and they don't have $1 million to invest in capital expenses, whatever. So there, the cons are the economic. You can ask for the world, but the cons are the economic considerations that go along with this. So, especially looking at those older facilities, I think that could be something that would come down the road. Might come down to more than just a technical decision. We're a technical worker.
I'll chime in with a few other thoughts. I largely agree with what folks have said here. Trying to think of a few different perspectives. One thing I think you might run into by not looking at existing and only sort of ratcheting on the new source is an issue of fairness. That some businesses might say, well, look, I'm coming in as clean as I can, but I can't meet your standards, and this guy next door is doing all sorts of weird stuff, and you aren't looking at them, and I'm trying to be the clean player. I'm trying to be the clean industry, and I can't do it because you don't look at the existing. So we've heard some of that feedback of when looking at how our rule is implemented, and it's an issue of fairness. And sometimes you have responsible companies come forward and want to do the good thing, but if they're prohibited from doing that by the regulatory structure, that's probably not a desirable outcome. Touching a little bit on following up on what Ted was just saying, I'm thinking of there's a very real economic concern of having tighter regulatory standards. One of the things that I touched on this last night that I think has been successful for us whenever we've been able to do it is there's the stick, but there's also the carrot, right? And are there things that can be done that will work on incentives at the same time that there's also tighter regulation? So, the example I gave last night was for PERC dry cleaners. We have a regulation that phases out PERC dry cleaning in the South Coast HMD, but we also have an incentive program at the same time to provide funding for those small businesses to convert their equipment to cleaner operating equipment. And we have other kinds of incentive programs too. And there's obviously a cost to that, but you have these trade-offs, and so you try to see where you can balance it. But I think, as I mentioned, there's other sorts of incentives that might be out there too. But I think it's our experience on toxics is looking strictly at a regulatory approach it might not get you everything you want. That looking at these other tools that are available is a critical part of a regulatory approach. The last thing I'm going to say here, and this one is probably, I'll say I'm spitballing on this, and this one is, I'm not making this as a recommendation, just as a thought to consider. And I only say it because it sounds like you have a different aspect to your program than what we have. We actually, once a permit is issued, assuming it's not Title V, once a permit is issued, then it's forever for us. So it's a different scheme than what you have here. So when we have our existing program, we have our AB 2588 program that has a cycling every 4 years of evaluating sources every 4 years. But that's part of that is we don't have a renewal process. And you already have a built-in renewal process. There might be some way to look at that renewal process and use that to your advantage already and build something into that instead of adding on an additional layer that's on a different time frame that doubles up on regulatory standards and all that. That's a thought. It would take a lot more thought than what I'm saying here.
Thank you very much, Ian. So if it's okay, we'll keep moving because there's other aspects to this particular topic we have prepared for you. So, Jill, are you ready to move to the next set?
Yes. Okay, so the next question we'd like to cover is whether we should permit individual pieces of equipment or processes, as some states do, or whether we should permit the whole facility as we currently do in Oregon. But I wanted to also clarify that DEQ air permits have limits for individual pieces of equipment. Whatever applies to that piece of equipment, whether it's a new source performance standard or like a special opacity or grain loading standard or a NESHAP, those equipment limits are in permits, but this permit covers the whole facility. It lists all the equipment at that facility. So again, a lot of programs we look at, they look at individual pieces of equipment, and that's how they regulate toxics, air toxics. So I wanted to get your input on advantages or disadvantages of each approach.
Okay, and Ted, have you got a thought?
Sure, I'll tee it up again here. Obviously, like I said earlier, the ambient air doesn't differentiate between old and new. It doesn't differentiate between part of a process and another part of a process. People breathe in ambient air as it is. With that said, you might be able to predict risks from a whole facility and only regulate part of that. What my industry hat from many years ago, and before I became a regulator, one of the things that industry loves is flexibility. And when you're telling industry you need to get below X pounds of emissions of some pollutant, give them the leniency to figure out how to do that best in their process. Maybe they will curtail operations rather than put in a $2 million piece of operation and take a limit of some sort. Or perhaps in good housekeeping, as Ian said, it may work to get them below that. When you prescribe it to a specific piece of equipment, then they're almost mandated to put a control on a piece of equipment, and you're not encouraging them to make reductions in other parts of the facility that might be just as toxic as the piece you're controlling. So I would look at a holistic point of view in a facility, which I think will the public as well as the industry, if you give them that flexibility to regulate and control on a more holistic. EPA's already kind of dissecting facilities with these MAC standards into source categories and groups of pieces of equipment. So I would think by the state putting on an added burden on that even further, maybe not be as productive as giving them flexibility.
Gary. Thank you. In our toxics rule, it is on a unit basis. However, there is a provision in there that does provide flexibility to the regulated entity, and it's the concept of, I believe we call it offsetting in the rule. So if by adding a piece of equipment you're increasing emissions, however, that new piece of equipment makes another piece in the facility obsolete and they can get rid of it, you can offset those emissions so that the facility is actually getting a little bit of benefit or an incentive to upgrade their equipment and produce lower emissions.
Thank you very much, Gary. Other comments? Go ahead.
I'm very familiar with the emissions unit, limits, but I think that as you look at a sort of pollution prevention approach to this, which is a more holistic kind of thing, you may be able to, at the facility level, be able to look at different ways of moving things around and doing things that allows a flexibility where your total might come out the same, but you might be able to substitute materials here, you might be able to do other things there, and you're really looking at pollution prevention. So when you're looking at the whole, you really want to know what is being emitted from this facility. But if there's specific units within that facility, you may have to set a limit for them. But the more holistic you can do it, you allow them a lot of options from the pollution prevention standpoint to change things and make the whole process better.
To follow up on these points, so just as background for how we do it down at the South Coast AQMD, when it comes to new sources, we do that on a permit unit basis. There is, under the California Environmental Quality Act, a cumulative assessment that has to be done. The details make a difference in how that's actually implemented. But in general, it's just on a new unit. Each individual unit is how our thresholds are applied. But when it comes to existing facilities, that's on a facility-wide basis and looking across the entire facility. One thing that I want to bring up as a slight counterpoint to what Ted was bringing up was when you get to more complex facilities, we have a number of very large complex facilities in our jurisdiction. What we found is that the proximity matters, right? And so there might be one piece of equipment that if you stick it on this fence line would have a very different impact than if you stick it on the opposite fence line, depending on where people are located and what the characteristics of that source are. And that going with a facility approach, you can sometimes miss that distinction depending on how that whole facility approach is done, and that can actually have a pretty dramatic effect on folks' toxic exposure. And so I think that's just an additional thing to consider.
How many, you mentioned last night, how many permits do you have currently for your toxics in your district?
We have roughly 28,000 some odd permitted sources in our jurisdiction.
How many staff do you have?
We have a staff of somewhere between 750 and 800, and widely recognized as having the worst air quality in the nation. But we're getting better. We are getting better. But that's actually an important point, though, that we have a fairly, thinking about do you do new sources or existing sources, or do you do on a unit or on a facility basis, or do you do, we do all of it. We can't regulate all of it. But the one caveat I want to put here is our air quality challenges in our area are substantially different than most other parts of the nation. And so the reason we have such sort of tight controls is we need them. We have a different air quality challenge than other areas, and so our approach might not be the right approach for everybody.
Out of the 28,000, how many facilities are there?
I don't know that off the top of my head. The rough number that I remember is it's somewhere between 10 and 15,000 facilities.
So, sorry, I have a question. If you look at more of a facility-wide concept, a holistic approach like you're saying, to me, if a facility was putting in a new piece of equipment, you would control that piece of equipment as best you can right there, because it's brand new, you can put on the latest controls, So why wouldn't you do that? And why would you look at offsetting it, like from an existing piece of equipment or something like that? To me, it would be harder to retrofit existing equipment with controls versus adding controls just right up front when you're just installing that equipment.
I think there's a couple of things you have to think about. I don't disagree. If you're putting in a new piece of equipment, that's the time to really control. But if you're going to look at existing sources and you're going to include them in your regulation, then I think you have to think about existing sources a little bit differently than you would something that's brand new.
Right. Could you repeat that? Oh, could you repeat that first?
Yeah. I don't think I heard it on the phone. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that I think a new source is something that can be controlled, and the best time to control it is when it's new. But the difference would be if you're looking at an existing source, then I think you have to maybe provide a little more optional looking at the whole facility-wide what it might appear. And you're probably going to have, in many cases, you're going to have new units at existing facilities.
I think it's an economic decision, it really is. I don't think you could generically say that it's cheaper to put it in when you put it in new, or it's right to put it in. As Gary said, you could have a piece that they will retire something that's 10 times emit 10 times as much emissions as the new piece they're putting in as an offset or something like that. So new and controlled sources might not necessarily be the right path for that industry itself. Like I said, everything we do from a federal agency, I have to run through my Office of Management and Budget, OMB. And these are questions they ask all the time. Do you really need to put these controls in and this equipment in? And I'm sure your state legislator is going to say the same thing to you guys. Commerce or whatever works in your state. So it comes down to economics, and that's what business is all about. And if you get the same exact environmental benefit or better, and to address what Ian said, as far as proximity goes, require a risk assessment to show that the risks don't go up higher for you before and after cases or something like that. So there are different ways to address that issue as well. But it's an economic decision, and I think if you don't consider those in designing your program, it could be an issue down the road for you guys.
Okay, if there aren't other comments, we'll ask Jill to move to her next piece of her presentation.
We'd like to talk about categorical exclusion. Some states exclude categories of sources from their air toxics permitting program, and you can see from the summary table that New York and Rhode Island do not include combustion processes in their air toxics permitting program, but they regulate them as criteria pollutant sources.
And then New Jersey and Washington also have lists of insignificant sources that they exclude from their air toxics program. So, I'm forgetting to do my thought. So, examples could be gas stations or natural gas and oil boilers like New York and Rhode Island, or maybe rock crushers. Those are possibly use those types of categorical exclusions to keep sources that we think pose a low risk out of the program. So again, can you think of categories that should be excluded and what the pros and cons of doing this kind of a categorical exclusion could be?
If I might, and add, if you know some of the context of some of those states or situations where there were exclusions, understand low impact may be one consideration. There may be other considerations why exclusions were in place. So again, I just open it up to see if folks have thoughts about this particular piece of the applicability pie.
I think there's different levels of exclusion from your program. They could simply, for gas stations, just register once a year and tell you their throughput or something like that, and pay the $500 permit fee, whatever that might be. It's really not a big burden to the facility, but it at least allows you to keep track of where those emissions are coming from in your state. So when you go to do your NADA type analysis for your state or a holistic type risk characterization later on, where those emissions are coming from, surrogates to guess where the gas stations are, things that could weaken your analysis. And you could do that for any of the categories. Just keep it simple, but don't put a big burden on these types of smaller industries to make it cumbersome for them to have to hire an external person to bring in to do their calculations for them. Something simple that they could, and if you get regulated at a much higher level, you could have state VOC controls on your pumps or whatever that different states have. That as long as they're in compliance with all those regulations, there's no need for you. I think different levels of exclusion should be looked at.
Thank you. Others want to sit away? Yeah, go ahead, Ian.
We keep tag teaming here, Ted. I agree with what you're saying there. And I think one thing that we hear sometimes is, and I think it's applicable here, we're talking a lot about risk-based rules, but there's also other bases to base rules on. For example, sometimes you do a technology-based rule. You say this is the best available technology that's out there today. It's the only thing that's feasible, and as long as, and you can actually be a little bit more prescriptive and say this category of facilities or this category of equipment needs to have this technology basis, and maybe risk thresholds don't apply to that. There's obvious limitations to when you do and don't want to do that, but it's a different approach. The other thing I just briefly want to mention, we do actually, I saw this table here, the excluded categorical exclusions. We actually have a whole slew of exclusions, and it's called our Rule 219, and this gives a long list of kinds of processes and equipment that are actually excluded. So, for example, engines smaller than 50 horsepower, we don't permit, and that sort of thing. And usually, most of these exclusions really are based on they're small, or some sort of process where there's not a reasonable assumption that there's going to be air emissions, but it also really reduces our workload at the same time. I'll say it's common equipment, but as far as any risk basis, usually there's not any substantial risk with anything in that group.
Okay, thank you. I'll make that correction.
I would ask Andy or also Gary and John, are there any sources that are not currently excluded that you would recommend or would consider excluding if you had that opportunity now?
I'm actually going to plead the fifth on this one a little bit, but only partially because we're considering rulemaking right now on this, and it's at a very early stage, and so I don't want to go there.
I won't hesitate to speak.
So from my perspective, one of the things that has caused us an exceptional workload as well as a significant cost to the regulated community is the way that we regulate diesel particulate matter from stationary emergency engines. In some cases, it does make sense to evaluate them under our toxics rule because it could be a data center that has multiple enormous locomotive-sized engines, and that has the potential to be a significant source, even though they don't operate that often. However, there's other situations where, we've, in our areas that we have jurisdiction over, sources have had to spend a lot of money and time for minimal public health benefit. There's not a whole lot of control technology that can be applied to an emergency engine, mostly because it's not used that often. So we make it go through this process, and it costs a lot of time to do that, as staff time as well, and applicants' resources to do that. So, if I had to rewrite the rule today, and I could do it if I was king, I guess, I would probably come up with a different approach to how we do that. That's the only thing I can think of off my head.
Go ahead, John. So while we do have some exemptions, and I think you have to have some exemptions for too small, minimal risk, those kinds of things. Categories can be good and bad because category can be simplifying because you can put a bunch of industry in one group and regulate them similarly. But kind of along the lines that Gary was talking about, you need to have almost an exit ramp that says this one individual facility in this group doesn't quite fit, and we need to treat it differently because of whatever reason. And emergency generators might be one situation. Yes, if you've got a server farm, you've got 400 engines, that's different than one emergency engine that operates for 10 hours a year at a hospital or something. So it's almost like you need a hybrid approach. Categories are good because they provide consistency, they provide ease of use, and can group things together, but there has to be another option. So what we do in Southwest is we can give an or. So we can say, if you meet these criteria, then you can be exempt. Or we could still require you to have a permit if there's sufficient evidence that you're different enough. And we haven't used that very often, but when we have used it, it's been very useful because now we can create a specific permit for that facility that is equally, if not more protective than it would be if they were just part of the group.
Thank you. Ian?
I just wanted to follow up on that point. I agree with that. Categories are good, and off-ramps are also good. They generally shouldn't be used a lot if you're going to create an off-ramp. We have a similar situation that I think is also informative, where instead of thinking about diesel engines, since we brought them up, we actually have one facility, an operating facility at the school. They have an emergency engine for a cell tower located on the school grounds. It's a small engine. It's less than 30 horsepower, so it's categorically exempt for us, but it's located right next to the intake to a classroom. Not ideal. So we just discovered this, and what do we do with it now, right? And so just because you're talking about a small engine doesn't necessarily mean we're assuming that that's going to be responsibly placed, and right. And so that's just being a little careful with how the categories are crafted and how the off-ramps are crafted, so that there's always things that are going to come up that you can't predict, and so to try to address those situations.
Let's have another comment. Okay. I think with that, Jill, if you're ready to move to the next question. Matt can advance.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, can you think of any other criteria that we should be looking at when we're talking about applicability? Have we missed something? Do you think what we've discussed today, and also do you think what we've discussed today would cover the types of industry that we have in Oregon? You know, we've got a lot of wood products, we've got electronics, you know, semiconductors, we've got a wide range. We don't have any refineries, thankfully, but you know, we've got quite a diverse business industry here. So again, do you think we've looked at the criteria that we need to as far as in or out, and can we ensure that those criteria will apply to the facilities that we have in Oregon?
You know, I have one comment on your existing sources and whether they should be in or out, and it wasn't really discussed, and that's environmental justice, because I think a lot of existing sources, in my experience, tend to be in neighborhoods where environmental justice is an issue, and I think by not including existing sources, you potentially open yourself up to criticism down the road that you're immune considering environmental justice.
Thank you, Chuck. Ted, do you want to?
Yeah, just to put a plug in what Chuck just said about EJ communities, that the EPA released the new version of EJ Screen on Monday, for those who missed that. It does include toxics in it now. The 2011 May Day is now included in the version that was just released on Monday. So you could explore. I know it's later down the road in implementation. I think we talk about EJ community. You have a great tool that a lot of people put a lot of time and effort and money into to take advantage of there, and get kept current and all that. So also, not just with EJ, use existing tools. I see Rhode Island was really big on that, using other state programs, tools, when available. I think they pretty much steal Ian's stuff and use that. But that's a good way to do things too. Just let's not overlook what's out there for tools. I know that we're trying to design a program here. I just want to get the screen plugged in there.
I actually think that's a really great item for the bike rack, is to look at what tools currently exist for the state and which ones there's no reason to reinvent the bike wheel. We don't need to. That we should be able to utilize the information that's available, and I think take into consideration, and you know, knowing the work that's currently being done with EPA, making a visible difference here in Portland, that we should look at the other organizations that are doing that work and be partnering with them as we program enroll.
And Ted, if we have new tools that have just come online this week, we may be asking you to sort of give us advice about how we may get better. I mean, I assume the staff here are more aware than I am, but I'm intrigued with learning more about that new tool, and maybe that's something we can consider as well.
I mean, I could easily arrange if this group wants to see a demonstration or something like that at some future date.
I will speak for the group, but for myself personally, I'm certainly interested. So maybe you and I should talk afterwards. But I'll throw that out as just a possibility for the group to consider.
And I would say, as we're going through this discussion, if there are things that for the July meeting we haven't set the agenda yet, and it's largely open, if you think that there's programs we should hear about and consider, we invite you to offer to give presentations. I think, you know, Ian, as you talked about earlier about your health screening process and these particular tools, I think that's great agenda items for our July meeting.
And we'll make sure to come back to this as we, you know, kind of move through all of our different discussions and recap some of that to see if we may even have more than we can do in 2 days. So we'll have to ask if there are things that really rise to the top and how we can get your advice about how to best address all these opportunities. Because again, obviously there's a lot of really good information to consider. Joe, you have a few more questions, I believe.
Last slide. The last question we wanted to ask you are, what are the pros and cons of limiting air toxic regulations to existing permittees versus looking into sources who do not have air permits? If we look beyond our current permitting program, how should we identify those sources?
Well, obviously, thinking about those places where, at least in Oregon, we currently don't have a sort of a regulatory structure. Can you give us, is there an example you might use to maybe help frame that?
Small glass facilities.
Okay. Does anyone have an immediate sort of a thought or and again, this is in the context of pros and cons, so we could go either way in terms of thinking about the possibilities.
What about ag chemical handling facilities and some of those are?
We cannot cover agricultural operations.
Even if it's for chemical site?
I don't think so.
We set standards, but we don't, right? We set standards, but we don't enforce or regulate agriculture.
Does that help people sort of think about what the possibilities are to consider this?
Any different than what we just discussed earlier? Sorry. So now, like I said earlier, the smaller sources, maybe just have some type of registration type program to bring in other sources versus a full permit that they have to get. So there are different ways of bringing in sources without being real cumbersome to both parties.
I was looking for more, I've been working with our hazardous waste group at DEQ, and they gave me the list of hazardous waste generators, and it is miles long. I had no idea we regulated that many, we had that many reporters in the state. I'm not sure how much we work with them as far as looking. A lot of generators have air permits, but not all of them do. And I don't know how much work we've done to see, if you're reporting this type of waste, what's the process, and should you have an air permit? So maybe hazardous waste generators, or I know we do look at TRI.
So as I say, TRI is probably your biggest source of emissions out there that are in your program. And I've talked to 48 different state regulators, and many of them do not understand, what's in TRI, what's not in TRI, the different thresholds, and whether or not they're right or wrong for your specific program, a different story. But it's updated yearly, which is kind of a nice source of data. That said, a lot of people don't put a lot of confidence in those numbers. They look at it as a paperwork exercise, and they fill it out and send it in every April 1st, whatever it is, and get it out of the way. But it is a good source to look at potential. You could take the TRI. The EPA has a tool, I think it was referenced somewhere in it's called RISI, where they take the TRI and essentially toxicity weight, give each facility a score. Look at the facilities in your state that have a higher score on RISI and say, are these included in my permit program or not? And if you see patterns developing there, this type of industry doesn't appear to be in there, maybe that. But I think the TRI and whole RISI program is RESCI, I think it's spelled, is a way to start looking at other sources that are out there.
Our hazardous waste program uses RISI as a tool to kind of prioritize which sources may present hazards. And a lot of times those sources are permitted, sometimes they're not. The question becomes, are the emissions estimates real? And a lot of times they're not, or they're not accurate. The problem with TRI, because RISI is based on TRI, it presents perhaps a fabrication of reality. An example of how RISI was used, USA Today, when they did their school air toxics, they used the RISI model, and basically that's why there was monitoring at Harriet Tubman School back in 2009. The RISI model suggested that there was a manganese problem at Harriet Tubman, and it turns out there wasn't a manganese problem. They discovered something else though. But it's an important tool which
context of what Gary said, and I hate to shoot myself in the foot here, but the 2014 TRI emission levels for bullseye class was a big fat 0. So it sometimes can be accurate, sometimes it
Are there other, thank you both, and for all the thinking on this. Obviously this is, oh, maybe did you have, sorry, go ahead.
I think one of the things, we run into this all the time and trying to think about how to enhance regulations on different sources. Really the first step in all of this has to be assessment. Should the facility be in or not? Just because it has, a TRI showing 8 tons of lead, well, if all of that is solid and it's completely encapsulated and enclosed, and it's 1 nanogram a year of emissions, then it's not really a concern as far as an air permit side. And so I think the first thing is really that assessment approach, and that assessment also, there might be some limits on regulations and what can and can't be regulated, but you can typically do just an assessment and what are the potential impacts. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be regulations imposed, but it helps inform you all of where you might want to focus your efforts. That provides the public some extra information too about what may or may not be some impacts. And so I think looking on that as a first step of actually emissions inventorying, modeling, monitoring, all that sort of work really is, that all has to happen. In our experience, that's best if that happens first, rather than going straight to the regulatory step and saying, we need to do that first.
Just a sort of a procedural question, kind of like I asked about earlier, when we're trying to develop a permitting program that's manageable within resources that the department has and workable in the community, and there were things that were maybe outside it. Does the existing program still be available to address those things? The existing air toxics program has these categories. Do some of these things maybe fall into that program rather than into the permitting program?
Sarah, I need your help on this one.
So we're asking Sarah, I would interested, or you're welcome to use the one over there that is about to get up on that table. Thank you, Sue. And Sue, could you turn it on too? So you did. A great question, Don. I think.
So, will it work? Does it work?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So, yes, it's a really great question. We have our existing air toxics program, and we've done some work under it. We haven't fully implemented it. And it has a geographic part, source category part. It's also got something called the safety net regulations. The whole program is 10 pages long. It's 246, if anybody wants to read it. It's pretty easy to read through. We've never used safety net, which is meant for individual high-risk sources. So one question we need to think about is, are there parts of our existing program we want to modify if we're adopting a more comprehensive approach to permitting? So, those of us at DEQ who work in an existing program are kind of looking ahead thinking, well, safety net approach may be redundant if we have something that's very comprehensive. As for the source category approach, it could potentially be used for those smaller sources. For instance, we have used an approach for storage stations that, we want them to capture the vapors. Maybe that's really what we want them to continue doing. Maybe they don't need a permit, but we need continuing information about their operations. So, yes, I think at some point after we explore all the models and options and analyze them, we need to understand how to meld them all together, what modifications we might want to make. In our experience with the geographic approach to date, it seems like it's really well suited for area sources like wood stoves and maybe very small commercial emissions, and also mobile sources, where you're looking at an area as a whole versus like point sources and the area right around them where there are elevated impacts. So that's potentially one way to
Chair. You might want to just hang there just for a second longer in case others have questions, but rather than having you go back and forth. Thank you, John. That's really helpful. Other questions in terms of the context of our, the statewide structure itself that a question like this sort of does open up in terms of how are you not only potentially addressing other sources that may not currently be within the structure, but also the system itself. Are there other aspects or permutations we ought to be considering to build on what Sarah just addressed?
One possibility of just thinking the concept of building on what is already available, touching on what you all just said and earlier, something that Ted mentioned of thinking about different classifications. It's not necessarily that a facility is in or out. There might be different levels of in, and that can be on a facility category basis, and that you might have a level 1, 2, 3, 4, or A, B, C, D, or red, green, blue, or whatever it might be. But that each level might have not just different requirements, but maybe different guidance, where that would be specific to those source categories, and that might be risk-based guidance and technology-based guidance, something prescriptive. But you can actually really tailor it if you don't necessarily think about it as this applies or it doesn't apply. There might be a range that would make sense locally for you all. And that it sounds like you have some existing tools already for that with your permitting program of simple, standard, generic, basic, et cetera. You might be able to tailor some of that existing framework you already have that people are familiar with and add in some layers that fold in simply with your current program. That way you aren't, again, creating extra layers that have different timing requirements and different aspects that somebody has to learn everything new. If you can fold it into your existing system, it sounds like you have some things already that you might be able to just build on. Sarah, did you have a follow-up or a clarification?
No, I just think that's a really helpful piece of advice for us to build on our existing framework.
Other comments or questions on this particular topic? Yeah, go ahead, Ted.
Question I have is, if your program allowed us to find the risk for bullseye gas, bullseye glass, a year or so ago, would we be even in this room talking today? And I think we all know the answer to that. My job's not to read state programs, but I do see a lot of the air toxic programs around the country. And Oregon's is nowhere near the bottom, closer to the top than the bottom. And that list of state programs. So, pat yourself on the back. You're doing a lot of right things in the state. And I agree with Ian just said. A couple, some fine tuning here and there, and keep a lot of pieces of your existing program in place. And we said earlier today, the devil's in the details. And maybe some tweaks, and we could come up with a program that would work in Oregon. More regulatory efforts to change that. So you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater here. You're doing a lot of good things, and let's not lose focus. You don't want to lose those and take a step backwards at all.
Yeah, I want to say I think we've really jumped ahead in looking at the airshed approach, and that's a really challenging approach. We started with the hardest things to do. But we don't want to lose that because it's really allowed us to assess risk in communities. Let's move on to other communities and really tell a story and understand where the most important sources of risk. But we also need to fill the gap of not addressing point sources.
Okay, we reserved the last thing to this time frame for any other thoughts that weren't teed up by the questions we asked, but that maybe occurred to you that you haven't yet shared. Really, again, trying to push the boundaries of, as we're thinking of, folding in obviously human health-based sort of assessments and the risks that are really teed up by that level of scrutiny. Are there other aspects or permutations that, in thinking about applicability, that we can bring to bear here? This has been very productive. I think we're all really pleased with what you guys have already done. And again, but are there other? I just want to make sure you guys have, if there are other thoughts or other even questions that we ought to tee up in the space of applicability to give you guys that chance to kind of raise them.
Did I miss something, Jill, as far as applicability goes? Is what pollutants are in and out, or is that?
That's next.
Okay. Sure.
No, you're right there. You're right with us.
That's what I was going to ask too. Is it seems like the devil's in the details. We may want to go back to this question. And
Thank you, Don. That's a great suggestion. Maybe as we're kind of recapping even today, after we're past the pollutant levels, we'll go back to this question and see if other things that may surface for everyone to add in. Jill, do you have any final questions or comments?
Actually, I would like to know from you whether, based on what we've presented, and of course, the whole pollutant thing is a different discussion, but based on, newer existing or units or whole facilities, do we need to talk about this again in July?
Well, Ian?
I guess I'm kind of curious, is this something, how much, I'm not exactly sure your process, how much you're actually going to come up with some initial concepts for what you were thinking of doing by July, and if that's something, if you come up with initial concepts, if you want this group's feedback on that, or if that timing doesn't quite work right for you all, I don't know.
Morgan, I thought you were nodding your head.
No, I don't think we won't be coming up with concepts. No, we won't be coming up with concepts by July. I mean, I think, just to reiterate, the objective of this group is really just to get feedback on your experience and expertise and advice for that formulation of different options. And we would love, once we have the rules, you guys to review and provide comments. But that's much further down the road.
So again, understanding that, Gary, yep.
I guess more of a question than a comment, and it deals with does Oregon envision a toxics, I guess, regulatory structure that is both risk-based as well as technology-based, or I mean, is it kind of going to be an amalgam of the two, which I think California does a pretty good job of identifying technologies for certain source categories, and then they add a layer of risk-based programs on top of that.
I don't think we know that yet, Gary. I mean, right now we're the whole Cleaner Air Oregon is risk-based, but like Ian said, sometimes the technology, that's all they can do. So I think we need to think about that.
I think the gas station example, that's technology-based. I'm not going to go and risk from every gas station. You make sure that they all have vapor recovery units or whatever you come up with as far as technology goes on that. An interesting fact, how many folks in the room have actually pumped gas in New Jersey?
Oregon.
And Oregon is also
illegal to pump gas in New Jersey unless you're registered. I mean, that's a technology. You have, certified, gas attendants. If there's such a program, what school you go to? I'm sure there is. They're not hop off your tank, whatever it might be. That's a technology. It's very simple. It's a technology type, and I think it's a combination, Gary. The big facilities and the high profile facilities, absolutely got to be risk-based. But smaller categories that we can control with technology, yes, the boilers and things like that, go for the technology to help yourselves. You don't have 800 people like Ian to go through these.
John, do you have anything?
When I look at what Oregon is currently doing, you already have a new source and modified source program for criteria pollutants, is that correct? So it seems that the easiest piece is to add another toxics layer to that existing program, because you already have a program, there's a mechanism in place. Granted, we're going to have to talk about levels and risk and all that stuff later, but that part is almost a turnkey program. You have a program that works, it's been working for years, you add another little piece. So when we get to the July meetings or the higher level, I think that's where you're really going to have to focus on that whole existing, because that's just got a lot more issues. You're going to have stakeholders, you're going to have levels, you're going to have old, you're going to have different risk. It could be a much more complicated question. And so I just want to recognize that you already have the bones of a system that maybe just needs to be tweaked. And having the list of topics will certainly help.
And keep in mind, too, that one aspect of this whole program is implementation. So, if we do regulate existing sources, how are we going to implement our program? So that's another topic we'll be talking about tomorrow.
Go ahead.
I just want to put in a kind of a placeholder to when we are talking about the list of adding, topics to the existing new source review process. I think it would be interesting to hear from Ian, and you mentioned that having toxics on a criteria pollutant list, a little bit more information about that.
Okay, this is very, very helpful. Thank you, everyone. Any other final thoughts? Again, I know I'm beating this. You're all being very patient with me as I cast that out one more time. It feels like we did Jill, are you feeling like we covered the ground we needed to? Again, last questions or thoughts? And Sarah, you too, with other thoughts or questions you have now? I feel like because we sort of broken the early part of the afternoon into 2 units, and the next unit is its own kind of major topic with lots of rich opportunities for thinking, that maybe we should take the break now. We're a little ahead of schedule of our scheduled break, but I don't think anyone's probably going to object too strenuously to having a break now. And so with the chair's forbearance, give 5 minutes extra, so we say 20-minute break? Okay, again, so we'd be coming back, let's just say, at 2:45. That'll keep us on our schedule. And if you can use that time to then, do other things you need to do, or just try to be back in the room a few minutes before, so we can all get settled and started again, and we'll take the break now. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing occurs to me.
Yeah.
Can you actually press, so you can press the button,
get started again. I'm demonstrating a new technique that was pointed out by one of our working group members, Ian, who noticed as we were still struggling to get everyone to be heard on our microphones because the sound-activated system, if you turn your head at all, as I think everyone has learned, you stop getting picked up by the microphone. But if you hold, and actually you don't have to hold it, there's a little button on your board of your microphone that has a face in profile with sound waves coming off of it. And if you touch that, it will stay on, and it will pick up your conversation much more effectively. So if I could ask all of us to just activate that, you won't have to be quite so on top of the microphone itself, and we'll be able to have the folks who are on the phone hear much more effectively. So if everyone can maybe just, and if you want to stay on, you can talk and not have to be quite so right on top of it.
Challenge is that?
I know, but for those trying to follow along on the phone, they will be very grateful to us all if we can try to find that and help each other if you can, if it becomes problematic. A couple of other just business or sort of operational announcements and updates to share with everyone. We've now posted the presentations for today's. So if you're looking for that information, either during the rest of our meeting today or afterwards, that's available on the DEQ rules page. And it's also, we have presentation copies, I think, over at the information table. So if you would like to look at those, they are available here in the room. For those of us who've been here for the entire day, it's a room that has certainly stretched to accommodate all the folks here. And thank you all for joining us in this space together. I'm delighted to announce that tomorrow we'll be in a larger space. We'll be 3 doors down in 1B of this suite of meeting rooms, which, as I understand it, is 2.5 times this size. For those of us in this room, that will be good news because all of us, I think, will have some more elbow room. We'll be much more comfortable. I think the room temperature might even be a little lower. So all of those things are great for us. And if you do come here, I'm sure we'll have signage that will redirect you there. But if you're coming tomorrow, and we certainly hope you will, that's the location for tomorrow's meeting. I think those are the logistical updates that I had. I'm looking over at my team of folks who've been working on those. Did I miss? Thank you. So at 4 o'clock again, just remind everyone we are going to public comment. We have a group of folks who have filled out the forms. If you haven't had a chance yet to fill out a form and would like to have an opportunity to provide public comment, please bring it up to me during the next hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes, and I'll make sure you get those recognized. Thank you. Got one coming up. We'll take them in the order we've received them, and Morgan and I will look at 4 o'clock to see how many we have, and we'll make sure that we divide the time so that everyone gets kind of an equal chance at the amount of time we have available from 4 to 4:30.
Actually, I wanted, speaking of stretching, like we're going to do tomorrow in our room, we're getting ready to go into a dense discussion on risk. So we just took a break, but let's everybody stand up.
Yep.
We're going to stretch. So take your arms and place them over your head. And then you just let it go down and stretch behind your back. Right. Yeah. Okay. So anyone just move and we're going to 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we're going to go risk assessment, technical topics, which is going to be fun.
So again, those of you that are hopefully at home are also stretching. Because I agree, just give yourself a chance to get your blood moving again. I think we're turning it back to David Farrar from OHA to take us into this next topic. And take it away, David.
All right. So this section, we have until 4, and there's never enough time to talk about toxicology. But, but maybe we can do pretty good during this time. So this is about setting the scope of which pollutants would be regulated in this new system, and also how the risk-based concentrations would be set. We were practicing this one, and we slated some questions that we knew we wouldn't have time to get to in the amount of time that we have here. So there's some that we already know will probably move to the July meetings, but maybe we'll be surprised and be done really fast, and we can start in on those.
And at the end, I'll tell you what those are, which questions we're thinking to move. So, awesome. Okay, so this scope of pollutants. So this presentation and this discussion is about the scope, so what pollutants and why, and built into that is what averaging times should be considered in setting concentrations for those pollutants, and then setting the concentration levels. How should we calculate them, and should we include multiple exposure pathways? So multiple exposure pathways is like mercury is a perfect example. It goes into air, and then it lands on the ground, and it runs off into water, and then it gets in the fish, and you eat the fish. So that's what we mean by multiple exposure pathways. Okay. So in general, the 6 programs that we evaluated included the federally listed hazardous air pollutants. Programs regulating pollutants beyond the federal HAP relied on other commonly used sources of air toxics listings, like California's OEHA, ATSDR, and other agencies that set protective levels for public health. So in the 6 programs we researched, there are 4 approaches to establishing the scope of regulated pollutants that we saw in themes. So in all cases, states' regulated pollutants are tied to their program structure and appear to be chosen based on multiple considerations. Some of the states we looked at used several approaches, but for discussion purposes, we sort of simplified it to these 4. So the first approach is to establish tiers of pollutants based on their significance to public health. So, like in this is kind of what's the top tier would be pollutants that you've actually measured through monitoring in your state and found them to be at concerning levels. So that'd be like the top tier for public health significance, and then the next one would be modeled at levels of concern, and then pollutants that have been modeled or monitored in other places at levels of concern. So in other states. Okay, so the second way, is this is sort of the very broad, highly inclusive, like all pollutants kind of net. So you would, one example of this one is New York, where they have 1,000 and something hazardous air pollutants that they regulate, that are at least on their list of regulated pollutants, and this is very inclusive. You don't have to worry very much about finding some other pollutant somewhere that you hadn't thought of. They include every pollutant that anyone's ever thought of or heard of and put it on the list. The third option is to use the federally listed hazardous air pollutants, and so it's more limited. You just say these are the ones that the feds say are hazardous air pollutants, so these are the ones we're going to regulate. And then this one, the fourth, is based on program function or structure. And that would mean like different pollutants are regulated in different ways or in different programs. And this is the one that I understood the least, and just wanted to give Ian a chance to, well, actually, we'll come back to it. We're going to go through kind of one by one, actually, in more detail. So first, as we move into the pros and cons of this section, here are kind of the general considerations that we think makes sense to think about. So one of them is the ability to focus on and prioritize problem pollutants local here to Oregon, and flexibility to address new pollutants of concern. So an example of where that might be a problem would be if you're limited to the federal HAPs, then you couldn't add new pollutants to the list. Certainty and predictability. That's both for regulators and for the regulated. Complexity for users. The workload to update and maintain the list. Kind of the larger the list, the more work it may be to maintain it. And also does it link pollutants to program structures or needs? Okay, so the way we have this part structured is to sort of talk about the pros and cons of each of these approaches one at a time. So the first one is basing it on public health significance. So
So the question is, what are the pros and cons of this way of scoping the pollutants, where it's based on local, what you know about local concerns? You know that a lot of this pollutant is out there in Oregon. We've monitored it at a high level, or modeled, or seen it somewhere else being a problem. So here's where we pause for.
Okay, and David, just to be clear, this is significance of public health within what size context? Is it community? Is it site-specific, meaning within a certain distance of a certain source, or across the entire state? Do you have a way of sort of framing that piece of how this is?
Well, I think it would be statewide. Since the program is going to be statewide, we need to know which pollutants we'll regulate in the program.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
See if I press the right button. Here we go.
No.
Okay,
just press let go.
Yeah. All right, good. David, I guess you'll know what my biases are. You know, obviously, at a minimum, you got to cover the HAP list. And that list does change occasionally. That said, you know, we delisted 3 or 4. It's 6 o'clock, so if I say it wrong, they're not going to tell me. I believe it's 3. 3 pollutants we delisted, and we have the ability, and if my intuition is right, to add pollutants on, and you may see some get added on in the not too near future. But with that said, the list, the HAP list does change over time. So anything you said the EPA HAPs, you'd have to change with that. So you have a provision with the EPA changes or adds to change your program. One of the things we do, and I know you guys have special pollutants that are you know, kind of like, you touched it yesterday, talking about A-type pollutants and B-type pollutants, so pollutants, maybe it was Gary, that are more important than others. In NADA, what we do is, from a national perspective, I look at not only the MIRs from pollutants, or the top pollutants, but how many people are affected by a certain risk level, how many people over 1 in a million, how many people over 10 in a million, how many people over 100 in a million. And you get into the categories, and we call them national and regional pollutant drivers and contributors. And they're on the NADA website. You can look at them and see what that criteria is. There's nothing to preclude you from taking that criteria or something that you guys would devise that you think are appropriate thresholds, and say, and you could use the NADA data kind of as your first cut, you know, to say that these pollutants are our A-type pollutants. These are the big boys that we're really it times out.
It times out.
Is that on purpose?
Yeah. So, you know, I think that using the NADA approach might be a good way to start, prioritizing what are the heavy hitters. And there's several HAPs that, like I said, didn't make the list that may in the future, you know, some that were kind of cut off last second, like H2S, diesel PM, which isn't technically a HAP yet. And these are absolutely, you want to include these in the program. They're low-hanging fruit. And make sure you have a provision somewhere in there to keep this periodically, annually, biannually, whatever it is, to update that list and have some board. You mentioned you look at 5 pollutants every month or something like that. Well, once you have this list set, does that board go away and those people, you know, sit and wait for the next one? Maybe they continuously not just do updates, but look at new pollutants that come in.
Yeah, and we presented them kind of as, you know, we're going to pick one of these 4, but I mean, in reality, it could be some combination of these. It would be good to have the flexibility to add pollutants at a faster rate than the federally listed HAPs. But I agree. All of the states, I think, that we looked at a minimum, have the federal HAPs. Yeah.
Do other members of the work group want to chime in or add other thoughts around significance to public health?
Just a clarifying question. I mean, I think how do you know it's a public health? I mean, just because you detect something in the air, there's oxygen in the air, right? And so how do you know if it's actually a toxic concern? And so there's a presumption in this question that there is some preliminary understanding that there is a potential public health impact of a pollutant. So is there some assumption here that originally you would look at some existing lists that are out there, and then based on those existing lists, you would then refine it further based on what you know about the public health impact, or is that first step part of this too?
I think what you described first is more likely. We would have some, you could take New York's list of thousands and sort of start to whittle down based on what we know about what is in Oregon, and at least for those, there's some toxicity information available. Because you're right, the dose makes the poison. So just detecting it doesn't mean that it's a problem. Is it there in Oregon at levels that would be a public health concern? Right?
You may want to include pollutants even though you don't have health data today that are prevalent in your state, because 2 years, 10 years, whatever down the future, you might have health data to support that. And unfortunately, like I say, H2S is a good example of that from the federal perspective. That's not in our inventories, a lot of our inventories, because it's not a HAP, even though there's health data suggesting there are some health implications from it. So even though you can't quantify a risk from it now, you might at some point in the future be able to quantify risk. So ask now what you might need later.
So I guess looking at the first box where it says monitor level of concern, when you're looking at monitoring data, you're limited by the number of locations where you can place monitors, as well as the analytical methods with which to look at chemicals in the environment. So that would be limiting in terms of what you want to consider, I think. But it is useful tool for prioritization. The other box up there is the model level of concern, and Ted spoke to that with NADA and other modeling attempts. But Ted mentioned that including the HAP list, and in Washington, there's many HAPs that aren't on our toxics list. They're still regulated under federal rules in terms of quantifying them for Title V applicability and other things. But there's no risk-based concentration by which we set an acceptable source impact level based on some of those HAPs. In the past rules, we did have more, but perhaps not all the HAPs on our list. Actually, no, I take that back. We had a placeholder. There was the HAPs were on the list, even if they didn't have a risk-based concentration by which to compare an acceptable risk to. There was a placeholder sort of on our list. Our current list does not have that, but that's something to consider.
Well, one thing that's definitely valuable, the consideration I think for us is we definitely want to have the ability to add new, without too much trouble, to add a new pollutant to the list. I'm thinking just in terms of structure of how to talk about these, it seems like we're sort of talking about them all at once, which is fine. But so I just wanted to sort of, as we're doing that, I wanted to make sure to let Ian explain this one better because I don't understand it very well.
Maybe we should go back to the slide where you had all four.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
There we go.
Yeah.
I see Chuck has been waiting over there. Do you want I'll let you go first.
I just had a quick kind of clarifying comment, and that is, I didn't see included in here, I think what Gary was alluding to is maybe looking at chemicals that already have existing risk-based screening levels, RFCs or RELs, things like that, because that's the universe of chemicals that you can actually assess. So I didn't see that as a potential option.
And that's essentially what New York does. That's kind of like the all-inclusive. They sort of take every chemical that EPA or ACSDR or California has a risk-based number for, and that's on their list. So I think that's what that highly inclusive big circle is meant to represent.
Okay. With that, I'll try to explain the little oval there with the little boxes on fees, permitting, and reporting, and how this works with the South Coast AQMD. There's a few different programs here, so I'll see if I can break this down. So under our existing source regulation, this is the AB 2588, facilities are required to report every 4 years a toxic emissions inventory. We have what we call a short list, a long list, and then a really long list. Let's start with the short list. The short list is, I should know this off the top of my head, 22, 23 different toxics that are quite common: benzene, hexavalent chromium, lead. And facilities actually report that to us every year along with their criteria pollutants. So for these really common pollutants in our jurisdiction, these are reported every single year. And then every 4 years, there's a longer list that is roughly 150-ish that are reported to us every 4 years. And if based on that list, we go through a prioritization and screening process, we think that further evaluation is required, for example, through a health risk assessment. Then we require a much more complete toxics inventory, and that's a list of 450-ish toxic compounds. Now, when we look at the state, though, there's only, again, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, 80 to 100 different toxics that actually have toxicity criteria. So, for example, a cancer potency factor or a reference exposure level, USCs, URS, on the federal terminology. And so, you know, there's really, it's much fewer than this list. And then, quite honestly, of those 80 to 100 that actually have toxicity values, only about half of those are ever emitted at any level of potential concern. So it's really, I mean, I could probably list them off here for you. There's common players that keep coming up again and again and again. And, you know, we have this much longer list. I think one of the reasons to look at a longer list, especially when we first set up our existing source program, was this idea that we didn't really know what was going to be an issue, especially from some of these exotic chemicals that are, you know, maybe associated with the manufacturing process, where maybe chemicals are manufactured, and there wasn't really a good understanding of are these pollutants emitted? Is there more study that really should be done on some of these pollutants? And I think the idea of collecting a toxic emissions inventory, even though there isn't toxicity criteria, was to help guide what to research in the future. And so it kind of depends on which part of the program you're looking at for which pollutants we're trying to tackle. But at the end of the day, when we look at it, it's really, you know, most of the toxics work we do is probably less than 50 compounds.
Question for you, Ian. Is that short list that you referenced, are those the ones you consider your criteria toxic pollutants? Is that how you refer to them?
No, these criteria toxic pollutants are actually a state program. The short list is strictly a district program. We use it for our fees. So, for example, facilities are required to pay into an annual operating fee based on their pollutant level or their emitted pollutant level, and that includes nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and in addition, these 23 toxic compounds like benzene, hexavalent chromium. The fees actually on these toxic compounds are quite low. What we found is that facilities pay a little more attention perhaps to reporting every year for these toxics to us than they do to TRI, but not a lot. That it's, you know, when you're talking about, you know, very minimal amounts of pounds, and you're talking about 2 pounds a year of some compound, they don't care if it's 2 pounds or 4 pounds, but on a risk side, that can make a big difference. And so that's at the district level. For the criteria you're talking about, that's really just a small handful, I would say it's maybe 5 of these, that's hydrogen sulfide, vinyl chloride, lead, we have our own state standard. I'm forgetting the other ones off the top of my head, but that's actually a state program that doesn't actually get a whole lot of attention, but we do actually treat it similar on the criteria kind of analysis.
So Ian, I think you captured what I was really going to say, but I think that one of the things you might think about, David, is doing a longer list, but prioritizing from that list. Because I think that as you're looking at industry, having worked with an industry that had long lead times in research and development and some of those kinds of things, you would look at the longer list, because if you're looking to make changes and do things, you'd like to know what's coming. And so, I mean, I love the way you structured yours, because you actually have a group that's very active and that you know probably are public health significant. And those are your really high priority things. And then you have sort of the secondary list and even the longer list. So as people are looking at materials for the future, especially production materials and how they use them in the manufacturing, it would be very, very good to know really what's happening and what's coming.
Any other comments, John?
So a couple things. I would reiterate HAPs are very important to keep on your list. Our agency is actually working off an older version of the state rule, so we still are regulating all the HAPs. So I think that that's important, because when you remove HAPs out of the equation, they essentially become unregulated or regulated in a different way. So you might be regulating alter organics or particulate matter, but you're not really regulating them as toxics. You're regulating them as criteria pollutants, and toxic risk isn't part of that equation. You might have to do technology or something along those lines. So that would be a suggestion on the HAP list. I think that when we talk about lists, that you can do a lot of different approaches. So you mentioned modeling, monitoring. I think that's a great approach. If that's the only approach, I think you can miss a lot of toxic impacts. Like California, I think having a list of priority is good, because those are the ones you're going to most likely see and encounter. You also need a list of things that might come up or might be things that you inventory until such time as either the data catches up with, or the health data catches up with the inventory, science tells whether it is or isn't toxic. At least you have some information. At Southwest, we are actually looking at a toxics rule too. We have about 7,000 currently looking at. There's one other program that I think was on the list of state programs that might be an interesting alternate approach, and that's Michigan. So Michigan, my understanding, is they flip it around. So they say air contaminants, toxic air contaminants, are regulated until they're delisted. So they say these are the things that are determined to be not toxic. So it's a different way of looking at it. Unfortunately, what that does is it shifts the burden to industry to essentially prove within some mechanism that what they're emitting is not toxic or it doesn't have a risk. So you get a shorter list, but it's not without some negatives also. So I just thought I'd bring that up as another way of looking at it. And maybe that's another type of list to track. These are the things that we consider to be not toxic.
I wonder if that's one of those places where we should, I know we looked at every state, but maybe just for purposes of tracking, I'll ask Lucy to put that on our bike rack as a model to do, look at it, see if we can't bring that to this group as well. So thank you, John. It's helpful. Any other comments? Central Kumar, is there any sort of concerns from your experience in trying to frame these lists?
So I have been hearing everyone saying that the exposure is its main component, along with the toxicity potential. So when you talk about the toxicity potential, are you talking about the human toxicity by itself, or are you also including the PBTs, this persistent bioaccumulation toxicity? Because that's really important as well in a long term, because for many compounds do not know much about the PBT profiles. I'm sorry, I think you keep moving. So just put it out there.
Yeah, that's a good thought. So I know that in New York, they have like a basic categorization where they list things as high, medium, or low toxicity. And one of the components that determines which of those categories they're in is that potential for cross-media and bioaccumulation. So the PPTs are kind of like automatically in that high toxicity category, and then that influences how which uncertainty factors they apply when they're coming up with their risk-based concentrations. But I think, and in New York's that example where like everything is on the list, so including all the PBT.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the whole New York thing might have a lot of advantages to it. Think when you do a risk assessment, time is of the essence, and I think the situation you guys are just in this past year, it's not applicable totally to this, but time is the key to doing that and communicating that risk to the public. Last thing you want to do when you're doing a risk characterization is, we're going to take a break for 6 months and go do an inventory out there. And if you have that inventory in hand already, you ship it up to your modelers, and Phil can spit out a number for you in a couple days, and you have a good idea. But the next issue that's out there, let's say for instance, NEIHS next week says, kryptonite is the most toxic thing known to man. And now you're going to go out and you have to get a kryptonite type study out there and do an inventory. Have that in hand, Governor Brown comes to you, do we have issues in our state with kryptonite? You can give it that answer in a timely manner and go on. So if you have the manpower to go out and make a larger list, I would say do that. And I love Ian's, what they did in California, and phasing in different levels of HAPs. You can make the kryptonite maybe a D HAP versus an A HAP.
There's also sort of a practical side to this of, so you have 1,000 different compounds or 450 different compounds or whatever the number is. How do you actually determine the emission rate? And, we do this through source testing, typically, assuming everything is coming out of a stack, which is a pretty big assumption. And then are the laboratory methods available at a reasonable, are there labs in the state, first off, that can measure all these compounds? Some of these traditionally that I think many recognize are certainly toxic, like a compound like acrolein. I think most folks recognize that's a toxic compound. Trying to measure it is a real bear, and it's very difficult to do. And so the laboratory methods have to be considered, I think, when looking at these toxics. It's not solely, it certainly shouldn't be the only component, but it's something that should be considered somewhat on just the practical side. If you say something is worth looking at, you have to be able to have the ability to look at it.
Are there other thoughts, or we have sort of really broadened this into all of the different potential models. Are there pieces of the other models that we haven't yet sort of put on the table for the group to sort of get their heads wrapped around? It seems like right now we've really dived into the highly inclusive, or what I sort of shorthand as the New York model, but are there impact aspects of the others? And thank you again for sharing the California, your district's model. But any others that we want to make sure we cover?
I guess my response is more of why our state went in one direction versus another. And I think I mentioned that this morning, that part of it was not having to go through a process and derive our own toxicity values, and leaning on the expertise and the process of other agencies. So that saved us a lot of time, but it also lends credibility to the toxicity values and the risk-based concentrations that were ultimately derived. There are 3 very reputable agencies that we used. Each has a process. It's not a number that's derived in my cubicle. It's a number derived by a panel of people with input from the scientific community as well as the public. So that was one of the reasons we went with that approach. It doesn't give you 8,000 chemicals, however. I mean, if that's what you wanted. It makes the list a little smaller.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Or thank you, Gary. Chuck, you're leaning forward. Is it? No.
Starting to stay away.
All right. Thank you. All right. So, and on that note, Chuck.
Well, I do have one comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
And that is, I would also be very careful about including compounds for which there are not risk-based screening levels, because I think that creates expectations in the public that you're going to have answers to people potentially exposed to these chemicals. And I've been in situations where unexpected chemicals have suddenly arisen that don't have risk-based concentration, and they're very difficult to deal with. So, number one, you have to have a mechanism for dealing with them, and I think you talked about that, having an ability to deal with chemicals as they arise, but also don't put chemicals in there that don't have existing risk-based concentrations.
I guess my question to your point, Chuck, back to Ian, would be your quote was, if it's worth looking at, make sure that you can look at it. How does Washington handle those compounds that we don't have analytical methods to measure?
I think, like with a lot of the things that we do, there's no silver bullet. So you try to take sort of a broad-based approach. So for something like acrolein that I mentioned, there's been a lot of effort of trying to refine the laboratory methods to come up with something that works. That's sort of a longer-term issue. I mean, you're going to be able to figure that out in 6 months. We've tried for 6, 10, 12, 15 years. I'm not sure how long we've been dealing with this issue. And so sometimes it just means dedicating some resources to the science side to make sure that you can figure out how to detect it. There are some, in the case of acrolein, there are some emission factors that are available that provides a common standard that can be applied across different industries, and that way it ensures a sort of a level playing field. So that's one approach. I'll take a different example, say something like ultrafine particles. That's another area that I think a lot of folks recognize that there are potential health impacts from ultrafine particles, but to what level? How do you exactly measure it? How do you come up with a common standard? How do you come up with a common exposure scenario to do health-based studies? I think a lot of these, there has to be a recognition that, we as humans don't understand all of science yet. And so we make the best decisions we have. We make the best decisions at the time with the information we have at the time, and that's sort of a common paradigm. And that as new information becomes available, you use it, and you work to try to find that new information.
I guess I'll express the thought bubble. I can probably see over some of the people in the audience the precautionary principle. How is that taken into consideration with that?
I was actually wondering if I should have said the same thing myself. I'm glad you brought it up. And certainly, say for an example of ultrafine particles, how do you deal with those from a regulatory standpoint? And it's pretty hard to deal with something like that on a regulatory standpoint. I know Europe has tried to take one approach on that particular compound, just as an example. I don't know any place in the United States has done that. I think the approach that our agency has tended to take on these unknowns, and we tend to not get too involved in determining toxicity criteria. but we do try to advance the science where we can. And so, on something like ultrafine particles, for example, those are very commonly emitted from mobile sources like cars and trucks. And so we know, for example, that there are recognized health outcomes for people living near a freeway where you have high traffic. And we don't know exactly what all those health outcomes come from, but ultrafine particles is certainly one place. And so when thinking about public policy decisions that expose people to ultrafine particles, maybe we can put a word of caution out there to agencies making those decisions.
If I would ask the question about the toxicologist at the table.
I only have friends who are toxicologists. I'm not a toxicologist.
I will make one comment because you're probably all familiar with the fact that ultrafine particles became a machine, if you will, in the printing industry. And it has been looked at a lot more closely in the air contaminant than it has as an outdoor contaminant. But we have learned a lot from what the indoor people have done and the studies that have been done. And there are some labs in Europe, particularly Germany, who are very, very good at looking at ultrafine particle concentrations and doing measurements. But it's still very much in the learning process. So from a precautionary principle standpoint, I think that it is appropriate for people to be aware that it is out there. But I don't think we're close to really being able to translate that from the indoor to the outdoor very effectively.
I want to thank Ted for activating the microphone for us. Well done. Anyone else? I mean, I know we have friends of toxicologists as well as toxicologists in this space, and thank you, Marjorie. Are there other points of view? I think we asked Gary to sort of weigh in a little bit on this recently. Do you want to, is that worth sharing again?
So, it's a difficult concept to use when the purpose of our rule and our permitting program is to allow industry to pollute. So we're essentially, they're asking us, hey, we want to pollute because we have a process to do that we need to do to make our product, and and our government says, yeah, companies can pollute within reason, and so the within reason part comes where we regulate criteria pollutants as well as toxic air pollutants. So we can't go to them and say, no, you can't pollute at all, because we have a framework of laws and rules in place that don't allow us to say that, no, that they cannot do that. They can do it, but it has to be within reason, and it has to meet our existing laws and standards. So that point is probably not what people who are proponents of the precautionary principle like to hear, but it's kind of a reality. Yesterday I mentioned at the webinar, I'm not sure if anybody was tuned in, but our agency, the Department of Ecology, is looking not in the air program, but in our hazardous waste program and toxics reductions program, looking at chemical policy in general, and how the chemicals that are used in commerce, how we can look at those differently and put the burden of proving that the chemical is not causing harm in a product on the manufacturers and not on the agencies. So that's something that is the agency is aware of and is trying to implement through new rulemaking.
That sounds similar to what you said, John, about the Michigan program also. Like where the universe is like everything is regulated unless you can prove that we don't. don't need to.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you, Gary, for bringing that back to this group. Are there other comments or questions about this? David, because unless there aren't other comments, I feel like the group has probably weighed in on the 4 models, and now we may have a 5th to consider. But are you prepared to go further, or? Yeah. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, I have more questions. So, these ones already.
Okay, so the next question is about averaging times for risk-based concentrations. So far what we have is these ambient benchmark concentrations that are intended for annual averages, like a long-term, and most states have a chronic kind of risk-based number for each of their pollutants. And then most of them, in fact all of the 6 that we looked at also have some kind of a shorter-term averaging time risk-based number. And I think all of them have at least one. And this is what row is this on the table?
Halfway down the first page.
Halfway down the first page, it's the one that links pollutants to, concentration averaging times. Yeah. And so that shows you, kind of gives you a quick read on like what these 6 states have as far as averaging time. And this is the question is important because when you have any kind of air data, whether it's modeled data or monitoring data, it is important to apply the correct risk-based concentration that has a matching averaging time in mind. If you apply, for example, a 24-hour monitoring sample to an annual risk-based concentration, it's going to be, it'll be very protective of public health, but most likely very overly protective. It'll be overly conservative, most likely. So, and it would be underestimate risk if you did the opposite, if you took like an annual average and compared it to a 24-hour risk-based concentration. So, so this is an important question, I think, and just so you know, like what's happened in Oregon so far is generally like longer-term monitoring or 24-hour. I don't know that we've ever had data that was less than 24 hours, but doesn't mean that it couldn't happen. But that's what we've done so far. So considerations to keep in mind on this issue of a shorter-term averaging time is protectiveness of against high-intensity short-term exposures. That kind of goes back to that graph I showed you earlier with like over time the concentration is fluctuating. Also the context for the short-term monitoring results. So that's one reason they're useful, right? If we do monitoring and get a result, it's been really helpful to have some 24-hour screening levels related to the metals in Portland. But another thing to consider is how hard is it to acquire or derive a short-term risk-based concentration. The agencies that develop these kinds of numbers do a lot more for the chronic. Look, for example, EPA and AHSR, many more chemicals have a long-term risk-based concentration than chemicals than they do for chemicals with just a short-term number. So that basically is the question. So what are the pros and cons of having short-term risk-based concentrations?
I'll try to keep the speaker on this time. I can give you my answer from a federal perspective. We look at short-term risks when we look at residual risks, and there's some challenges to it. We use actually some of the RELs out of California as one of our comparison levels, along with EGLES and acute exposure guideline levels and EPRGs, emergency, I can't look at the acronym list. So there are several, and there's steels and other things. There's lots of short-term criteria out there. I appreciate the point out there. What we run into issues with is monitoring is one thing, but if you're going to model these things, having an inventory to support them. The inventories we get are generally annual average inventories. And if you make the assumption that if you emit 250 tons of benzene in a year, that it's all emitted every hour of the year, and it's one little increment of that. So 250 divided by 8760 hours in a year, then you're not leaving leeway for peaks and valleys in emissions. You're just saying, okay, if you run steady all year, it doesn't have highs and lows. So what we do from a residual risk point of view, we actually take those annual emissions and say, any given hour, unless we had specific engineering information, we used a factor of 10 and said any given hour could emit 10 times what the annual emission would be in that 1 hour. When we do that, we use that for our comparisons to the RELs and other units that we look at. But it's very challenging, I'm saying, I think that was your last point you made there, to come up with the emissions and data to support that short-term exposure. I'm very interested how Washington and California do that, if they do any kind of factor to up your emissions for your short-term time periods.
Really quick, before I get to what you just were asking about, one thing I noted on this table, on this big spreadsheet here on the concentration averaging time, we have for our district it says annual, 8 hour, and 1 hour. There's some confusion, I think, often with our 8-hour RELs. They're actually not a short single 8-hour. It's an 8-hour chronic, repeated 8-hour exposures.
Like occupational
exposures, school time exposures, that sort of thing. So it's an important distinction when thinking about, are you looking at an 8-hour max or are you looking at a repeated 8-hour? And that makes a really big difference. A lot of confusion about that. It's a new standard that we've been only doing very recently. There are some pollutants, ozone, carbon monoxide, that do look at 8-hour max or 98 percentile or whatever it might happen to be. But those are usually criteria pollutants. It's not on the sort of toxics kind of assessment. I think your question was, how do we come up with some of the short-term and emission rates? On a screening level, we have some sort of screening assumptions that we use, whether it's a 25% bump or something else. Those are sort of a screening level. When it comes to the detailed permitting calculations or doing a health risk assessment for an existing facility, we require them to give it to us. And that will say that there needs to be some sort of information that substantiates what that maximum is. A lot of times there's an assumption about, well, we have a constant process, and so it's going to be the same throughout the year. Maybe they'll add in some fudge factor. But some facilities, you can really look at just even throughput data and say, well, there is a big difference, or they're shut down 12 hours a day or something like that. And so we usually require some sort of substantiation on that max emission rate.
The reason, again, I bring it up is because, this way back is what we talked about this morning. If you're going to collect emissions inventory, and you're going to have a short-term component, you're going to have to weigh that in that, hey, we need to bring in hours of operation or whatever that might be into your requirements when they give you that inventory itself.
I'll just say really quickly, I don't think you ever see any of that going back to NADA or the NEI. I don't think that granular detail gets back to EPA, but we do have a lot of that internally.
So I'll get to his question in a minute, but first I want to talk a little bit. The first thing that we made a mistake on, I think, in making, we made a lot of mistakes, but one of the mistakes we made is that when we were revising our list of toxic air pollutants, we thought that permit engineers must be so simple-minded that they can't handle more than one averaging time per chemical. So we came up with just a hierarchy that stated that we were just going to take one chemical, one averaging time per chemical, when in fact there could have been numerous averaging times applied to that chemical. Because we didn't want to miss acute concerns of some chemicals, we placed the 24-hour averaging time on reference concentrations or reference exposure levels, which are geared more toward chronic exposures or annual averages. In doing this, we found that we triggered a really costly review for some chemicals when it may not have been warranted. So if I had to do it all over again, you know, I think that the engineers are bright enough where they can look at a table of multiple averaging times per chemical, if appropriate, and adequately address that. So, you know, I think we and not the permit engineers were being too simple-minded in our approach. And then to address Ted's comment or question, because of our program is a permitting-based approach, we asked them in their application to tell us what their operating conditions are going to be, what their peaks are going to be, what their typical operating levels will be. And then we placed those emission limits in their permit. So that, you know, we have a way to make them comply to what they said that they're going to do.
Ted, do you have is that elicit a follow-up, or does that satisfy your?
I mean, I just wanted to point, I mean, I think they both said that you have to ask for that information to get it, because it's, yeah, an emissions profile is extremely important if you're going to consider other than an annual emission, and it's something you have to consider. You're not going to be able to implement that portion of your program effectively if you don't have that profile for your emissions. That's all.
That is a little bit separate question than I think than whether or not there is like a risk-based concentration, like a goal or a limit that has an averaging time, right? I mean, whether or not we can get data to compare against that standard is the question that you're asking. Like how hard is it to get the right number to compare against our short-term benchmark? But whether or not to have, whether we should have a short-term benchmark is a little bit different question. I guess unless we think that we'll never have the right data to compare against a 24-hour benchmark.
Oh, if you're not going to have the data, I'm going to say don't waste your time and have that portion of the benchmarks. I'm not answering you. I'm just saying the things you have to consider before you go down this road of short-term consideration if you want it to be effective.
But it sounds like it is obtainable if it's part of the permit requirement. You can, if someone's asking for a permit, you can ask them for the information you need to get that number.
Okay. Other thoughts or comments about the sort of the pros and cons of these shorter term RBCs? Tom?
Oh, yes, I do. So there are chronic and acute hazards identified in the different programs. So are you asking about that, or are you asking whether there should be short-term benchmarks for the chronic and carcinogenic compounds?
Yeah, so the question is, should we do the same thing that these other states have done? So right now we don't have like a systematic 24-hour benchmarks for all chemicals. We just have a small set that we made related to the Portland issue. But so the question is, should we do that for more of our air toxics?
So the separate question then, should you have short-term acute standards?
Yes.
You got to answer both those questions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you have to be able to have both in play to make the system work. I think that's part of what Ted was saying. So understanding that, and understanding that right now Oregon's not got that in place, and let's set aside, well, are there considerations other than the ones we've already discussed in terms of having to have sides of that process together? Are there other issues, other strengths or limitations? Chuck?
Well, I just think from a toxicology perspective, I have more faith in the chronic data. I think a lot of the acute data is very limited to certain irritants. The good acute data, I mean, you can derive acute data from chronic data using all sorts of attenuation factors and assumptions, but real toxicological data, I think, is somewhat limited. It's limited to more to occupational exposures where people have got gathered 8-hour data, things like that. So I think you also have to weigh the strength of the acute data and where best acute values can help you. I think with certain irritants and things like that, they're very useful. For other chemicals, not so useful.
Right, and that's what I saw in my review. The way that many states derive their short-term values is starting with an occupational exposure, and then maybe like dividing by a factor of 10 or something, or a factor of 100, and making that their short-term value, which has a lot of, I mean, mathematically you can do that. You can do whatever math you want, but the question is whether that's biologically meaningful, whether that's right.
Yeah, I think I agree with Chuck. So it certainly depends on the pollutants that we might need to derive it or not. But one more point that has to be considered is that we never spoke on how we are going to use, like how you are going to derive or like take the values from the different agencies, which I already pointed out today morning. Can I speak a bit off that, or do you want me to?
Yeah, and the real question, like, how will we derive the risk-based concentrations is one of the questions that we had thought to move to July. But because I think that's a really big question by itself, and that is when we would talk, and it would be maybe different answers for chronic versus acute risk-based concentration.
Okay, good. So briefly, there are several ways you can perform on develop the risk values, and one of the ways which EPA is slowly moving towards is using the surrogate analysis approach. If you don't have any data for a compound, certainly you have to not only use this QSAR or read across models, but using the surrogate analysis approach, which is not very complicated. It is a simple approach, but once you know how to do it, it is easy to do it. It doesn't need huge amount of resources to do it. So that's where EPA is slowly moving. My NCR division using surrogate analysis. We have done several surrogate analysis for Superfund sites to give the risk values to them. So maybe that's.
Thank you. Is there any other sorts of thoughts or questions? I think this surrogate analysis piece obviously might be one of the approaches we'll want to be prepared to share in July, it sounds like. So again, on the bike rack, are there other approaches, just Central Kumar, that we want to flag as models that we should make sure we track? No? Okay. Okay, we'll hold that for...
I think I'm speaking ahead, so I'm not...
No. I mean, honestly, maybe we'll check in as well to see if you have other suggestions of models that are emerging or that were available for us to consider for that. David? Oh, sorry. Ian, go.
I want to bring in a different thought. I'm not sure if we're going to be talking about this explicitly at some other point. Thinking on the risk communication side. It's come up recently for our agency, and when it comes to short-term risks, but it's not limited to short-term risks. If there's a toxicity criteria, then you use it, right? And you just say, okay, we apply all of our risk calculations based on that. But if you don't have toxicity criteria, generally risks from those compounds are not discussed. Doesn't mean there's not a risk. Right? It just means we have no toxicity criteria for it. And if there's a conscious decision made that for whatever reason to not go with a short-term risk-based concentration approach, that when incidents might happen, and typically there's sort of the two main aspects that we see where short-term risk-based concentrations for ourselves come up is one on the permitting side and sort of the typical regulatory structure, but it's also responding to incidents. And whether it's an industrial fire or some leak happens or something, and people want to know what's going on, what's my exposure, what's the health effects from this, and without any short-term risk-based concentrations, thresholds, what do you say? And it doesn't mean that you can't say anything. It doesn't mean that you say it's perfectly safe. But there needs to be some thought into how that communication is going to work, depending on how you decide to set up this structure, and how are you going to communicate the risks to the public in those sorts of situations.
I would actually suggest that we put that on the parking lot and have a real discussion about it in July, because I think that the risk communication is going to be critical for our implementation of the rules and programs.
One other thing, while still on the subject, I hate to beat a dead horse, but when we do a lot of short-term risk characterizations, we find an awful lot of false positives out there, because you almost have to have the perfect alignment of things going on. Facility has to be admitting at some kind of peak level. Someone has to be at that location during that specific time and stand there and breathe in heavily for an hour or whatever that might be. I know if I'm in an area where I smell something, I get out of there generally. You know, maybe you can't get out of there, but I'm just saying. So how often does this kind of short-term thing happen as well? It's not just once a year thing. The meteorology has to be just right, so you have a low inversion or whatever, right winds. So for all those things to align at any given time is probably pretty slim. And this is just Ted Palmer talking, not EPA. If you have a short-term issue at a facility, you're probably going to see it in complaints from citizens or some, feedback from the public. And I think Ian said, they get issues where they have issues. It's more of a responsive thing. It's very difficult to predict them going into the future, though, because of all these things that have to align and all the information you need to do that characterization.
Just one more question.
I think we have one more question, and then we're coming up on our 4 o'clock hard stop, so if you want to go ahead and take that on, David.
Yeah. So, and I think you might have already answered this question. It's really, so a lot of the ways that other agencies have derived short-term benchmarks, starting with some chronic number, sometimes they're based on cancer risk. And so I kind of just wanted to get like an explicit read from this group about whether or not that's a good idea. My feeling is that, well, maybe I don't know if I should say what I think or not, or wait. What I think is that there's too much uncertainty to take a chronic risk, cancer risk-based number and convert that into short-term risk-based concentration. But you can tell me otherwise.
That's correct. There's no biological plausibility with doing that. In fact, in California, WEHA won't even let you do a cancer risk for less than a 5 to 7 year period of exposure. So I think equating short-term exposure and cancer risk, it's not how the animal studies were done. It's an easy way to get to a number, but it's not the right way to get to a number.
I'd like to just follow up on that really quick. Actually, WEHA just revised their guidance last year. And while they previously had said you shouldn't do a cancer risk assessment less than about 9 years, sometimes it went as short as 5, and that was the risk paradigm for well over a decade. This new guidance says quite explicitly, actually, that you should do a cancer risk assessment with exposures as short as 6 months, potentially even as short as 2 months. And what they base this on is looking at cancer risks that, quite honestly, for third trimester, for children that are third trimester, and saying that over that short period of time and exposure to the mother and then what that effect is on the child, that they think that they can see effects at even that short-term duration. Again, I'm not a toxicologist. I have friends who are, but I'm not going to weigh in on the validity of that. But that is actually the paradigm now, that as short as 6 months actually is required to be considered in California now, and potentially as short as 2 months. There's some practical implications of going this route. You start wondering about looking at risks on activities, health risks and cancer risks on activities that had never been considered before, like construction. And how do you actually do a health risk assessment on a construction project? It is on a practical basis, it's very difficult to conceive of how to come up with something like that. And so if the health science is there, and I'm not going to weigh on whether it's right or wrong, it's just thinking about what are the practical implications of moving down.
So, hi, Anthony. So to derive the chronic risk values using animal studies, as Jeff pointed out on the end, just mentioned, we, as an agency in EPA and NIAS, at least we need 90 days subchronic studies. And to add on with the uncertainty factor of 10, that is at least 90 days to do the chronic assessment. So I don't think using cancer-derived risk values to go back and derive the acute value is a good way to go. Maybe you can, maybe you can think of using the non-cancer values, not the cancer values, a non-cancer values which has a biological support starting from the progression stage. When you have the pathway set up, this pathway is set up biologically, starting from the acute till the chronic non-cancer endpoint. That may be an option, but I don't think that cancer is a different ballgame that could be applied, go all the way back to the acute.
Okay. And in some cases, speaking of non-cancer, it may be that the chronic non-cancer value may be an appropriate 24-hour number. Examples might be like lead exposure, where you're trying to protect. Well, the critical thing is the timing of when that exposure occurs. So you're trying to protect the whole population all the time, so that any one child who is passing through that developmental stage at that moment won't be impacted. But other contaminants might be a lot different, where you can have the differences, tiny increases in incremental risk over a lifetime for cancer versus like the level that required you need to get like lung irritation or something, some more acute effect.
I see we're almost to our 4 o'clock hard stop, and I wonder, is this a topic that we might carry over to continue? Is there more that the group feels like ought to be covered here, or I'm sort of looking around for sort of a signal whether we can wrap it at this point, or Chuck, do you feel like we should come back to this?
I think it's worthwhile coming back to it, because I think fleshing out what animal data, what human data to use for short-term exposures to carcinogens is a complex topic, and I think it deserves probably more time.
And that is, in fact, why we set aside some time tomorrow afternoon. So we'll go ahead and make sure that we create some space for coming back to this topic. We are, unless, David, do you have any final thoughts before we?
I just wanted to, these are the questions that we have planned to talk for in July.
Can you go ahead and read them, or
oh, sure. Yeah, so the pros and cons of methods that other programs use for setting RBCs, and that's where this question of whether or not to use cancer numbers for short-term benchmarks we could talk about more. And then the other one is about how, whether or not and how to adjust a risk-based concentration on the basis of that contaminant's ability to do cross-media. Yeah.
Go ahead, Senthil.
And also maybe you can use and add a topic that how much you can use the values from other agencies. I don't strongly recommend just take the values and use it, because there are so many values that's been that's way past, like 20 years ago that's been done. So maybe you can discuss as an agency if you really want to just copy and paste if you have the value. Or you have to have some cutoff. Let's say the value has to be derived like 10 years ago.
Or less.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, maybe that's a topic maybe you can discuss among yourself.
Right, exactly. And that's exactly what are the criteria for risk-based concentrations derived by other jurisdictions that we would help us select.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I think I'm going to use this opportunity to let everyone know we're going to go and move into public comment. And again, this is an important part of our agenda that I think we have 6 folks who've signed up to testify. We're going to take you in order that you submitted those cards, and we're going to ask everyone to stay within 5 minutes to allow everyone else to have adequate time. Obviously, I'll set a little timer so we can signal you when you're at the time. You can wrap up quickly once you're at that point. And I think I'll let Morgan run the.
Again, I want to thank all of our panelists and people coming from out of state for spending the day today and tomorrow. I also want to thank the public for sticking it out with us. I know this is dense information. So for the public comment, again, since this technical advisory committee, we're specifically addressing toxics from industrial sources. I would want all of you to limit your comments to that topic. We'll address wood smoke and mobile sources at other points in time. And everybody will get 5 minutes to pose questions or share their thoughts with us. So, first up will be Andy Meckling.
And could you come over there and take that mic? Thanks, Andy.
And if I say your name incorrectly, please correct me.
So I'm Andy Meckling. I'm from Cave Junction, Oregon. I left last night about halfway through Colbert. I drove all night to be here at your meeting. I appreciate very much this opportunity to address you. I think I'm here to talk about kryptonite, to be honest with you. Okay, so born and raised in Washington State. I have a degree in history from Whitman College. I have a degree in communications from Washington State University. I'm a photographer by trade. I never really caused any trouble to anybody. I was selling cameras in Berkeley when we were involved in a pretty nasty chemical accident in an oil refinery. I'm not going to discuss it because we did settle out of court. If I had settled out of court, we wouldn't be talking about anything like that.
Speak into the mic more clearly.
This led to that. I'm an expert in optical remote sensing. I've done consulting work and live monitoring work for EPA. I've done work for the Edgewood Chemical and Biological Command, and so on. I am going to be applying to be on the advisory committee, and whether or not you decide to keep me on the advisory committee, I am available to any of you. I would love to speak with you on the phone about any of this stuff. Okay, about the risk assessment, my concern is, my perspective is a little different, I think. To me, what it comes down to is, what are the chemicals that are causing the most harm? Period. Which ones are causing the most harm? And that has to do with toxicity, and it has to do with exposure. And if we can't come to some kind of ranking process, can't come to some kind of most wanted, then I think we've got a problem. I'm a bit of an air monitor geek. I follow these sorts of things. There's a parallel group here, you may know of it, scientific review panel for the California Air Resources Board, has been meeting now for almost 20 years. All of their transcripts are posted online. Most of these transcripts go 300 and 400 pages. There's 50 of these. I've read every single one of them. I'm convinced that we do know what public enemy number 1 is. It's not 1995, it's 2016. And I think we can look around, and in community after community after community, are complaining about exposure to chemicals. Isn't it the same chemical over and over again? I'm asking the toxicologists here. Don't we have reduced sulfur compounds in all of these situations over and over again? Reduced sulfur compounds is now defined by EPA in the oil and gas sector. Reduced sulfur compounds is defined as 3 compounds and 3 compounds only. That's hydrogen sulfide, carbon disulfide, and carbonyl sulfide. In my own experience, these are the chemicals that we actually detect in these communities, whether it's near oil and gas, whether it's near tank farms, whether we're talking about wastewater production, whether we're talking about PAFOs, especially pork, we've got poultry, and so on. Anything having to do with coal, anything having to do with coal impoundments, anything having to do with frac impoundments, all has to do with these chemicals. Okay, so the California Air Resources Board, the scientific review panel, has been meeting for 20 years. They've tried to come at this end 20 years later, they're still chasing their tail. They're still talking about the things you guys are talking about. How many chemicals should we have? Should it be 100? Should it be 1,000? No, let's get down to kryptonite. Let's get down to one that's actually hurting the people and the actual exposures. Any number of things. The metam sodium. This is back in 1991. There was a spill at Dunsmere, California, of a rail car. The risk assessments went forward and so on. When the scientific review panel revisited that risk assessment, they, at one stage, they openly questioned, why aren't we talking about carbon disulfide exposure? Metam sodium, by the way, is 60% CS2 by weight. Why was it left out of any of the monitoring? Again, why is it left out of any of the risk assessment? And the upshot of this was that an industry group known as the Metam Sodium Task Force sued SRP. That reference is Metam Sodium Task Force versus SRP. Okay. They named the individual members of the scientific review panel in this suit. The suit was specifically because the scientific review panel mentioned the words carbon disulfide without giving 30 days notice in the writing.
We're out of time, so can you finish your thought?
In 2015, the scientific review panel issued an RFC for carbonyl sulfide at 4 parts per billion, okay, 4 ppb. I think the toxicologists in this room understand how low that number is. I think you understand that that number, if you had the ability to detect it, you could go outside if you are detected any number of places in Oregon, any number of places. So is this what you plan to do? To go out and actually enforce, actually try to protect the people from what's actually poisoning them? Or are we going to talk about diesel emissions and so on?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for making the drive all the way to come and share your thoughts on
yeah.
that. If you have more to share, we'll also take public comment tomorrow.
And if you have information you want to send in to the Clean Air Oregon website on the information box, please do so.
So next up will be Dale speak, and Dale will give you a 1-minute warning, so you'll know. And I think we can try and do this a little bit louder would be great.
Dale Peaks, over here in the water. I got involved because I have a daughter who wanted to get pregnant. I lived 2 blocks away from Intel. I made public comments to the Environmental Quality Commission for 3 years. I'm not wherever they go. Very much concerned about infants. They had a baby. The baby's 20 months old now, and they're still living next to the house.
Take your time, but just go ahead. Keep going, Dale. Sorry. If you need to.
I wish that all of you were members of the Air Toxic Science Advisory Committee. I've been holding that for 2 years, and I really love the level of discussion and expertise that you guys really bring it to a higher level, but that level is really good. I've brought my issue of nanotechnology to them before, and I really think you need to address that. You've got industries like Intel that are doing nanotechnology, and if you don't address it, we've got major health problems. I appreciate Ted Palmer to delve into the details. Baseline monitoring, EPA has been pushing for that. I did 14 hours of community right to know in federal level, Seattle. I reviewed the emergency plans, and it's very interesting that they don't have earthquake in their emergency plan. That's really about particularly with hydrochloric acid. We've got compounds, many compounds with hydrochloric acid. Intel got fined because it eliminated the emitting hydrofluoride illegally, and there are all kinds of compounds with that. You need to address that. I think any toxic thing to do. There were 2 malfunctions at Intel. One of them had to do with their oxidizing their servers. The other had to do with emergency generators. And I noticed that I talked to some of the EPA. EPA, they said in Washington, we're really addressing data centers, because data centers have to have all kinds of generators, and the problem with that is they need to operate every week to make sure they work. In Oregon, we don't have that law. It needs to be implemented because you've got to make sure those generators emergency generators are operating, but also you need to use that in the calculation in your emissions. Group Hillsborough Air and Water, we spent over 40 hours doing digital copying of all of DEQ's simple, general, standard air contaminant discharge permits and Title V permits. We got them online. Have it, so we have it, and we'll share the information. I have a question. Up here, why don't we have air contaminant discharge permits, but there's nothing up there with prevention of significant deterioration permits. And it's very important, especially with industries like Intel, that they have major source, and if they are not classified as a major federal source, they can do reasonable vapor technology, not best available technology, and that is a state, I think, Oregon, and goes which is Title V operating permits, and not a major federal source of prevention of significant deterioration. ALS, there were studies in New Mexico and Oregon. It's been covered, and there's a track of people that live around Intel and semiconductor industries. There's a higher rate of ALS disease, and I think that needs to be reconsidered. When I went before the Environmental Quality Commission, was working there, Colleen Johnson, the commissioner, said that we can't address that now. You need to go to the Oregon Health Authority. Well, you're here. So I'm really pleased now that we are using health risk assessments. And the health risk assessments, besides just permitting limits of all those toxic emissions, when you start taking a look at a major source like Intel, they put out tons and tons. For instance, they have 819,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. You really need to address, from my point of view, greenhouse gas, especially considering climate change. In summary, I imagine,
you get 24 seconds extra.
Well, precautionary principle, you don't use it, you're in trouble. Because we need to put the onus of responsibility on industry. And I know, associated with Oregon industry and other industries, I know that you got nominated because of the Association of Oregon Industries, but we really have to put the pressure on industry to do the right thing.
That's perfect. Okay.
Thanks, Dan. So next up will be Chris Winter.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Winter. I am the co-director for the Law Center here in Portland. We're a public interest environmental law firm, and we represent impacted communities on air quality issues and other environmental matters. I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to comment this afternoon. I really appreciate that, and I also appreciate all the efforts of the staff from DEQ to prepare us today, and certainly for the members of the panel who sat through a lot of information this morning, detailed information, some general information, but I just want to express appreciation for the time today so far. I've worked for a few years for regulated industry, and for the last 15 years I've been representing impacted communities. So I'm coming at this from the perspective of the impacted communities. And so there are many, many communities around Oregon that are deeply concerned about flaws in DEQ's existing air quality. And that's why we are all here today. Certainly it was the bullseye glass situation that I think pulled the curtain back on what was really going on. And as a reminder, Bullseye was operating across the street from a daycare facility for years and years with zero emissions controls. And they were emitting lead, chrome-6, arsenic, cadmium, and a suite of heavy metals into this community where I live, with no emissions controls, no emissions inventory, standard ACDP, and no actions from DEQ for years and years and years. So although that's what brought us here today, there are many, many examples around the state where impacted communities have complained to air toxins for many, many years. And I think those communities would almost universally tell you today that they were not satisfied with the response they got from our agency here. And so we are very hopeful that this can chart a new path forward for everybody in the state. A coalition of groups, including our organization, Northwest Environmental Defense Center, Oregon Environmental Council, Neighbors for Clean Air, submitted a list of names of technical experts that are qualified to sit on the technical work group with you all, experts in air quality modeling, risk assessment, human health. Those recommendations were not acknowledged by DEQ, and we were provided no explanation as to why none of those people were asked to sit on the technical work group. So we're very concerned at this point. While we have utmost respect for everybody that's here with us today, we're very concerned that there are no members of the work group who've dedicated their careers to working directly with impacted communities and advising impacted communities directly on these issues. We're very concerned about that moving forward. We also see some significant gaps in the way the discussion was structured this morning from the earliest point in time. So we would have preferred to see some focus put on an emissions inventory. How do we get accurate data from facilities that are being regulated? Ambient monitoring. How do we understand what data is necessary on the ambient air to make educated decisions? Force testing and verification. Cumulative effects. How are we really identifying true risks that people living in this community are dealing with? Disparate impacts and environmental justice analysis. I was very happy to hear the recommendations of what the EPA screen for which just came out recently. That's a great explanation. ORS 182.545, DEQ has a legal obligation in the state of Oregon to consider the environmental justice impacts of every single decision that agency makes. So it's absolutely essential that DEQ get technical expertise and recommendations on how to make that happen. So our concern moving forward is that we're going to hear about resource limitations, staffing limitations, regulatory burdens on industry, and we end up at the end of the day with a paper exercise, a risk assessment exercise, that has value in certain circumstances, but which is not going to accurately predict the human health impact. Day in and day out, environmental justice communities, low-income communities, communities of color that are dealing with multiple stressors, multiple chemical exposures. So we're really hoping that this committee can help DEQ focus on how to most accurately predict real risk to our communities here in Oregon. Because it's a public health crisis we're dealing with. All here from the community perspective, we really want to see hard work put into making forward progress in this issue.
Appreciate your comments.
Thanks, Chris.
Next up is Marilyn Coniston. Not close.
Very close. Kennether.
Kennether. Great, thank you.
About nailed it. I'm Marilyn Kennether. I'm from Corvallis, Oregon. I've been involved in clean air activities. I'm mainly a volunteer. Well, I am a volunteer, but all full-time. The issue I have today is one that Chris touched on quite often, and we have a plant in Corvallis that is a fiberglass plant. We're the only plant producing synthetic vitreous fiber of undetermined type exactly. I don't know if it's durable or non-durable, but it produces that particular fiberglass, the only plant in North America that does so. So therefore, DEQ has been unable to had to undergo a new permit. It was found to be because of lack of enforcement or regulatory oversight or assessment in the beginning. About 5 of those things that were mentioned during this conversation of the way that DEQ should do things in the beginning. It was never quite regulated properly, and so in 2013 it was found not ever reported their proper emissions, and they didn't. When they looked at 2013, they said it's emitting way more than 7 times more fluoride, carbon monoxide, 2 times more PM 2.5, which is some part of it is glass. The other part is as a result of industrial process which uses natural gas.
So they are now in a TSC permit process. They're going for Title V. And we in the community, I did say, this plant is located in downtown Corvallis, which has 50,000 people. And it's downtown, so the actual city center surrounds it on the north side, and residences surrounded by the Willamette River and part of the Mary. But it's a problem because the emissions flow over mostly into the residential area, and DEQ has not been responsive as responsive as we would like to the neighbors, and so we would like the DEQ to go ahead and like for it not to allow the increases in emissions that it's asking for. Would like it to assess what emissions it's got and the cumulative effects which are not happening. We asked for the safety net program to be applied. It was not done so because we are in an attainment. Our monitor is 7 miles from the plant. Monitoring done at the fence line because we don't know what's coming out, how much is coming out onto the neighborhood. So we feel like one of those beleaguered communities that has not been DEQ hasn't enforced the proper thing, and we would be happy. We think this is our only choice to get somewhere in the state of downstate from Portland. It's not just a Portland problem; it's a statewide problem that we are dealing with improper enforcement of regulations, perhaps improper standards set. So that today has been really instructive to me, and I'm sure other people here who are really looking for help a lot. So I really appreciate your being here. Thank you. I hope to see you for one of those days at least. Did I say that they can't use? They were evaluating them for back pollution control, but because they're sensitive, because they're so new, because they are so unique, there is no equipment to compare yet. Not the whole thing, they might be down to racks or just whatever they can find, some scrubber off the shelf. They're asking to add 11 lines of fiberizer, and they're asking us to add them closer to the neighbors. For your rapt attention.
Thank you for your comments and for making a trip out. Next up, we have Susan Katie.
I'm Susan Cat.
Sorry.
Thank
you.
I'd like to thank you for retired pediatrician, and environmental health and an Oregon physician. And we've been getting lots and lots of questions from the community. So I am aware that I've never seen them more concerned. I'm more well informed. And so I've been trying to educate myself in toxicology. I can't understand a lot of things you guys are saying. I understand some. And I have some questions that sort of made a list. First of all, I want to remind you to remember that we have a new chemical safety act. So industry is going to be held to new standards, right? Old toxic is what we've all been working under for the past 40 years. Secondly, we all have to just admit that the past monitoring experts have been deficient. And the community levels that we're measuring are not too bad. First of all, we don't know how long they've been bad. We don't know what the peaks and valleys have been. We don't know anything about the past exposures except what the loss and what the follow-up monitoring has shown. That there is a problem. You can't reassure people with that. You don't test. You don't know. So I'm having to tell people what we really don't know about the risks for us. I'm particularly concerned
concerned about non-cancer risk, and I'm 50. And I've been following the literature on that for the past 10 years since I was young. All sorts of new and emerging science that toxicology number one doesn't take into account. No mention of endocrine disrupting chemicals, of low dose effects, of non-monotonic effects. If you only studies that would show you lower dose effects, and surely that's coming into your standards, so you can mention it. So I hope there will be some thought about that. Looking at the EPA IRIS website, because everyone says IRIS is the preferred mechanism, it's an integrated risk information system, and they want to harmonize risk assessment. I'm not sure what that means, but reference to different organ systems. Since I know about nerve development, I looked at the nervous system, and no RFC for cadmium or arsenic that I can find. So, even though ATSPR lists arsenic is the number one. There's a lot of gaps. I'm not saying that they've been negligent. I'm only seeing that gaps of these data systems. Data doesn't mean there's no problem. So people would like to know more about that. And how new health evidence will get into your study. The studies that they use to set their standards for. There are new exposure routes, new exposure mechanisms for the other metals, large perspective cohort studies coming out monthly. Are those getting into your risk assessment, something like that? Finally, I would love to have at some point a comparison of the reference values. Today, California, Washington, and Oregon have scouring the website that's going to find out. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy. Thank you. Appreciate your time today. You made some good points. I have everybody. Jessica Applegate. Sorry, I missed you. Sorry, Jessica.
I'm Jessica Applegate. I'm the Eastside Portland Air Coalition, and I'm really just representing the regular person who lives in a neighborhood that's affected by bullseye. I live around bullseye. And so I've been following this pretty closely for 4 months. I'm not an expert. You're all blind to me with your science. It's pretty complex stuff, so I'm going to speak more to kind of the big picture, public view of what's going on. And a couple concerns that I have is back in April when Governor Brown had promised the senior Air Oregon regulatory overhaul, she used language that talks about health-based overhaul. And a lot of the terminology that I've heard today is risk-based. And I'm trying to suss this out and how do these two words compare and what do they mean for the average person? And just kind of doing a little bit of research, it almost feels like there is a big difference and that the devil is in the details. And if we don't get our language right, it's going to be all, a great disservice because this is the time to change rules. This is rule making. So, one of the things I'm concerned about is living in the neighborhood and the long-term synergistic effects of all the different things that I've breathed for 18 years. My daughter, my kids, all of us are exposed to these all the time. And so having more information about that is very necessary in terms of transparency and, that's part of the precautionary principle is having that health-based regulation and transparency to the public. It's really, really important. It actually would lessen public panic, and I'm not sure if OHA understands that. I think they think we're not going to give them as much information because we don't want to cause a public panic. But I think that's wrong. I also I'm worried about things like, I guess the terminology is called fugitive emissions. So driving around different industries, you can see that, whether they're stat testing or, fence line monitoring or whatever type of modeling that you're doing to determine what is coming out. For example, at Bullseye, they were doing testing. I think it was the chromium conversion testing day, and all of the doors and the windows were open. Where is that going? What are we breathing? So I'd really like to see those emissions addressed, and also the plant tissue in my garden. Someone here said that, leafy greens are a bioremediator. I don't know the terminology, but I don't want to garden anymore. So these are all really important things that need to be looked at. We can test animals, we can do computer modeling, but people need to be tested, and the food they eat. And then somehow this information needs to filter down to the public so that we're all, in support of each other and supporting our agencies so they can do the work that they need to. All of the knowledge here today, I learned a lot, and I appreciate everyone.
You raised some really good points. Appreciate your time. That's it.
Okay. Okay, so we are now at and thank you for the public comment from everyone that came, and for those of you that didn't choose to comment but are joined us today. Again, tomorrow we'll be in 1B, which I hope will be not only more expansive in terms of space, but comfortable for everyone to join us for another day's worth of, I think, really rich information. We're at the point in our agenda where we wanted to talk a little bit with the work group around certainly tomorrow's work, but also to do give you a little opportunity to think about today's work and to certainly make sure we hear from you if there are process points or ways that we are approaching this to make this more useful for you certainly tomorrow and looking forward to the next two sessions in July. So I'm sort of looking around the room to just as you think about today's work and the way that the information was provided. Certainly we got, I think, some feedback from some of the public members on some of the questions they still have. Sorry, that was the timer going off. But we are certainly wanting to get this to be continuous improvement, and certainly recognize that there's ways for us to learn and grow as we get the technical information as well. So I'll open that up and see if there's any suggestions about tomorrow's process or just reflections on today's work that you would want to put on the table for the group as a whole. Anyone have any thoughts about that? Or Ted, you've been our opener in so many ways, and you sat forward. So does that mean I can ask you one more time?
I'm the leadoff hitter. Question for you, John. Actually, are we going to get some type of formal summary of today, feedback? I mean, and then obviously the technical group can review that and look at that and make sure we didn't miss something on there or add something to it or whatever.
The answer is absolutely yes. Well, we're generating obviously a number of ways of different collecting of information that's been put together here, and we'll assemble that. And I don't think we'll be able to turn around for you tomorrow morning at 9. But I do think as we look at these 2 units of meetings, we can. And I'm hoping actually we'll get information that's going to come in maybe from some of you that we'll be building with for the next set of meetings as well. But I think the answer is we can compile certainly the information and the thoughts that have been put on the table today for your benefit and certainly the benefit of others who are following this process.
I guess I would just add to that, maybe we need to think about a way to debrief with people individually or provide some opportunities for additional reflection or feedback.
Yeah, I'd love you to think about what that would be. I guess maybe one of the things we'll put on our rack for tomorrow is to think about the way of doing this evaluation, and certainly looking at, if everyone's comfortable with this, the 2 meeting sets, so we can use the process to learn and benefit from. Again, if there are other comments or thoughts from today that we can use to start that process, we'd love that.
The only thing I would say is, speaking for myself, but probably assuming people here share the sentiment, we're here to help you all. And so if there's things that you all need from us, or different kinds of feedback you need from us, or different ways to focus our conversation to help you best, I hate to just turn it right back around on you, but I think that's
absolutely fine. And I think that's sort of what Ted was saying, is let's think together about how to collect information and again, bring it to bear for the purposes of doing the very best job that can be done.
This is not just a 4-day commitment from the people on this panel here. I mean, we're going to help see this through to the end and give it as much resources as we got. We're still keeping our day jobs.
Right.
But,
understood.
Yeah, I think it's important that we just continue the dialogue as we go on. I know today, David, you probably asked us 4 or 5 questions. We probably gave you back 10 or 15 additional questions, and you feel like you're not gaining ground. But I think we accomplished quite a bit today. At least put a lot of things on the table to consider as you guys move forward. I don't want to have to do these. You guys have trying to weave all that together in some cohesive rule at some point. But like I said, we're all glad to support. I'm speaking for everyone. I'm not supposed to do that. But I think we're all glad to kind of help as we go through the process and try to continue to answer these questions and dig in a little bit deeper to come up with the right solutions and programs.
Any other thoughts or just comments about today that we should bring to bear?
I think you're the lead off and the cleanup so often. I was just taking a quick glance at the agenda for tomorrow. I think there's going to be some discussion on the implementation side. And it might be helpful to hear, and this will be tomorrow, it doesn't have to be today. You all mentioned that there's a policy work group that's different than this technical work group. I think as we're talking about the implementation side, there's policy discussions that were very relevant today, that there's a lot of crossover obviously between the technical and the policy, but on the implementation side as well, there might be some considerations there. And so it might be helpful to hear how that policy work group is going to be, who's on it, what kind of feedback you're going to be asking from them, because that might shape the kind of information that we would be able to provide to you all.
So I think the opportunity we'll certainly describe the role it plays in our process for the work going forward. The people who will be a part of it is actually an ongoing process right now. We're actually taking nominations for some of the slots that are going to be a part of that advisory committee. But I think the work group maybe get a better sense of their role in the process going forward, and we'll think about how we can maybe flesh that out a little more, because you're right, that will help you think through the thoughts and concepts that may be most useful to their process as they're actually wrestling with some of the core questions that have to be put into ultimately by the process into a draft rule that would be ultimately approved. So anything you would want to sort of weigh in on that? You're okay with?
No. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Okay, so we can definitely bring to bear that. I know we have some thoughts that come from our conversation today of items that we can turn to tomorrow, and that gives me an opening to go through the agenda. Unless there's other comments, I'll go ahead and quickly sketch that for everyone. Again, we'll begin tomorrow at 9 in the conference room that's down the road here, 3 slots. It's 1B. And we'll, after we orient and give kind of a reset for our day, we'll get into another of the major topics that was framed by one of the white papers, the screening and risk assessment presentation. And again, we'll follow a similar process from what we've been doing today in order to hopefully expedite conversation, where we'll seed some questions in at different points of that presentation for you to consider. We'll go to about 10:30 and take a break. Coming back from that at 10:45, we'll do the setting of and administering of acceptable risk levels, which again, I think is going to be a really important conversation to kind of dig into how and we do that if we're looking at that. And then finally, after a lunch break that will go from noon to 1 again, we're going to go into the implementation sort of aspects that we've teed up for you, and we hope give you a sense of an opportunity to think through some of the questions that I think we put on the bike rack today, and we'll try to make sure we're infusing them again into tomorrow's conversation around some of the aspects and implications. again, to your point, Ian, understanding how that fits with the advisory committee's role, so we can sort of bring you as far as is appropriate, but to leave the work that is meant for that group to take on coming off of this process that we're in right now. That will go again until about 2:15, and then we'll take a break. We then had this time that we wanted to make sure and I think we've got some topics already that we'll either come back to from today's work, or that may be useful for us to just consider if there is enough interest in the group to at least open up a question identification discussion on some of the bike rack issues that we might make sure that coming out of tomorrow's conversation we are really clear about how to prepare for the July meetings and what we can do to make sure that time in between is used as well as possible. Again, at 4 o'clock we'll take a hard stop, take public comment, and again we'll do that for the 4 to 4:30 period with a group of folks who would like to do that. At 4:30 we'll do a more, and I think this is really maybe to Ted's point, we'll do a more formal evaluation sort of discussion with some questions that we can bring to you and have you give us feedback on and make sure that we're clear about exactly how we're going to set ourselves for the next set of meetings. So that's our agenda. Again, it'll be another rich day. I hope you guys all get a chance to relax a little bit tonight and recharge. Are there other items, Morgan, that you want to cover, or other final thoughts too? I'll look back to our other staff. No? Okay, so I think no one would object to wrapping up a few minutes early, I think. So unless the working group has any final thoughts, I'll thank you for today's work. Again, I think some really important information and concepts were shared, and we'll re-adjourn tomorrow at 9. Thank you, everybody.
Right.